안녕. 안녕. Good eve. My name is Ari Song, aka Song Ari. I'm your resident gumiho VTuber. Welcome back to another stream. Hiya, everyone. Thank you for peeking in, Tomoe. Hi, Rom. Hi, Nefer. Thank you for peeking in as well, Nefer. Make sure to get your daily peeks in, guys. Thank you for peeking in, Rom. Hello, hello, hello. How are you guys doing? I hope you've had a great start to your week. Happy Tuesday. I hope things are going well. If your week did not start out well for you, I hope the rest of your week goes much better. Thank you for the head pat and bringing out my tail, Tomoe. I'm doing alright. How are you? I am doing okay today. I'm doing okay. And okay is better than not okay.
Dang, time flies. 6 months with the cute hag.
I am not cute or a hag. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Feed me your soul. Oh my god. I need to fix this. I need to fix this hotkey because every time I press like the K key, it triggers my karaoke thing. Whoopsies. Thank you so much for the 6 months, Nefer. Thank you for spending half a year with me. That's crazy. Enjoy your new sub badge. You've got 2 blobs this time. The reason why I still have a knife is because I'm scared of triggering my karaoke scene again. Hold on. If I just switch to VTube Studio real quick. Okay, it did not switch scenes in OBS. Perfect, perfect. Okay. There we go, there we go. Hi, G. Thank you for peeking in. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, what was I saying? What was I saying? Oh, nothing special, just Ari being Ari. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's just gumiho shenanigans. Oh yeah, have you guys seen my tweet? Have you guys seen my tweet? I made a tweet where I'm like, I am within your walls. Give me soul. If you haven't seen it, I made a funny pic about it. Hold on, let me. I'm gonna shell myself. I hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna shell my tweet because I want you guys to see this. Because I think I cooked. No, imagine. Okay, once I link this, you guys will see. I should have brought out the night asset, the knife asset with that picture. Oh boy. There we go. There's my tweet. If you haven't seen it, it's also my Discord server. I have a feed of all my latest tweets and Blue Sky posts. Oh my god, Asphyxia Bunny, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Wanderlings. Thank you for signing away all the rights to your soul over to me to Naman for all eternity. No takesy backsies. I hope you enjoy your stay here. Oh my god, ow, 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 ow. No, stop with the banana, stop. Oh god, bananaception. But yeah, welcome in. We're gonna be reacting to the hiking trailer in a little bit, and afterwards, Meter will come on stream and we'll react to the rest of Milgram's second trial, which I'm really excited for. I hope you guys are too. Ow, stop bullying me. Hi, my lady. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I hope you have had a good Tuesday too. But yeah, I posted this tweet. I'm gonna temporarily pin it. I posted this to Twitter. It's just me walking up to your doorbell, like, you know the Vocaloid song, Monitoring? And it's literally just Miku just like staring into like your peek hole in your door. That was the exact vibe I wanted. Oh, you know what I should do? I should cover Monitoring at some point. Either sing it in a karaoke stream or make a proper cover. I want to do that. Skibbity gyat first? Well, unfortunately, you're not first. That belongs to Tomoe, actually. Ha 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 ha. But yeah, welcome, Rafe. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Thank you for sacrificing your soul today, Tomoe. Yum. Thank you. Kamsa. Close? No, more like third or fourth. Which I guess technically, if you're aiming to be top 5, that's close enough. It was actually my birthday at May 20, but now it's gone. Oh no! Well, it's still May 20 in my time zone, so happy birthday. I'm depressed, so eat my soul. No! No depresso allowed. I'll eat the depression. I'll eat your nightmares. It'll be a very nice side dish to your soul. Hehehehe. Hehehehe. Yes, take sleep back. Say, shut up, B. Shut up, B. There's no going back. No reversals or anything. Once you sign the contract, it's permanent. But yeah, we're gonna be spending about an hour just yapping and chilling. Because I think Meteor's out running some errands, so I don't know when exactly he'll be back. He said he'd try to get back within an hour. But I told him to keep me posted. So we do have a couple of things that I want to do on stream today. And the main thing is reacting to the new Star Rail Hyakin trailer that just came out yesterday. Or technically it was today, but it was last night, so I'm counting it as yesterday. So we're gonna be reacting to that because I heard there's no spoilers in that trailer, so I won't be unnecessarily spoiled for the rest of the 3.2 mission that I'm still playing through. Which we're gonna be playing more of that tomorrow. Not tonight, unfortunately, unless I have extra time after the collab. And after we react to the Hyakin trailer, I don't know. We'll honestly wing it after that. Everybody must feed the gumiho. Yes, please feed me. I'm very hungry. Actually, speaking of hungry. Alright, so I have something to complain about, chat, okay? I have something very big to complain about. So I went to this cafe to buy, like, you know, a boba drink. But I think it's a place that doesn't like necessarily like serve boba often, because I ordered a drink and when they served it to me, they gave me a lid. You know how in like boba cups, they either come with like either like a shrink wrap lid, or if they don't have shrink wrap, it's at least one of those plastic lids with like the X cut opening where you can like put the straw through. So they didn't give me that. They gave me like a regular plastic lid that you can only sip from. There's no room for a big straw to suck up all the pearls from. So now I have to drink my boba, basically like open lid. And by open lid, I mean there's no lid. And I'm really scared about spilling it on my desk mat because if y'all were here in that one stream where I accidentally like knocked over my coffee cup and I spilled it all over my desk mat and my carpet and my office chair. Got like 45 minutes trying to clean that up. Was it popping or tapioca? It's popping, which is why I think it's not a typical boba place. But if it has some sort of pearls in it, then it's boba. Not coconut lychee jelly, unfortunately. I love lychee jelly, but this place doesn't have it. I'm very eepy. No eepy allowed, but if you must eep, go take care of yourself. Popping boba is mid, man. Yeah, I know. It's just basically like the one drink they sell only comes with popping boba, so that's what I got. Also, it helps because I had a gift card for the shop. So I didn't have to pay money for it, so it's like, whatever. If I'm not paying money for it, I don't care. It's 4 AM, I'm also EP, but I got sleep paralysis. Oh no! What is up with my wanderlings and being unable to sleep? I've been trying to be better about like my sleeping schedule, but unfortunately, guys, I have something very terrible to report. Chat. Are you ready? Last night I slept at 6 AM. And you want to know why? Okay, there are like 3 reasons for it. Number 1, I was editing a TikTok last night. It should be up probably tomorrow because I need to fix like 5 seconds of video footage. But I was up late just learning how to animate subtitles. And then I had to replace some of my video footage. Reason number 2, I was watching my Kamiyoshi stream. My Kamiyoshi usually streams very late at night in my time zone because she lives like halfway across the world. So I basically could not click off her stream because it's very rare for me able to catch her live these days. Reason number 3,
after I finally managed to close off my Kami Oshi stream, I was just headbanging to my music for like 30 minutes. At this point, I maybe I should give up on fixing my sleep schedule, guys. So I shut down my computer like around 5 a.m. I like continued headbanging to like Vocaloid music and Milgram songs for like 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. And then I probably was asleep by 6 a.m. Speaking of sleeping, I shall probably dip now as I have a football match in the morning. Bye-bye, miss. Have a wonderful stream. Stay safe. Keep smiling. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Yeah, thank you for coming by, Rafe. I appreciate it. Good luck with your match in the morning. And yeah, hope to see you another time. I haven't slept for 5 days now. Wait. Tomoe? Wait. Hold on. What do you mean you haven't slept for 5 days? Do not tell me you've been awake for 5 days straight without any sleep. I'm starting to hallucinate. Tomoe, you either need to like see a doctor for this, or if you have meds or like melatonin or anything that can make you sleep, you need to go sleep. Because I'm interpreting this very literally right now. What do you mean haven't slept for 5 days? Running off of energy drinks? Oh wait, hold on a second. I cannot believe I've had my starry eyes on for like this long. I almost looked like a maniac. Oh my god, you haven't slept for 5 days? That's amazing. No, the reason like I have to make sure like what my eyes look like when I'm not monitoring is because like basically having starry eyes implies that I'm excited. I'm happy to see something. I like this. Now if I were to just have my angry face, it would be like, yeah, you're a fucking stupid bitch or something like that. But if I have both my angry toggle on and my starry eyes, it basically makes me look like a yandere. Or maybe like not yandere, but how should I put this? I'm off my knocker, so to speak. I'm a little insane. Now, if I really want to be a yandere, I just use my hard eyes. Oh my god, Danhong. Oh my god, Danhong. I'm gonna lock you up forever and ever and ever. It changes a lot, right? It's all in the eyes, guys. And I guess the face, but mostly the eyes. But yeah, please go get some sleep. If you have not seen a doctor for this, I urge you to do so, because humans need sleep to survive. Even if it's just like being able to take like a 1 to 2 hour nap, you need to go do that. I will not take no for an answer, by the way. This is serious. Because I have had the misfortune of staying up for more than 24 hours straight, and my whole body was literally on fire. Okay, well, not literally on fire, but like my nerves were in pain. Everywhere that I had a limb or a nerve, it was hurting. And that alone caused me to be unable to sleep for another 6 hours. How long are you planning on streaming? I will be streaming until we finish reacting to the Milgram second trial. Typically we finish like around, what, 10 p.m., 11 p.m.? Maybe midnight. It depends on when Meteor gets here and how long it takes us to finish reacting to... I think we have 5 songs left. I can wait. Go sleep! Go sleep! I always want you guys to prioritize your health before you like... before you watch my streams.
But you can't do this to me.
I can in fact do this to you. We do not play around with sleep, guys. It's one thing to joke about being a night owl, and it's another thing entirely to be subsisting like entirely off of fumes. Or energy drink fumes. Okay. Alrighty. Let me see. We're about 20 minutes in. I think we'll wait for more people to come in before I react to the Hayakin trailer. Oh yeah. I'll take half an hour nap. Yes, please do that. Any rest you can get is going to be you're going to be happy for that in the long run. Besides, the VOD will always be up if you miss anything. I'll have my VOD up on Twitch for about 2 weeks, if I remember correctly, and then there's also a permanent VOD up on my YouTube channel. So you never have to worry about FOMO. Good time. Da, 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 da. Oh yeah, I've been getting back into video editing recently. So as I mentioned before, I'm working on a short. It was me editing my hat clip, and it took me forever to basically learn how to like properly make animated subtitles, because I was having a hard time like understanding the concepts of keyframes. And then I'm using DaVinci Resolve for video editing. It's a editing software if you don't know what that is. And there's like a certain how should I put it? There's a feature set called Fusion in this editing software, and it's kind of like After Effects Lite. It's where you do all the compositing and animations and yada yada yada. So it took me a while to figure out how to properly use like the tools that I need for my specific editing needs. So yeah, I've been working on my shorts. I think I'm gonna be working on uploading a lot of like my older clips to my TikTok. So I thought a lot about like cross-posting to both TikTok and YouTube shorts, but I think I want to start uploading more long-form videos to my YouTube channel outside of live streams. And what I have seen... Hey FedEx, thank you for peeking in. Hello, hello, hope you're doing well. From what I have seen, once you start focusing on short views, it basically kills your long-form videos. How should I say it? Their reach. So for now, I think I'm about putting just all my shorts on TikTok and then long-form videos on my YouTube channel. And for long-form videos, I've been debating between like editing down my Star Rail live streams, or because my Milgram videos have been popping up or popping off, I'm thinking about editing down my Milgram live streams, because right now they're like 4 to 6 hours long on average, even though I have timestamps, right? But I'm thinking about maybe putting like each half of a trial or one trial, like editing it down to like maybe 20-ish minutes. I'm not sure, but I think there might be an audience for it, so I'm thinking about that. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to learn on the back end, so I can start expanding my reach a little bit. But we'll see. I know Meter is already like uploading individual videos for our Milgram collabs, but I think he's going character by character in each trial. So for example, one video is Haruka trial 1, and then the next video will be Yuno, but still trial 1, so on and so forth. Yeah. But man, guys, video editing takes so much time. I mean, it gets easier the more you do it, because a lot of like image and video editing is just like muscle memory. Like your brain and your muscles are like intrinsically entwined together. So if you're like, okay, I need to crop an image, I go to like the crop symbol in Photoshop, for example, and then boom, boom, boom. But it's animation, like animated subtitles. Oh my god, subtitles take the longest time out of all videos to edit. I swear to god. Like, it helps if you can use like an auto transcription tool, but like timing the subtitles properly, cutting them up, stylizing them, and then making sure the animations look right. Oh my god. I think I've probably spent like 6 hours total on subtitles alone. Hi Soul, thank you for peeking in. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. But now that I've finally properly learned Fusion and DaVinci Resolve, I think it should probably be going a little easier from here on out. Yeah. So hopefully more video output in the future. TLDR. TLDR, hopefully more video output in the future. But yeah, what are you guys up to this week? How have y'all been doing? Right now, I'm honestly just sipping on my fake boba with popping pearls. And then we are going to be reacting to the hiking trailer and Star Rail in just a little bit. Oh yeah.
안녕.
I will say the one thing I don't like about popping pearls is that I don't like the feeling of juice coming out of the little balls. You know what I mean? I prefer my balls to be chewier. I like to chew on them. I don't like biting into them and then my mouth is suddenly filled with liquid and then I have to swallow it. It's just not a fun sensation. I just got COVID and suffered. You got COVID? Oh my god! Are you okay? How bad are your symptoms? I mean, you're suffering, so I assume they're bad, but hopefully it's just like you can just rest at home and not like suffer too much outside of maybe like a fever and things like that. But oh my god, I hope you recover quickly. I had COVID myself a few years ago and it was no joke. I isolated for a full 2 weeks. I could not speak for a week. And then I think even after like the 2 weeks had finished, I was still like dealing with like excess phlegm and things like that. And to an extent, I have like a couple of long COVID symptoms. So it was not fun. It was not fun. So make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves. Practice good health practices, especially if you're going to be in crowded environments, because COVID's still around. The pandemic itself is to an extent over, but COVID still lingers here and there. Hi, killer or beekeeper. Oh my god. Oh my god. The way my mind works sometimes. I'm truly cultivating an atmosphere here, aren't I? Anyways, thank you for the peek. Got drenched today. It's been raining all day and it looks like we have more coming. Oh yeah, actually, it's going to rain tonight. And I think it extends to tomorrow as well. I'm not looking forward to it, which is why I made sure to go out today. I went to the library and the post office and the grocery store to run some errands. And then I picked up like my drinks along the way. So I made sure to get in my sunshine and vitamin D and fresh oxygen intake before it rains and I'm trapped at home for like the next 32 hours. Not too bad, but head hurts a lot. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I remember the head hurting. It felt like I was having a pretty bad fever and migraine, but I also had the sore throat, which is why it hurt a lot to talk. This is my second time. First time was really bad. I've been lucky to only have had it once. I would not wish anyone even like a second round of COVID, let alone the first round of COVID. I hope no one has to catch COVID if they haven't already, but I only slept for 10 minutes. Try to sleep for longer, Tomoe. Please, please. You've gone without sleep for 5 days. If I were you, I would have gone to the emergency room at this point. Does our family know? Do you live with family or friends? You gotta let them know this shit. If you keep going like this, you dead ass actually could die. First time someone called me killer. No, usually I'm good at like censoring people's names, or not really censoring, but like picking out, oh, okay, these are like the kinds of things that don't sound sus to say on stream or will not get me bonked by Twitch. But I wasn't thinking at that moment, so I was like, okay, so this person's username starts with this word. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Hey, Drug, thank you for the hydration check. From my experience with COVID, I just got really tired. Yeah, if you had like a really mild case of COVID, you lucked out entirely. But for me, like, it was, the physical symptoms were pretty bad. And then I still have long COVID symptoms, so I have a lot of reduced stamina, and then I get winded more easily. But the most telling is that I've had so much brain fog ever since I recovered from COVID. That's the main part. That's the main issue. So if you ever hear me on stream being like, I'm trying to think of the word, but I can't remember the word, it means this kind of vibe. That's my brain fog kicking in. I'm not normally that stupid. But because of my brain fog, I am a little bit. How y'all doing here? We're doing fine. We're just chilling, mostly waiting for Meteor to get back home. So that we can do the Milgram second trial collab reaction later tonight. But first things first, we are going to be reacting to the Haikyuu trailer from Star Rail in just a little bit. I'm thinking maybe about 5-ish more minutes. I'm waiting for more people to come in because most of like my Star Rail players are not here. But if push comes to shove, we'll just go ahead and react to it without them. I am planning to edit it for uploading on YouTube tomorrow, so... or not really tomorrow, maybe tonight. It depends. Hey, I didn't miss the trailer. Yeah, not yet. You're just in time, Azai. Just about 5 more minutes. Welcome in, by the way. Hi, Autumn Boy. Thank you for bringing out my tail. That's a really pretty tail, isn't it? Oh yeah, guys, I had like the most brilliant idea because I'm still working on my character design for my Project RA 1.0 model. But what if I made my tails translucent? So I got this idea because I saw this concept art of what's her name? It's either Ari or Akari, the fox girl from League. I forgot what her name is, but I saw this concept art of like, I think she had like a bunch of different colored like fruit style forms, and then her tail was like really glowy and translucent, and it reminded me of like I don't know how to put this. If cotton candy and fruit juice were mixed together in a liquid form. And I was like, holy shit, I want that for me. It's Ari. Pretty sure it was Akai. Which is it? Is it Zaya? No, it's not Zaya. Because like this character was in KDA. And I know that much. I used to stand KDA, guys. I was like the biggest KDA stan. I was like, down, 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 down. You can try, but we're gonna wear the crown. What is Milgram's second trial? J-pop? It technically falls into the J-pop genre, yes. So there's a lot of like rock or metal songs that are like sprinkled in here and there. But more specifically, Milgram is an overall, it's like an interactive music project. It's hosted on YouTube. So it's a collaboration between the vocally producer Deco27. You may know him for songs like You Almost Simon Blanc. Did he write Monitoring? I forgot. Hibana, Mosaic Roll, other Vocaloid songs I can't recall right now. And then the writer of the stories is the author of the Caligula Effect, actually. I just learned this the other day, but if you all have heard of the Caligula Effect video games, he's largely responsible for those. I don't think he was the main writer for the first game, but he took over for the second one. So yeah, I just learned that recently. So basically, okay, I still haven't explained what Milgram properly is. Milgram is kind of like, think of it as a season, okay? So each trial is a season, and each trial consists of 10 episodes or music videos in which each one centers around one character / prisoner. So what's going on is that you, as like the guard of like the Milgram prison complex, you need to judge if 10 murderers should be forgiven for their crimes or not. So like we watch one music video, for example, we try to figure out what the crime is, what their motivations were, backstory, yada yada. Do we forgive them for it or not? And then basically like you vote in like the official website, and once the first trial ends, then they start a second trial, and we're in the middle of reacting to like the second trial, which is already finished. So we're gonna be watching the last 5 music videos, and the third trial is ongoing right now on the Milgram YouTube channel. But yeah, that was a really like long-winded explanation. I hope that helps a little bit. Say, hi, hello. How are you doing, Say? Oh my god, let me give you a shout out, guys. Say is one of my older good stream friends, and they're coming back to streaming, I think this week, right? So please give them a follow. I'm really glad to see you back, Say. I hope all's been going well for you, IRL. You excited for 3.3? Yes, but I haven't finished the 3.2 patch yet, actually, so... yeah, good thing you sent that, because I'm gonna have to pin a message being like, hey guys, don't put in 3.2 or 3.3 spoilers here. But yeah, the 3.3 patch does launch tonight. I want to tell you guys in advance, I am not pulling for anyone. No Haikyuu, Cypher, or reruns. So, I'm waiting for Fine On. in 3.4. I guess I understand a little. If you have any other questions, feel free to like ask. I'm not the best when it comes to explanations, especially on the fly, because I also tend to go on tangents. Y'all know this. I'm a big yapper. I go on like, I talk about this and then it reminds me of like that. So I talk about that for 5 minutes and then I'm like, oh wait, I was supposed to talk about this. So I talk about this for 10 seconds and then I think of, oh, that other thing. And then I talk about that other thing for 10 minutes. Thank you for the hat pat soul. I'm ready to stream the new story when it drops. Ooh, you're caught up. I didn't play the Star Rail main story because I was in Korea for like 6 weeks. So when I got back in, I think early March, I basically had to play catch up for 3.0 and then 3.1 and then 3.2. But I think I will probably finish 3.2 either this week or early next week. So I'll be back on schedule to finish 3.3 soon, I think, or start 3.3 next week. She calls it variety, but it's just variety yapping. Hey, it's still variety. It's still variety if I'm talking about a bunch of different things, right? For example, I can be a variety just chatting streamer. I'm not only talking about, for example, what do I usually yap about? I don't just yap about Vocaloid. I also yap about Mpreg and Yaoi and things like that. But yeah, I actually do want to do more yapping style content in the future. I've been thinking about either doing like a advice stream or a viewer confession stream, and I think it'd be pretty fun. And I'm also working on like a podcast where I'm gonna invite some of my VTuber friends on it and just have like some nice conversations together. I just need to like finalize the format and then basically the title of the podcast. So I know I've been hyping the podcast up for a while, but don't worry, it'll come soon. It'll come soon. How are you feeling today, gumiho? I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling okay. Oh yeah. I'm mostly just disappointed that, like, honestly, my fake boba drink with the popping pearls tastes ass. It's okay. I don't know if it would have tasted better if like it had milk in it instead of just straight up like lemonade style fruit tea. But I think I probably won't get this again. But I didn't really pay money for it. I used a gift card, so like it doesn't matter. Didn't spend my actual money on it. You're not making your case any better. Shut up! Shut up, drug! What do you mean? I'm talking properly about variety. It is variety. I go from 0 degrees to 180 degree flip. 1 minute I'm say so, the next I'm not. Cute. No, I'm cool. I'm cool. I am so freaking cool. No, not cute times 2. Cool, guys. Take out the UTE and replace it with OOL. Or you can go KEWL instead. If you want to make it more unique. Unique. Definitely not the 4-letter word that I really don't like. Glad to know it's not one of those days where you stop and go mad. Man. No, not today. Not today, thankfully. Maybe tomorrow, because it will rain. And sometimes, you know, not happy feelings kick in when it's not bright and sunny outside. You know, see, I honestly believe seasonal depression is a thing. I honestly, to God, I 100% believe that seasonal depression is real. Because every time, like, fall and winter comes around and the days get shorter and then it's not like as bright outside because it's always gloomy and cloudy and whatnot, I always have the worst mental health in that period. But as soon as it becomes spring and we get... Hold on a second, do we lose an hour or do we gain an hour? Anyways, daylight saving time shenanigans end in the spring and the days get longer again, then I start feeling much happier. On average. For Freaky, yes. Cool, no. I hate you guys. I hate you guys so much. Let me be cool and peace for once. Why won't you let me? I'm gonna have to teach you all a lesson soon. Soon. If it rains, I just want to go and sleep, that's all. I mean, every day, it's hard for me to leave my bed, to be completely honest. I don't know if it's like a mental health thing or just like I really like my bed too much kind of thing. But usually like when I wake up, it depends on like the day and if I have like a bunch of important things to do, but like it'll take me like at least an hour to drag myself out of the bed. It's just too comfortable. Or sometimes I'm just too tired and I don't want to face the day. Hi, Bo. Thank you for peeking in. Oh, you lose an hour in the spring? Wait. Lose an hour in the spring? Is that right? Or do you gain an hour in the spring? Thank you for the head pat, mechanic. Frick, I don't remember if I read this. I always want to sleep, to be fair. Yeah, honestly, same. And then I sleep for more than like 8 hours and I'm like, oh god, now I'm too groggy. Sometimes too much sleep is a bad thing for you. Sometimes. Hi, cute Ari. For the last time, I'm not cute. I'm not cute. Shut up. Okay. Alright, I have an ETA from Meteor of either 8 p.m. or 8:20 p.m. So we either start the Milgram collab in 15 minutes or 40 minutes. That's a big time jump. She's cool. Thank you, mechanic. Thank you. Thank you. You're the only wanderling I can rely on in these parts. All the rest of my wanderlings like to bully me too much. Yeah, like Bull just now. Stop throwing this word at me. The C-U-T-E word. Okay. What do you mean, bully? We just don't want to lie to you? But you are lying. You are lying. You're being untruthful. As is written by the gumiho law. The gumi law, if you will. And the gumi law says that Tong-ari is cool, not cute. Saying you're cool is lying. I'm gonna freaking... You better keep one eye open when you sleep tonight, Never. You best keep one eye open. God damn it. I'm in your corner, Ari, but not in a parasocial way. I got you, bro. Oh my god, that reminds me, like, someone gifted me the My Side game, or the Me Side game, to play on stream. And I know that's basically parasocialism the game. I think there's also, like, another horror game that's just straight up called Parasocial, isn't it? I don't have that one, though. I don't play horror games that often. I think My Side is technically horror, but I don't think it'll be that bad. Probably. I say that as I inhale like 500 times of copium. 500 grams of copium. Okay. It is currently 7:45, so I think I do want to react to the Hayakin trailer now. So let me go ahead and change the category real quick. We won't be in it for long. I honestly think I'll go back to yapping as soon as we're done with the reaction. But I do need to react to it tonight because I need to edit it after stream. Okay. Oh my god, why is this? Oh yeah, guys, have you seen my latest tweet on twitter.com? Make sure to like and retweet and comments to it so that you can help me get boosted in the algorithm. Thank you very much. Guys, I spent 30 minutes making this today. I worked hard on it. This is me walking up to your door and being like, give me your freaking soul, because I'm hungry. You're going to let me in, right? You let me in, right? Because I'm already inside your walls. It's too late. Oh my god. Anyways, that aside. Accurate image. True that. Aggressive knocking at the front door. Open up! Gumiho! you know, like the open up FBI meme? It's like, open up Gumiho! Open up Gumiho, law enforcement! What the fuck? Listen, I told you guys I'm trying to cook more when it comes to shit posting and meme posting on Twitter. And I saw the fisheye lens effect by I Am Kilky Studio, because I was like looking for assets to in the VTuber asset server, and I was like, oh my god, what if I use this? I also low-key want to use this on stream, but I haven't like properly set it up. Like I have the plugin, but it's gonna... I don't have a toggle for the lens yet, so maybe in another stream. Anywho. We've got a trailer to react today, and that means I have to record. Everyone say hi to YouTube! Hi YouTube! Hello YouTube! Good day YouTube! Are you doing amazing YouTube? I hope you're having a great day YouTube! Oh my god. Oh my god. Alrighty. Gomiari Eve, and welcome back to another reaction from me, Ari-sung, aka Song Ari. Today we are reacting to the new Hayakin trailer that Honkai Star Rail just dropped, which is entitled Always Here to Help. From what I understand, this does not have spoilers for the 3.2 quest, and at the time of this recording, I have not finished the 3.2 quest. 3.3 will be releasing later today, so I hope people will not put in spoilers for that. Actually, I don't think it's even out of maintenance yet. Actually, on that note, we need to pin messages like, don't spoil 3.2 stuff here. Hold on, let me type that up. Aria's not finished playing the 3.2 quest yet, so please don't spoil. Thank you. Alright. Anyways, where was I in my little spiel? Where was I in my little spiel? So we're gonna react to Hayakin's trailer. From what I saw, it looks really cute. I've seen like a couple of funny pictures on my Twitter feed already, so I'm really hyped to see what it's all about. So yeah, let me know how the audio is, chat, and let's dive into it. I'm gonna play like a few seconds first, and let me know if it's like too loud or too quiet. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna make sure that audio is set up properly. I need to make sure it's not muted or anything. Okay. Alright, can you guys hear it? Were you guys able to hear that? Yep, okay, perfect. Does this count as scuffing? No! If it works, and I'm just double checking that everything is working, then it's not scuff. Alrighty. Actually, let me get my Twitch chat up on my phone. I have not done a live reaction in like a really long time, guys. So pardon me. I'm getting back into the hang of things. Alright, we're gonna start this in 3, 2, 1, now. 1 minute and 49 seconds. A pre-registered assignment? Oh my god! Is she at school? Is this social media?
I'm always here to help.
Wait a second. Did that say Little Ika Healing Room? Oh my god, she's an influencer, guys! Why is this so cute? She's a VTuber! She's a streamer!
Sounds like someone needs me. No need to panic.
I love all the little animations
It's at
and
your
stuff. Oh my god, that's a little loud. That's a little loud, actually.
Scars are the badges of a warrior, but they should never be wounds of the heart.
Alright, they gotta show her kit now? What is she doing? Friday in the center? Oh my god, she's literally helping him like, what's that meme?
So there's really
Let's
no
get
one
you to
watching.
bed, Grandpa.
I'm being attacked by Netherwing! Help!
Oh no!
Where?
She's a magical girl, guys!
5 seconds. Almost there.
Oh wait, is she gonna have a transformation? Sailor Moon style transformation?
Consider this a friendly warning.
Aww.
You don't back down. We just might.
I wanted to say like the Sailor Moon Senshi transformation. Oh my god, Ika!
Away the darkness for us.
I can't believe she just like tosses them at enemies and then like bam, they're one-shotted. Wait, that was so cute actually! I love how they really like lean into like the VTuber slash Asian online streamer like memes and stuff like that. That was so cute! What the heck? Oh my god. What was y'all's favorite part of that? Which part did you all like the most? Yeah, this part here, where she like helps Maide. I saw that on Twitter. It's this exact frame. This exact frame. Like, okay, let's get you to bed, Grandpa. She really said, okay, boomer Maide. Let's get you back to Nikador's throne real quick. Her dance on her own waiting screen. I know that honestly, like that reminded me. Do y'all know Doki Bird? Doki Bird has like her little own like dance looping starting soon screen. Which one was that? Healing in progress. Yeah, it reminded me of that a lot. I think she had something similar at the beginning too.
Always here to.
But yeah, I like how they present her as like a form of content creator. I don't know. Okay, so like in the Seal Slammers event, and the 3.2 patch, they kind of implied that people live stream there. Because there's product placement ads, and they're like, oh my god, hi everyone on this live streaming platform. Today we're gonna defeat the Trailblazer and Seal Slammers. So what if, because we know Hayakin is like a sort of medic in training and then student under Anaxagoras. What if in her spare time, she streams on twitch.tv? Guys, what if Hoyle makes a Hayakin VTuber? Would you guys watch Hayakin as a VTuber? There are so many memes in this trailer. No, dead ass. And then I also really liked the references to like the magical girl Maho Shoujo transformations. When she was like shooting out here with Ika, I honestly thought that they were gonna give her like a really special like sailor uniform, sparkly outfit. It's the way that they're glowing here and then like the little magical beam. And then obviously she has her magical stick that she's holding right here.
Beat you up.
Oh yeah, that post she did? Where is it? Do I need to rewind again?
Friendly warning. If you don't back down, we just might beat you up.
Wait. I need it. Hold on. That one right there. Do y'all know the Lollikami Requiem song? That pose reminds me of the dance. The dance that Ui does in that song. Do y'all see what I mean? I don't remember if it's like if she makes that exact pose in Lollikami Requiem, but like it's the energy of it. Yeah, exactly. When Stella and Danang are excited when she pops out. Oh yeah. Wait, hold on. Where is that? Where is that in the trailer? Hold on. Where's Danang?
Consider this a friendly warning.
Wait, that's March with them too. When did March get on Euphorious? Wait, wait, huh? Oh my god! March woke up, guys! March woke up! She's okay, she's no longer dying. I love how you're like, y'all were like, oh yeah, there's no spoilers, and then March is literally here in Euphorious. Y'all lied to me. Y'all clearly lied. Look, she's not in case of remembrance ice anymore.
If you don't back down,
Is there another thing with them?
beat you up.
Because that was Kalis.
We just
Oh, I think it's this one right here.
beat you up.
I keep pausing too late.
Beat you up.
Oh, 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 oh. Even Damhung's joining in on the excitement. And that's how you know things are getting real. Back in my day, Julia was the best DPS. I'm so done. I'm so done. But hey, isn't she going to be brought back onto the meta, basically, because of the buffs in 3.4? So later, in your day, Julia will become a great DPS again. I don't know if she'll be the best DPS, but she'll be made great again. I hate myself. I hate myself. As soon as I said, I was like, oh no, wait a second. I'm cutting that out from the final edited video. Hold up. Well, we'll have to actually see what Hoyo cooks up. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I really like that this trailer is basically like far removed from the canon, because as I understand it, things are getting pretty angsty over there on Euphorious. It's not so much happy-go-lucky days anymore. Except for maybe the side events. Those are always good fun. But yeah, I have finally I appreciate being finally able to watch a trailer that will not contain spoilers for the story, because as y'all know, I've been lagging behind these patches. Like, for example, when 3.2 launched and then Castoris and Anaxa's trailers came out, I was still in the middle of finishing 3.1. So I still can't touch them because I haven't finished the 3.2 quest. But hopefully we'll finish that soon. And we're finishing these streams live on twitch.tv/arisong and also here on my YouTube channel. So if you guys are interested, make sure to check back for my weekly schedules and my waiting rooms for all the Star Rail streams. And yeah, let me guys know what your favorite moment was in this trailer, if you're looking forward to Hayakin's kit at all. So make sure to like, comment, and subscribe down below. Don't mind myself shilling. And yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys in another video soon, in the next one. Take care, everyone! Alright, guys. We're done recording. We finished recording, oh my god. And with time of despair too, because ads start in about 2.5 minutes. So just giving y'all a heads up. We usually run ads like every hour for about 3 minutes so that we can disable pre-rolls for both you guys and incoming viewers. That way you don't get bombarded by ad breaks every 10 minutes. So I appreciate your patience. If you want to take this, when ads start, I encourage you guys to treat it like an opportunity to go take a stretch break, a water break, get some snacks or whatever, you know, walk around, get that blood flowing in your veins. And then we'll see how soon Meter comes back for the Milgram reaction later. Actually, now that I'm checking my DMs, it looks like we'll be starting in about 15 minutes for Milgram. So there y'all go. My 10 out of 10 joke. It was a good one. It was a good one though, Autumn. I liked it. And I can't say that about every joke chat throws at me. So, you know, you should give yourself a pat on the back. Alright, since we're basically done reacting, I'm gonna switch back to just chatting. And then give me a minute, guys. I'm gonna go close my blinds real fast. Okay. Alright. Ads are starting about 20-ish seconds, guys, so last heads up before they start rolling. And if y'all are subscribed here on Twitch, you won't be dealing with those ads, but I'll just be here chilling. We definitely will not be starting any important stuff until after the ad break is over, so just sit tight and see y'all on the other side. Oh yeah. Do you guys think they'll make the Cypher trailer, like, spoiler-free as well? I kind of hope that's the case, because I definitely think I'll be done with the 3.2 quest by the time Cypher's trailer comes out in, like, what, 3 weeks? 2 weeks? 3 weeks. I think it's 3 weeks. I'm not good at keeping up with Hoyo's content feeding schedule. I won't lie though, that trailer kind of made me want to pull for Haikyun just a little bit. I haven't seen her animations yet, so I might click into the special program later and scrub until they talk about their kit and just watch her animations. I literally can't believe they made her a magical girl. She's Sailor Moon. Actually, I might need to go use the bathroom. I've been drinking so many liquids today. Oh no. Okay, if we're starting about like 12 minutes. If we're starting in 12 minutes. Chat, do you mind if I go use the bathroom now? Go during ads? Okay, you know what? You're right, you're right. Alright, chat. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I don't want to have to go all of a sudden as soon as Meteor drops in, so... Have y'all gotta go use the toilet too? You should do that. You know what? Let's make it a campaign, okay? Let's all go use the toilet together. Let's all go to the restroom together. Let's pee together. Oh my freaking god. Okay, anyways, see you guys in like 3 minutes. Is this the power? Is this the power of the Charming Dove? Is this the power of the Charming Dove? Oh, Charming Dove, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Oh! What do you mean double 5-star Betty? Chat, you know what? He's the last standard I need off the banner. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is this? Has Starreal finally decided to be kind to me? Young, beautiful, adorable. Okay, Moose. Normally I toss you off to the Gumi dungeon, but because of the genius wordplay, I'm just gonna have to let this slide this once. But never, ever again, do you understand? I will only let you call me adorable this once. Because I like the way that you attached my name to it. But no more! No more! That's my gumiho decree. Now rap. time to do run circulation all over again. 言葉にすれば消えちゃう関係なら言葉にすれば嫌で思ってたそうやってただけどあれなんか違うかも千里の道も一歩から石の上に硬いそうな石でチェリもそればまたな確か死に来たいや死に来たあれ And I came back just in time. Welcome back, Wanderlings. Alright, let me unpin this message since we're done talking about Starreal stuff for the time being. Oh yeah. Yeah, can you guys are gonna have to remind me to actually hydrate with water and not my fake boba tea. Because I think my boba tea is low-key dehydrating and irritating my throat. But I like sucking up the little pearls. And my water doesn't have pearls in them. So what do? You know, chat, if water, okay, here's a hypothetical for y'all. If water by default came with like tapioca pearls or like lychee jelly or like whatever toppings you usually like with your boba, would you drink water more often? Because honestly, I feel like I would. Like, I get my daily dose of H2O, but I also get to chew yummy pearls at the same time. My friend said you are cute. Then your friend is blind, say, because I'm clearly cool. Tell them thanks for the compliment, but I'm cool. Not cute. That being said, I'm a really big fan of just like water by itself. But I don't know, maybe some people have like, I don't know if I should call it like an ADHD thing or not, but like, you know how some people say like, oh, water's boring, water's tasteless, which technically water is tasteless, right? So maybe water would be a more interesting drink for some folks if they had some like more flavors or sensations to go along with it, you know? Basically like make it a more entertaining drink to consume. Very cute, can agree. No! No! Come on, guys. Some people add flavoring to water. Yeah, isn't this why some people would rather drink like Gatorade or other like energy drinks with electrolytes instead of water? Now, to be fair, if you're like an athlete, then like you technically need to consume like more electrolytes than just plain water itself. But like I'm talking about for normal people. And then some folks will just like, you know, they will drink like, I don't know. Actually, I've never had flavored water before. I've always seen like flavored sparkling water, but never flavored water. Is that what they call like, I don't know, fruit enhanced mineral water or something? Like you drink mineral water from like the bottles they sell at Walmart or something? But it's like flavored with, I don't know, apple or peach or something like that. It's just like a hint of it. It's not like actual... You're drinking apple juice flavored water. At that point, you're just drinking apple juice, right? There are flavorings that you can buy to add to water. Interesting. Do those come in like powder form? Or are they like flavored drops or something? Like, do they come in like food coloring style bottles? Or is it like, you know, those powdered mixes where you can make like milk teas or like fruit teas? Liquid? Okay. Like eye drop. Okay. So basically like food coloring drops then. I can head to the store and grab a 50-cent pack of those things you mix in water for flavor. Okay. Cause like I've had like the powder drink mixes before, but that's like to make, you know, actual, how should I put it, like sugary drinks or tea. Like I have a lot of milk tea and matcha powder mixes. So at that point, yeah, I'm not drinking water. I'm just straight up drinking homemade caffeine. Depends on preference and brand, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm definitely like seeing something similar at the store. It's just not for, you know, what I consider to be flavored water. Like for me, flavored water is just like water, but with a hint of extra flavor. Not water that you mix with like other stuff to make an entirely different drink. You need to look for the ones that aren't with sugar. Okay. Oh wait, is it because like if it has sugar in it, then it ends up being too sweet? And then you end up somehow giving yourself diabetes after 5 years? But to be fair, if you're drinking like a powder or a liquid mix and it's like super sweet, then at that point it's gonna taste bad. What are we talking about? We're talking about liquid mixes.
if you pay attention to context. Welcome in, Corgi. Oh yeah, maybe I'll go to Walmart and like look for some of those. I remember going to Kroger when I was like in college, and I found like this box of basically grape flavoring, grape flavoring powder drink mixes. I think I also found like peach tea. So I got the peach tea and then like the grape flavoring. But like when I mixed the grape flavoring with the water, it was like overly. I don't remember if it had sugar in it. I don't think it did, but it was like really sweet. It was like the generic brand from Kroger's generic brand. I was like, never again. The peach tea it tasted better, but it also at the same time it tasted a little bit too strong. Like I would sometimes I couldn't like just pour like a whole packet of it in, because like one packet was for like a quart of water or something. So I'd put in like maybe like 1/4 or 1/5 of the packet in for like one like small cup of water. And it was still too strong. You can never go wrong with the lemon packs. I don't mind lemonade every now and then, but I don't like very sour drinks. And I think that's why when I go to get like fruit tea, fruit boba, I usually go for either white peach or lychee flavor. Never just straight up lemonade. I think that's maybe like another reason why this drink that I have right now is failing for me, because it's essentially like lemonade infused fruit tea. And I think the lemonade part of it is not sitting well with me. I don't know, how do you guys prefer your lemonade? Do you prefer like a strong lemon flavor, or do you prefer it to be like a little lighter? Maybe with some like added sweetness, but not too overly sweet. There's nothing worse than either like a really sour lemonade or a really sweet lemonade. Like those two are hell on earth. A long time ago, I used to get some kind of fruit flavored powder to add to water. Not sure exactly why I stopped. Stuff was tasty. Like what fruit flavorings do you guys prefer? I think they say you can never go wrong with lemon, right? And then I had like peach before. I wonder what strawberry flavoring water would taste like. Heck, lemonade, it's all about limeade. Ooh, limeade, you know what? I would drink limeade just to like set myself apart from other people. Like, I'm not like other girls. I drink limeade, not lemonade. I'm not basic. I usually don't drink lemonade because that has way too much sugar. What if you made it at home yourself? Like you made homemade lemonade. Would you have that then? But yeah, I would never buy store-bought lemonade. Even sometimes store-bought orange juice is too much for me. Still need sugar to make it not too sour? I mean, I guess, but like, can't you control the amount of sugar in it? Or like, is the amount of sugar that you need to make lemonade less sour, it's too much for you personally? In which case, that's understandable completely. General fruit punch, watermelon, and strawberry. I'm actually not the biggest fan of lemonade. Okay, you know what? I think watermelon could work actually. Because, you know, hear me out. You know how it's like really hot in the summer? And then basically like, you need to stay hydrated and cool, right? But you can't just drink water all the time. And that's why your mom breaks out all the vegetables and fruits that have water infused in them. I'm talking cucumbers, lettuce, and then watermelon. Watermelon's like one of those fruits that like, I swear is like maybe 50% water and 50% fruit. Or maybe even 60% water and then 40% actual fruit. So like, I'm not a big fan of watermelon juice, but like watermelon infused water, I think that would slap. Yeah, just my personal case. Yeah, well, there you go. But yeah, I don't really have like watermelon that often. I mostly just have a like
social get-together picnics because they've already bought the watermelon for me. Watermelons are expensive. Oh my god, guys, I was at Costco last Sunday and they were selling like a packet of lychees for $6.99. $7. And it was like literally the same size as I think it was like almost the same size as like a typical like plastic container of raspberries. You know, like the thin plastic containers the raspberries usually come in, just like a little thicker than that. I was like, what the heck? We're getting ripped off. Because lychees are also bigger than average compared to raspberries. I was so pissed because I really love lychees. And I was craving them recently. But I'm not paying $6.99 for just like, I don't know, 12 lychees. Actually, it was probably more like 20, but even then, 20 for $6.99 is a ripoff. My family used to make iced tea when we all lived together. Me and my step-grandmother were kind of banned from making it since we always made it too sweet. That's actually so funny. Is it like... So, I know iced tea is like a big thing in the States. Like, what's it usually made out of? Like, I'll say things like Arizona iced tea, and I'm just like, okay, but what do you make the tea out of? Because usually when I like go see tea, I'm like, okay, there's either the herbal teas or the fruit teas, but then they'll have like these plastic gallons of iced tea in the stores, and I'm like, well, what's the tea made out of? What kind of tea is it? Teehee. Iced tea. Iced tea. Oh god. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if someone actually tried to like make their own independent iced tea brand and just named it like Teehee. And there's probably a reason why we don't see it on shelves. Oh my god, guys, what if I collaborated with like some energy drink brand and then was like, okay, what if we make this energy drink powder mix iced tea and then we labeled it Teehee, Ari Teehee. Oh, it's Lipton? Oh? Lipton. Okay, you know what? Okay, I'm not gonna knock anyone who enjoys Lipton, but I feel like you guys could do better. I remember having Lipton even as a kid, and I was like, this shit tastes ass. Obviously in little kitty words, because I did not know curse words when I was 5 years old, but that shit was nasty. Living in the South and not liking iced tea is miserable. Hey there, Hoot Hoot. But yeah, I don't mind iced tea. Like, I'll have it, like, if it's offered to me, just to be polite, and it doesn't, like, taste, like, you know, horrible either. But, I don't know, I prefer other teas. Maybe it's just the Asian in me. But I feel like I want a bit more pizzazz to my tea. I don't want just the basic kind of stuff. Does that mean I'm a pick-me girl? I don't want to be basic. I'm not basic like other girls. I'm sorry, I may be stupid sometimes. No. If you are stupid, then I am stupider. If you are stupid, then I am fucking dumb. Just dump a ton of it in the container, forget the recommendations. Oh god. I mean, isn't that basically like the default for iced tea though? You just like brew a ton of it and then you slap it into a container and then GG. When I made iced tea for work, it was like a quarter of a jug of sugar dumped into the tea. Oh my god. That already sparks anxiety in me. See, I like sweet things, but you know the thing about us Asians? We don't like our desserts or drinks too sweet. Like, for example, you'll go to Korea, right? And you'll walk into a random boba tea shop, and then the recommended sugar amount is 50%. Okay, now, I am not that big of a... What's the word I'm looking for? I'm not that much of a coward. I almost always go 100% sugar, and then if it actually turns out to be too sweet, then I'll go back down to 50%. But I say all that to make a point, right? Like a quarter of a jug of sugar dumped into tea, that would give us all a heart attack. I prefer Bigelow. What's Bigelow? Like, am I pronouncing that right? Is it Big Elo or is the G soft? It's like Bigelow or something. I've never heard of this one. Is it a brand? My gumiho is pretty smart. I know, right? I was cranking out banger theory after banger theory last week. And speaking of theories, guys, are you excited for Nier Automata this Friday? For finally starting Nier Automata. After how many months? I especially expanded my mod crew just for these streams. So I hope you guys are ready for it. Basically enough mix and sugar to put down a rhino. You can't do that to the poor rhino though, no. Bigelow is a fancy brand of tea that does my favorites. Vanilla iced chai, orange chai. I like chai. What's orange chai like? Is it like literally like the fruit orange flavored chai? Because I'm not gonna lie, it seems a little opposites for me. Like orange is very, I don't know, acidic, and chai is very much not acidic. Like I've had Starbucks's cherry chai before. To be honest, it didn't really taste like cherry that much. It was just like a chai latte, and then they kind of like sweetened it a bit with sugar. Like you could, maybe there was like 1% cherry flavoring. The box describes it as orange rind flavored chai. Interesting. I mean, I guess orange. I've definitely seen like orange spiced teas going around in stores, so maybe the combination actually does make sense, and it does actually taste pretty good. I don't know. I'd have to try it myself. It tastes fine, but I like to temper with milk. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. When I drink chai, I always have to get it in like the milk tea kind of variety. But I love chai lattes. My very first boba drink was actually chai. I don't know if I ever told you guys this, but I was introduced to boba when I was walking with like some of my high school friends in a mall. And then one of my friends was like, hey, you want to try the boba? And I was like, oh yeah, sure. And then she'd be like, oh yeah, it's chai, so it might be kind of spicy. And I'm like, huh, spicy? That's my middle name. And then I took a sip of it. I was like, I can barely taste the spice, but holy shit, this is sweet. I like it. The boba itself, looking back on it, it wasn't like of the highest quality. It was kind of like, they were big pearls, but they were also kind of soggy at the same time. So I quickly switched to like a different shop. But yeah, that's how my boba addiction was born. I like dirty chai. I've never had dirty chai. Remind me, that's the kind that's mixed with like brown sugar and yeah, brown sugar syrup, right? Vanilla chai latte, my beloved. Oh, I love a good vanilla chai latte. Chai and espresso. Oh, okay. Because like I've had dirty brown sugar like milk teas before, but it definitely didn't have espresso. So then that begs the question, what did they put in it? Because usually when they like give us dirty brown sugar milk teas, it's like with brown sugar syrup and all that. Like it looks like a sort of like volcano. Like if a volcano erupted. But in like brown and maybe like slightly orange like coloring. Oh my god. Oh wait, frick. Ow, shoot. Ow. I accidentally dislocated my toes. I don't like dislocated my toes. So like there are times, okay, this might be a little TMI chat. I apologize in advance. There are times when sometimes like I'll stretch out my toes a certain way, or maybe I'll bend them at a certain angle, and then suddenly like, I don't know, like my joints somehow like start getting loose or something, and then like I'll notice like one of them is bent at a very weird angle, and then I have to hold them for like 5 minutes straight to try to like massage them back into place. And this also happens when I've like walked outside all day for like hours at a time. I don't know why that happens. But yeah, TMI, I can apparently sometimes accidentally dislocate my toes, and I don't know how. And it's a pain to get them back to their original position. Have you guys ever had that problem? Like, I feel like an athlete that probably deals with some dislocated toe joints, except I'm not an athlete. I'm speedrunning my pro athletic career, and I'm not even I'm not even a racer or runner. Oh, looks like Meteor is ready. Sorry, I was yapping too much. Sorry, Meteor, I was too busy yapping. A girl's gotta yap. A couple of times at work, actually. Oh my god. I mean, to be fair, if you're like pretty much on your feet the entire time, then basically, yeah, it's kind of similar to what I said. Like, you wear out your feet long enough that, I don't know, the joint connections become like unstable or something, or they loosen up too much. Worst thing I've had to deal with is a grindy knee. I don't have that problem, but I try to make sure to like stretch every now and then, and at least like, you know, actually go out and walk. I think Meteor's lurking while stream close. He replied back with girls gotta yeah. Reveal thyself. Alright, we're gonna bring him on. Hello?
I am revealed.
Hi.
Hey, what's up?
Nothing much. How about you?
I've been out and about, but we are back.
Nice. Let me change my stream title real quick. Why am I still in Star Rail? I thought I switched to just chatting. Why am I still in the Star Rail category? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Why didn't no one tell me? Nice.
It's updating now, right?
Yeah, I just changed it to just chatting, but it should have been changed like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, sometimes you click the change the category, but you don't hit the done or the confirm.
But that's the thing, like, I always click done. So
Really?
maybe I like malfunction or something, or maybe I did actually. I forgot to
maybe.
click done, and I just forgot. Alright, I gotta change my emoji though. Chat, what emoji should we use for today's stream title? What gives courtroom vibes, case vibes, lawyer vibes, prison vibes? What should we do? Is there a gavel emoji?
Is there? Maybe.
That would be cool.
I'll look it up.
There's only a judge emoji, or like the scales emoji. That's
Yeah,
that's lame. That's lame.
Scales.
Gavel
Scales
and
is not bad.
chains. Can y'all put a gavel emoji? Can y'all put one in chat? I can't find one on my website. Use a hammer?
Is there a handcuffs emoji?
Oh, true.
Surprisingly, no. There's two chains linked together. But...
I do a magnifying glass, but there's not much of a mystery to solve at this point. Outside of maybe like Amane at this point.
Oh yeah, we got some good ones. We got some good ones.
Oh yeah, let me go knock on your stream real quick.
Yeah, I just started.
Gavels are basically just wooden hammers. That's true, but like, gotta think of the shape of it. I knocked on your stream, so... Am I the one that has to start stream chat then? Shared chat?
Hey, what?
I don't see you in call. So do I have to start?
Oh, there it is, there it is. I didn't accept it. There we go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good.
My ad break thing was blocking it. So,
Okay. That makes sense. Hey, shared chat started. Hi, guys. Say hi to each other. Mingle in. Do some icebreakers. You know what? We'll do the skill. We'll do the skill emoji. That's fine. I don't have anything better. But no, they need to add a gavel to like the emoji library stat. I can't believe they haven't done that already. Like the gavel's so iconic. You're like, you deliver your burden, they'll go bam, bam, bam. Hey. Alright, stream title updated. Meteors chat, how are y'all doing today?
How are you guys? Is dice to dice? Let me use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time. What character did we leave off last time? We stopped at Shido, the doctor dude. So we'll be starting with Mahiru today, and we'll finish all the way with Kotoko or whatever it is that wraps up the second trial. I'm so excited. Yeah, me too. Actually, a lot of the characters that I've been really anxious to like know their backstories or fates of are in this second half, this back half. Mahiru, Amane, Kotoko, Mikoto to an extent. Kazui, I'm like, bro exists. Kazui exists. But everyone else, I'm like, oh, I have no idea how this could go.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, this up. Oh yeah, there we go. We are cooking with gas. Alright.
They just hit you all at once with the last half. Time is over, yeah, pretty much. I've had the misfortune of seeing a couple of their trial music video thumbnails on Reddit. But from like the two I've seen, really? I'm like, uh-oh, things are not looking good.
Dang, even Reddit's just spoiling you now?
I think it's because like... Oh, what the... Oh, I see to recall.
Yeah, screen share.
Yeah, I think it's because I went on the Milgram subreddit to like search up some information, and then now it just pops up on my feed.
Oh, yeah, they were just like, oh, what was that? You like that?
Yeah.
Let me just serve that in the
It's
classic.
so funny because it's always the subreddits I don't want to see anything from. Like, I'll go to like a XYZ subreddit, and then they'll never like suggest posts from that community. But I'll go on like one random thing. Once. I read one post, and they're like, okay, you want to see this like 10 times more for like the next 7 days?
Right, like, dude, I went to... For some reason, I think I checked like one post for like Wuthering Waves for something. I don't even remember
Oh
what.
god.
And now they just keep giving me Wuthering Waves subreddit. I'm just like, bro, I don't know anything about this game. I have no opinion.
Oh, on my Twitter For You feed, I'll like click on one Wua meme post, and then the next day they'll be like, "Oh, here are some Wua leaks." I'm like, "Excuse me." Not that I play Wua, but I'm just like, "Hello, what is this pipeline?"
Like, yeah. It's like I don't want to really see this right now, guys.
Oh, not that one. Oh wait, I know what I gotta do. Hold on a second. Sorry, chat. I'm having some scuff issues.
Wouldn't be a VTuber stream if you didn't have any.
Okay, and then change that to this. There we go. Oh, that. Okay. Alright, folks over at YouTube, my apologies if I do not see your message in time because of the way that my windows, my docs and OBS are structured. So if I see y'all's message late, I apologize.
What the heck is this window? Hello?
There was a fight in the subreddit over Yuri ships that pissed me off so badly it was crazy. Oh, this isn't Wua Unfiltered. Guys, I'm gonna be real. I never trust like the unfiltered or uncensored subreddits.
Oh yeah.
It's always like, oh, that's the subreddit where this perspective that's not very popular in the main sub goes, and then they don't tolerate any other actual perspectives.
Oh yeah, the classic.
Yeah.
That's the classic.
But that's not like a condemnation of Wua in general. It's just my experience with Reddit in general. I don't play Wua, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure I'm gonna be able to like get Zani before her banner is over.
Oh yeah. Yeah, here's pretty popular.
Yeah.
Yeah, my okay, mini 5-second rant. My problem with that community, and it's of course it's not all of them, is it feels like anytime that they want to talk about anything, it's always about comparing their game to another game. Like that's the only thing they talk about.
Yeah, I have no clue about that. I feel like that's gacha games in general though.
Yeah. It's kind of a shame too. I feel like that's kind of like, what's the word? Like stilting the growth of that game a little bit. It's like the game isn't allowed to shine on its own merits. It's always like the question of comparison.
I mean, that's fair. But like, I've seen that with like almost every gacha game out there. So like, it is what it is. You have to learn to filter it out. Even Hoyo games, like their fandom suffer from it to some extent. They're like, oh, Genshin could never because Star Rail did this. Oh, Star Rail and Genshin could never because Endless did this. And I'm just like, alright. Muting y'all.
Give us some snooze.
Bye, Phoenix. Good luck with work tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
See ya. Okay. I think we are good to go.
Okay. I've decided to rip the Haikyuu Band-Aid off, then go for third time. Ooh, good luck! I unfortunately cannot go for anyone in 3.3 right now, but hopefully next time I can grab third time.
I'm saving for Saber.
Oh yeah. I'm going for Finon, and maybe if I have enough J's left over, I'll go for S1. But I don't have guaranteed on the Lycone banner. But I have 40 Pity already.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're like a good chunk of
yeah, and I have like, I hit 40k Jades yesterday. So I think by the end of 3.3, I'll have like a decent stockpile.
Real quick, did you get the free Express Pass or whatever?
No, I didn't even know there was a community event for that. It doesn't matter though, because like someone like sent me like Someone donated to like make me buy an express pass, so in a way, I got mine already.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that thing was a thing, and I saw everybody being like, "Oh man, I got one! I got one!" I was like, "Oh shoot, I should have done this."
Yeah, I'm getting fine on for Kevin Castellano.
Good old Kevin.
I want to play Star Rail, but I miss Castories. You don't need Castories to play Star Rail. I know what some folks will say out there, but you don't need her. Now, if you want her, that's another thing, but she'll rerun soon enough. She's very popular.
Yeah, she'll be back.
Yeah.
For sure. If anything, starting now can help you build up enough Primo to get her when she comes back. Or Jades.
Yep.
Whatever it's called.
I generally want her lol, not for meta. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's probably better to start now so that you can stockpile your currency by the time she does rerun. And the way they're structuring reruns, I honestly think she'll rerun. If not at 3.4, then definitely 3.5 or 3.6.
Oh yeah. Maybe even before then with the triple banners and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
My personal opinion is that my opinion of the game is yes, and everyone else is garage. Well, yeah, there you go. Who cares what other people think? Enjoy the game or enjoy your thoughts of the game your own way.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. Games are supposed to be fun. If you're not having fun, then there's something wrong.
I wasn't playing Star Rail when my day ran, and now I'm sad. Want to run him in a team with RGT for the brothers? Oh no! Hopefully he'll rerun soon. I also want my day on rerun. Unfortunately, I have many characters that are on the rerun backlog. How big is your rerun backlog, Meteor?
Not too many. For Star Rail, like the thing with me and Star Rail is like after I got E6 Acheron, I'm just like, I don't really care anymore. Like if I feel like getting a character, I'm just like, I guess I'll get them. Yeah, like I picked up Fei Xiao and Firefly, not for any reason. I'm just like, I feel like it. Why not? And then now I don't even use them.
Wow.
I don't even use them at all. Like, yeah, I was like, I have my E6 Acheron. I'm perfect. Like the actual only character that I cared about after Acheron was like Herta. Like I intentionally went for Herta, and I was like, okay, sweet. And the next one has been Saber. I'm like, okay, legit saving for Saber. I'm gonna go try to get her.
Are there any characters that you want on rerun at all, or are you just like, if I get one, I get one?
I'm trying to think. Not really. Like maybe Tribby.
Okay, yeah.
But because like she activates her attacks on ultimate, so I'm just like wondering, would that be good for Acheron?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people run a Jiao Tribby Acheron team, so I think it works.
Yeah, I'm like maybe that, but I feel like I also feel at the same time they might make a better teammate for Acheron. Because like what I really want is I want a remembrance character where their memo sprite does a debuff, so that both the person and their memo sprite both do debuffs, so that that's building Acheron stacks.
That would be pretty sweet. That would be pretty sweet. But yeah, there's
I'm kind of waiting for that theoretical character. I thought Cypher would be that character, but Cypher is Nihility on its own, not Remembrance.
Yeah, isn't Cypher a bit more of a facial support than Acheron at this point? Or she can technically be used in both, but I think she's more suited for facial, from what I understand.
I think so? Yeah, I don't know too much. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know too much about her. I didn't look too much into her.
Yeah.
Aside from the discourse people were having between her and versus Xiaoshu, but obviously Xiaoshu won that out. But I haven't. But see, based on what I'm looking at, she just seems kind of like, maybe she's better for like Fei Xiao. I think she can still work with Acheron, unless you have the I think it's E2, because E2 reduces how many nihilities you need.
Right.
So as soon as you hit that, Xiaoshu is just better.
So for the F2Ps, Xiaochu's better value. For the whales, maybe Cypher.
You need both.
I mean, you can't compete with Xiaochu's insane stacks.
Yeah, he was made for her, literally. Like like his whole kit was made for her. It was fine.
But yeah, like my rerun backlog. Alright, yeah, you want to hear it?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm curious.
Jinyan.
Oh, okay, I have him.
Argenti.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay.
Hold on, I'm thinking. Who else did I accidentally skip? Holy shit, I'm blanking. I think Fugue at some point. Yeah, Fugue, because I want Himiko Super Break.
Oh, Fugue. Okay.
And then...
For kid or character?
And then here's a big whammy.
Okay.
Tribi, Maide, Aglaya.
Aglaya. Okay. Didn't see that coming.
Thurta, and Anaxa. So that's already 8. And then, on top of all that, I went to E6 S5, Danhung and Bibiru Lune, Sunday, and Finon. I'm cooked.
Sunday out. Dude, okay.
I'm so cooked.
I was about to say, you should have won the, what was it, the 1 million primo from that one event?
Oh, yeah, that would have been so helpful.
Right. It's true.
But yeah, I do have a tendency to prefer like character collecting and horizontal investment over vertical investment, so I'm a bit more strapped for cash compared to most folks out there.
That's fair. Yeah. For me, it was like, though I have one goal is get whoever the Raiden is for this game, and then that's and that's that goal. So. I feel good, but yeah, honestly, you know the thing, because you mentioned all these characters that you want. I feel like my thing for that is I too like all the characters you mentioned. I'm like, yo, that would be awesome to play with them.
Yeah.
So what I do instead is I have alternate accounts on the other servers, and I just kind of like, if it's a character like, I'm like, oh, it'd be kind of cool if I could play them, but I don't want to dedicate too much time to it. Like, on my main account, I'm just like, oh, I'll like offhandedly pull them on those accounts.
I see.
Yeah, so I've gotten, not on my main account, on my side account, Anaxia, Aglaya, and Mighty. So it's like, oh, if I want to play them, I can go on that those accounts.
Yeah, that's pretty smart. I think for me, like, I've been through the Song and Dance before with having multiple game accounts, because I used to grind Love Live School Idol Festival, which is a rhythm game.
Oh boy.
So it's basically almost as much time that you need to sink into it, if not more. And I can't do that. I can't do that anymore.
That's fair. No, that's fair. Like, yeah, the only thing I do on those accounts is like when the live streams happen, I'll put the free primo, and then I'll log in and get like, I don't even do dailies on those accounts or anything like that. I'm just like, I'll just go on them whenever, kind of thing.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, real quick, I don't know if you talked about this, but I think it'll be good to mention before we start. The Trailblazers' voices did get recast.
Oh, I think I saw something about that. But honestly, I'm not following it too closely because I don't play an Ian. So I'm going to wait for an official announcement.
That's fair. Yeah, it did get officially announced, the patch notes.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Unfortunately, it is what it is. I was low-key expecting it, but it's always disappointing when like a VA changes, right?
Yeah. Did you watch the Hyoscene trailer?
I did.
Okay. Because I think the voice was actually in that trailer.
But I don't typically like play an Ian, so I can't tell who is who unless they have like big screen time. Like it's clear they're the ones speaking.
That's fair. That's fair. That trailer felt like a March trailer. I don't know if that makes sense.
I mean, like, it literally was in, like, the same color scheme as March 7th. I forgot to mention that in my reaction. That was, like, the influencer content, all the photos and video style, and then, like, the color scheme, and then the logo at the end. This is just March 7th.
Right. Okay. All right. I am good to go.
Okay. All right, chat, you ready? Are you ready for Milgram's second trial, part 2? Let me see some hype in chat. Hype. Woohoo! No hype? Well, then make the hype yourself. Be the change you want to see in the world, Drug.
True.
Also, some folks are running on a bigger time delay than other people in chat, so you always gotta account for that anyway.
It's true.
Yeah, see? We're getting the hype now.
Okay. Alright, are we ready?
Yeah, I am so ready.
Okay. All right. On the last episode of watching Milgram with Ari Song, Ari and Meteor Falcon looked at 5 of the first trials of Milgram. There were some crazy ones and some not so crazy ones, and also Kotoko has gone crazy and is beating up half the cast. What will happen? What choices will they make? What theories will they find out? Find out on today's episode of Reacting to Milgram Trial 2, Part 2. So, Ari, how you been feeling? We've gone through half of these in the second trial.
Yeah, honestly,
they've been
like
pretty crazy. They've been pretty crazy.
yeah, with like the third trial coming out, you could say we're even maybe technically at the midway point.
Oh yeah,
Because we have like a whole trial and then a trial and a half, and then the third trial is supposed to be the last one. So math. But yeah, overall, I've been pretty impressed by what I've seen so far, and obviously like. Oh, the way that these character stories have been presented to us, and then the way our votes have impacted the way they form relationships with each other, or they don't form relationships with each other. They form friendships, they form enmities. It's a lot to take in. And then obviously the banger songs as usual. I actually found out the other day that the writer of the stories is behind the Caligula effect, which I'm like a casual fan of. And
oh yeah, I've even heard of that, but I heard it a little bit when looking the research stuff.
Yeah. So I was like, oh wow, because like I like the Caligula effect. Like I've only seen like the first video game, but I liked the story overall. Hopefully I'll play the second one at some point. But yeah,
it's a game, right?
Yeah, game. The first video game actually got an anime adaptation, but it wasn't that good, so I don't recommend it.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. But overall, I'm really... I don't know if I should say hyped. I don't know if that's the appropriate one to say, considering the trajectory of these characters' narratives, but I am very intrigued to see who ends up getting maybe potentially saved or forgiven through the Milgram experiments. If they don't...
Yeah, they don't. Yeah.
So I'm kind of nervous on that front, and actually most of the characters I am worried about are in this back half of the second trial, so...
Yeah, I feel like, to go into that, I feel like the first half, it has a couple of crazy characters, but it feels like a little bit more grounded.
Yeah.
And I think the second half has a lot more of that, like, really, like, more, like, radical, some of these cases, it feels like.
Yeah. And then we have, like, people that are actively in danger. Like, we know Mahiru is pretty beaten up. And then Kotoko is kind of coming close to being a crazy, borderline psychopathic vigilante. Something's up with Mikoto. And then we have Amane, who is literally in a cult. And then there's Kazui. Kazui exists. We have all the crazy characters, and then there's just Kazui.
Yeah, he's just a dude. For the most, for as much as we know.
Yeah, at least at this point in time. I could be wrong.
Okay. All right. So, let us begin. Speaking of Mahiru, that will be the first one that we will be reacting to today. We got Mahiru's PV here. This is called I Love You. I'll play it for a little bit and tell me if the audio is good, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, okay.
Chad, can you hear it okay? Oh my god!
No, right?
Alright, well, I guess that confirms how her husband went out. The rap is going hard, though.
Yeah.
I was honestly not expecting, like, a rapper breakdown. After her poppy track and the first trial.
Back to pop. But we're back to pop.
There we are.
Oh, we saw the guy.
Oh
It's his
my god! Face reveal!
There he is.
Oh no, not monstrously in love. It's real quiet? Okay, let me turn it up a bit more. merry-go-round. Oh, what the?
Oh.
Okay, I think it's morphing into like some of the happy scenes, but like the cake in particular.
Morphing, huh?
Is the volume better, chat? Clothes, food, shelter. My lethal weapon.
What's happening? What happened?
Why are they in tatters?
I don't know. Why are they?
Your model's kind of big. Oh, I think I forgot to change the size. Thank you for letting me know.
More cake. That'll fix everything.
Oh my god! Girl is feeding him a rat!
You know.
Chat, just feed your partner a rat and everything will be fine.
Yep.
Beginner's Guide to Romantic Relationships 101. Oh my... Oh my god! Not that word.
There's that one. Yeah. I was wondering if you would ever catch on. She was saying Daisuki a lot.
Yeah, I was like, die. Oh shit.
Okay. Okay, now, all right. That was quite the reaction.
Okay.
What do you think? Quite the comeback song. Quite the
It
one to come back
was.
to.
I think I spent more time being amazed by the genre shift than actually paying attention to the story.
Yeah.
I really like it when like they switch up like the musical style within the same song. Like we kind of like experimented with it in Mimi, Mikoto's first child song. It kind of alternated between like kind of rock metal style and then more of like a sort of ambient soft rock. And then with Mahiru, we have like we're switching between like her typical like poppy, Vocaloid-esque poppy style, and then suddenly she's dropping a rap diss track.
Yeah. Immediately.
So yeah, I find songs like that like really interesting in terms of musical composition structurally. So I liked that part. In terms of this overlying narrative, I kind of regret to say that I'm not completely sure still which side was like, how should I put it, the more toxic one. I'm kind of still leaning towards Mahiru, but like the way the lyrics are worded with like clothes, food, shelter, I'm just like, so did she enter that relationship like receiving those benefits, or is she the one giving the benefits to her lover?
Yeah.
That's the thing I'm not quite sure on.
Right. For sure. There was definitely... Go ahead.
Yeah, like we do have the imagery with her like just shoving like a rat in his mouth and her thinking, oh, that's like a very sweet cake. This is how I show love. He'll be happy, right? And then bro is like literally dying and choking on it.
Right, like something that like it's like if I use a cake analogy, right? Like if someone's like, you know, very like hungry and they like, you know, like need like nutrients or something, like then they don't need cake, right? They need something like nutritious or whatever.
Yeah,
and, like,
yeah.
I wonder if that correlates to like how she saw this relationship. It's just like, oh, what he needed in that moment was a girlfriend that could like, you know, he wanted to talk about or do something to like, you know, like something more structured versus like, oh, I'll just be nice and sweet and that'll fix everything. It's like sometimes you need something a little bit more robust, a little bit more quote unquote nutritious. Perhaps. Yeah,
for like Mahiru, her idea of a relationship is kind of like the shallow type that you kind of like plaster on social media. I think I touched on this in her first child song. And then it seems like what her lover more so needed is like, oh hey Purge, thank you for peeking in. what her lover needed was basically more so like, hey, do you actually love me or not? Where is this relationship going? And then of course this says nothing as to like Mahiru's actual personality and attitude when she's like speaking with, interacting with her lover. Like we only have like her rose filter of her memories of her relationship, but clearly from her lover's perspective it was like a living hell for him.
Right, yeah, there's the difference, like, she sees everything as like this happy merry-go-round, and he sees it as just kind of like, okay, there's this merry-go-round here, but everything all around us has all withered and died. We got tattered clothes and everything like that.
Like, the thing about a merry-go-round is, like, it's funny because both of them are not riding the same horse, right? But then in a merry-go-round, the horses are also, like, going up and down, which can kind of, like, reflect, like, basically the ups and downs in a relationship. And eventually, like, being tugged back and forth can get exhausting enough to, like, where we see in the ending portion of the music video, bro just, like, offs himself.
Yeah, ended it all. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also where it starts, too. The beginning of it. Yeah. And it's, like, it's almost like, the thing with the merry-go-round as well, it's almost like a cycle, right? Merry-go-rounds go spinning indefinitely, right? So it's like the same thing over and over and over again, you know, going back to maybe the cake as well. It's the same cake over and over and over again. And it's just like, okay, maybe when this started, this like, what do they call it in the beginning of like a relationship where things are just like, you know, I forget the word. Maybe I'll remember it later. Anyway, the point is like, this nice, sweet, happy, like, good, just fun-loving stuff. Maybe this was nice in the beginning, but it's like, okay, we gotta change things up a bit, or like, you know.
Yeah, kind of like the honeymoon stage, I think, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's like this honeymoon phase where like everything is like perfect and amazing, but there might be some faults, and it's like, but we gotta acknowledge these faults and we gotta work through it together, right? I feel like that's how you grow a good relationship, is like acknowledging that like, oh, this is the things that maybe we need to fix, or maybe the things that we need to grow with or grow from, and like, you know, let's take this next step. But potentially maybe Mahiru is just like, nah, I'm just fine with the whole like, you know, spinning around, just like not worrying about anything, making just having things how they are.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm in ad break right now. It'll wrap up in about 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's no problem.
Sorry guys, I got too engrossed in yapping that I forgot to monitor my ad breaks. Y'all will be out very shortly.
Oh yeah, I see it there in chat now. Okay, I see it there.
Oh yeah. But yeah, pretty interesting music video and very good song. Very strong start to Milgram, or at least the second half of Second Trial. And actually, I'm curious to see if they'll maybe like experiment more with genre switchers for like the rest of the songs. Like, I'm thinking maybe like Amane, and then maybe they'll do another one for Mikoto because he does have the sort of dual personality, alter ego sort of thing going on. Kotoko, I'm not sure with. Like, she has like her sane vigilante self, but then she's also kind of slipping into insanity too. But I feel like that could be characterized by just like one maybe heavy metal like J-rock style genre. The other character I'm a little bit sussy on as to what they'll do with him musically is Kazui. And I remember like in the first trial, like his song title was Half, and he has different fronts that he's like presenting to like us the viewer, and then maybe like other relationships that he may have had potentially. So I don't know, there's potential there. He's an enigma for me personally. I don't know what to make of him.
Yeah, he's, I mean, and he does encourage that too, right? We had the whole thing with him putting like on masks and things like that. He definitely seems to be like lying the most, or trying to hide something the most out of everybody.
No, it's like I'm just imagining what he bro puts on a pirate mask, goes like, ahoy matey, washoy, Hostel Marine style. Then suddenly we switch back to, I am so sad, I cannot find love, power ballad. And then he puts on another mask and then he goes screamo death metal. Imagine if they could make a song like that, but it actually still sounded really good. Like the transitions actually like flow well and everything. Okay.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
Yeah. Anyways, ad break is over, so shall we keep going?
All right. Let us keep going. The ad break is over. All right. Let's head into some questions. We can see her there, and she says, so, question was asked, do you usually wear rings? And she responds with, I want to. I've been wishing to receive one from my boyfriend after all.
Oh, okay.
It's very interesting that she's talking in the present when, considering.
Yeah.
Next question. Did you have a good relationship with your family? She says, I think I was what they call a sheltered girl. I am thankful to my mom and dad, but perhaps they were a little strict. Interesting.
I have a similar upbringing, so I can sympathize there, but all right, let's keep cooking.
Interesting. Let's keep cooking. Do you think you could forgive Kotoko? Obviously the person who beat her half to death. Her response is, at least I don't hold a grudge. It was for something non-negotiable after all. That's interesting.
Like what? Your guilty verdict?
Yeah. So she does. Yeah, she doesn't hold a grudge for doing this to her, which is interesting.
Maybe she's just like a more like merciful person. It's like, it is what it is.
Yeah, could be. Maybe. Next question. Tell us about your dating history. And she says, I attended a girls' middle school and a girls' high school, so I didn't date anyone until I started university.
Okay. A late bloomer.
Yeah. And then final question. Do you resent the judgment given in the first trial? And she says, I don't hold any resentments to anything. It's okay, really.
All right. Kind of reaffirming my diagnosis of it is what it is, but in like a more cynical sense, I feel like.
Yeah, cynical is a good way to put it.
Hi, Sam. Thank you for peeking in.
Okay, so, let us go into the voice dramas. We did include the voice dramas, just like last time. Okay, so, this one starts in with, kind of like a rolling sound, and we'll see why in a second. It started with S being like, are you okay? And then Mahiru goes like, I'm able to move around on my own as long as I have this wheelchair. So she's in a wheelchair. She's been beat so badly that she's currently in a wheelchair. Broken arm, as you can see with the sling as well.
Oof.
Yeah. She says, ever since I've constantly been hearing the voices saying I couldn't be forgiven.
So she can hear the voices too.
She can hear the voices too.
Okay.
Very interesting. That's another one that can hear the voices. In this moment, so a couple of dialogues happen, and then seeing the condition Mahiru's in, Ace tries to comfort her, so he kind of gets close to her, but then she goes like, stop it, and then she like kind of pushes him away a little bit, and then she goes, if you touch me so subtly, it makes me remember how it hurt and I got scared. So we got some PTSD.
Okay.
PTSD. Yeah, so she does not like to be touched.
That's raising some red flags.
Reminds her what happened when she got beat up by Kotoki. And then she says, was what I did such a bad thing? I just had a normal relationship like everyone else. That's all I did. Why can that not be forgiven? Why? She doesn't understand why we gave her, why the people gave her a guilty verdict. To her, it was just like a normal relationship. And after some more dialogues, S goes like, there's a possibility you're just framing the truth in a way that's convenient for you. She responds with, he's dead. It might have been because of my love. Because I also think that my love isn't wrong. I don't want to be shamed for my love. S responds, it was my decision not to forgive you. I don't intend to deny that. But my inability to protect Kotoku's actions was a failure on my end.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, like, yeah, that was his mistake.
Yeah. Oh, and then she responds, if you had known Kotoko-chan would attack bad people and you could see her crime, would your judgment and willingness to forgive her be different? Asking us that question.
That's a good one to ask, though. We are technically in like the meta phase of judgments, and at this point in Milgram.
Mm-hmm. And then the end of this dialogue. The end of this dialogue is Mahiru going like, "Yeah, Ace-kun, you're working so hard. You're doing great." And Ace is then on the verge of tears after hearing this. And then Mahiru goes like, "Oh my, are you crying, Ace-kun?"
Okay.
So, even after all this, even after our judgment being the reason why she's in a wheelchair and a broken arm, she still says to us that we're working so hard and we're doing great.
This is tough.
It's intense. This is an intense one.
Well, not necessarily like intense. It's just like it's tough to judge because I feel like I still don't have the full story.
It's true. It's true. This one is definitely one where it's a perfect situation where it definitely seems like the prisoner, right, Mahiru, and going by the videos themselves, the previous one and this one too, right? Like, let's go to the scene with the obvious rat, right? It's like clearly something is of her fault here, right? It's so clear to see, but at the same time, that is in conflict with her current condition, right?
Exactly.
Where it's like it's almost things are clashing with each other. Her almost obvious guiltiness of what happened here, like many people can see that, like, oh, yeah, clearly something is your fault here, but it's like, do you say that she's guilty? But if that happens, she's probably not going to survive, you know?
Unless they can find a way to deal with Kotoko, but she might be a little bit too far gone for us to rein back in at this point. I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the conflict. All right, let's shall we go into the
before we
theories here?
continue, I want to ask chat, is there a reason why you call Mahiru Mappy? Like, where does that come from? Where does it's like where did Mappy come from? How did this nickname originate? Chat.
The ma I get. The Mappy.
Mappy. I'm the map. I'm the map. She's the map. She's
Maybe
the
like
map. I'm the map.
I don't know.
Oh, it's the nickname
it's a
Yuno
nickname.
gave her.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh,
yeah,
it's
that's an important
Mikoto's
thing.
nickname for her. Wait, what?
Oh.
So is it Yuno or Mikoto?
Okay, yeah. So one thing that I did not do, because I think it was in the first voice drama, is Mikoto's first voice drama was kind of him being oblivious to everything, and he gave a bunch of people nicknames.
Okay.
Like people are so
I
surprised
remember
by
that now.
Yeah.
I think I forgot because like I binged all the first season voice dramas in like one go before the second trial started, and then like I forgot.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like 10 of them, so that's fair.
All right.
Cool. We get to keep going?
Yeah. Let's go.
Awesome. Okay. So, there's quite a bit here. So, some fan theories here. Her own delusion might be fading away to see the toxicity. So maybe she herself, people have the theory that she herself, although she thinks that, you know, it was completely normal, completely fine, maybe after another trial and after everything that's happened, she was able to be introspective and see like, okay, what happened? Maybe I was in the wrong. Maybe something happened here, right? Because the music videos are the representations of their minds. So it morphing, it kind of fading, maybe that's her being like, okay, maybe something was off here. Second one, is she a survivor of abuse? She's quick to forgive and is used to suffering for others, which is almost like a telltale sign of somebody who has been through abuse.
Honestly, yeah, because that's something I was wondering too. Like, is she the sheltered kind of girl where it's just like, oh, okay, like her family was a little stressed because of XYZ, so they kind of like, you know,
or is it like, or it's like intense.
Yeah, was
like,
it intense sheltering? Like, okay, they're actually like extremely socially isolating her with like other physical side effects.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay,
maybe.
that could be one.
Yeah. She is a people pleaser. She forgives Kotoko, of all people, right? Somebody who beat her up and put her in a wheelchair. So coming to the images of the music video herself, when it comes to the exchanging of cake, he actually gives her cake in the beginning. Let me see if I can find that.
That's right.
Yeah, but his piece is very small. He gives her a very small piece of cake. And then we can see later on in the music video near the end, when it comes to giving him the cake, is a very large piece. It is a large piece of cake. With the
Yeah, I mean,
strawberry on
she's
top
giving
of
him
it.
like a really big strawberry. It's like a whole piece right there.
So like, what is this representative of, right? Clearly there's a difference between, is it the amount of love or is it the amount of something else? They were clearly giving it to each other, but there's definitely a difference between it.
Honestly, yeah, my thought was like the cake is basically symbolizing some sort of like abuse or like negative toxicity going on in their relationship. So if we had followed that route, then maybe like her lover started out with like, I don't know, demeaning insults about her, or I don't know, God forbid he slapped her or something. And then Mahiru misinterpreted that as like, okay, that's just his way of showing love. So she reciprocates that, but in like 100 times bigger.
Yeah, going back to some first trial theory stuff.
Yeah.
The abuse, yeah.
But that's just like one potential thing.
Right. Another theory he had is that there was maybe a progression of things. We kind of talked about this a little bit. So at first, it starts as how they were acting with each other is sweetness, right? It's sweet, nice, can be very enjoyable. But too much of it becomes, now you're overbearing, right?
Right.
Maybe she was becoming way too overbearing, like it was way too much that he couldn't handle it, and then that leads to toxicity, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes too much of a good thing is too much of a good thing. Somebody gets what's a good word? Smothered, right? Getting smothered.
Right. Like,
yeah.
I kind of went down like the physical abuse route a bit, but it could also very much be so like being possessive in a relationship, right? Like it can be cute at first. It's like, oh, don't like don't do like this sus thing with other guys, or like I shouldn't really say sus, but like don't do this with like other guys because like you're my girlfriend and things like that. It's like sometimes a little jealousy can be cute, but like it's when it starts actively like spiraling into like, okay, now you can't hang out with any of like your opposite gender friends.
Right.
Only look at me.
Yeah, maybe it got to that point, and it's just like, yeah, exactly what you're saying, where it's just like, no, you're not allowed to do anything. Like, yeah, that's it, things like that. Exactly. Next point, what he wanted might have been, I hinted at this. So what he wanted might have been communication, but she was just showering with love.
Right.
Yeah, could have simply been that. Maybe he wanted to have a conversation about the relationship. Maybe he wanted to be like, let's do something else besides just like talking about love or talking about how much we like each other. Like, let's talk about something, get a little bit more serious. But she wanted none of that. Maybe. One person made a correlation with her. They said she is the type of person that would kill plants with too much water. Parallel.
Yeah, I can see that too. I can totally see like, oh my god, Rose-chan, you are so cute and kawaii. Let me just like continue to feed you a gallon of water in your small pot every day so that you don't get burned up by the sun. Wait, what do you mean you're all drowned out?
Yep, exactly. People were drawing parallels to the first PV where she had a lot of like cat imagery, and so people were talking about this idea of cats giving mice to their owners.
Right, yeah, that's a good one to pick up on.
So to a cat, I don't know anything about cats. This is just stuff I looked up. So to a cat, giving their owners like a mouse is a good thing, because to the cat's mind, that's like them hunting and they're like, delivering food to people that they trust.
Yeah.
But obviously to the owner, they're just like, we don't, I don't want this mouse.
It's like, that's sweet of you, but either go eat it yourself or go toss it somewhere where I can't see it.
Yeah, go toss it, right? Yeah. So like almost like parallels here, right? Maybe from her prerogative, she's doing something that's nice and sweet and caring, but from his prerogative, he's like, I don't want this. This is, I guess, nice that you're doing this, but I don't want this or need this at all. Yeah. Oh, this was an interesting theory. So somebody had the theory, a couple of people actually, had the theory that maybe both of them maybe had depression. But she wanted too much to be equal instead of trying to improve. Because both of them kind of came into this relationship with their own baggage, right? And in the beginning, you know, being with each other kind of helped them out a little bit, but you know, kind of like most people who are having problems or things like that, you can't just cover it up with nice things, right? You can't just cover it up. You have to really, you know, try some big effort to improve, right? Improve lifestyles, maybe make some changes, have somebody that you can rely on. You can't just be like nice and sweet and expect everything to be fixed, right?
Exactly.
So maybe that was the case. May have seen their shared pain as love, kind of going back to the first PV. So Mahiru's PV is love, but the boyfriend's POV is punishment slash torture.
Yeah.
Mahiru had no idea that her relationship was toxic. Another point thing. And then here's another point. The cake, quote unquote, may have always been rats, quote unquote, but only one can see it for what it is. Which is very interesting. So going back to like, okay, what does the cake represent? Maybe the cake has always represented something more negative, even in the beginning, even when he was giving it to her. But he always acknowledged that he was giving rats and was getting rats back. But she never was able to acknowledge that. She always saw cake. Very interesting.
Oh yeah, imagine like, you know, they almost never like start out like intense and like these kinds of toxic relationships, right? They start out small and then kind of like ease their way to like bigger amounts of it. So it's kind of like, if we go by this theory, then the boyfriend is like, okay, here's a small dose of toxicity, and I know that it's toxic. And then all of a sudden, oh wait, now the tables have flipped on me. What the F?
Yeah. Right. But like, again, maybe it was good in the beginning because it's just like, if we go on down the depression route of just like, you know, sometimes those quick, easy moment, like bursts of happiness, they'll feel nice at first, but it's never a full solution, right?
Right.
Temporary, it feels nice, it's helpful, but you know, at a certain point, it's like, this is not helping anyone. Yeah, so could have been toxic. Brackets also fed cake but was aware. This is the boyfriend's POV. And then the final point, maybe she's becoming aware of how toxic it really was due to the guilty verdict. So maybe that guilty verdict really helped her be like, okay, something is wrong here. What is the wrong thing? Maybe.
Yeah, I can kind of see that happening. Like, I feel like in the second trial, we kind of like see certain characters, like their rose-colored glasses are like coming off a bit, whether that's intentional or unintentional. And I think to an extent, that's kind of like what people wanted to do with Amane, right? Like they wanted to vote her guilty so that she would see the error of her ways. So I feel like I can see a similar phenomenon happening with Mahiru, even though it probably wasn't intended.
Yeah, it makes me personally, it makes me think like, I wonder what would be the scenario, right? If she was voted guilty and is allowed to think what she did wrong, and at the same time we in some way stopped Kotoko, so she never attacked her, right? So you have that kind of like introspectiveness without her having to get beaten half to death, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Makes you wonder. Okay, well, with all that considered, what do you think?
Sorry, chat. I'm choking water again. Sorry.
Okay.
I go to take a sip of water, then suddenly it almost goes down my air pipes.
Oh no! You okay?
Can I blame this on Mahiru, guys? It's Mahiru's fault. It must be somehow. This is her way of showing love to me.
Oh, true. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, it happens sometimes from time to time.
Yeah. Especially when you're talking.
Final thoughts on Mahiru.
Honestly, I'm conflicted. Okay, from a meta perspective, I'm leaning towards innocence because I do not want Kotoko to like actually go off and kill her, considering that she's in like dire emergency condition right now. Like the fact that she's being able to converse with S means like, okay, Shido brought her back from like probably near death, like a near death emergency, a near death scenario, but she's still very much extremely in danger. She's also like in a wheelchair. I don't know if she's like permanently paralyzed or something, or she's just like in a wheelchair because she's like a patient or something. But that never bodes well because that means she can't like, you know, walk around or run around like a normal person.
Yeah.
So
right.
from a meta perspective, innocent. But
Okay.
But if I were to sorry, if I were to just like look at the narrative, I feel like I'm still in the same position as like the first trial, except now it's a bit more murky because I don't know, like, is it like, were they both slinging mud and toxicity at each other? Was it still mostly like Mahiru's fault, especially because she was giving out like the larger amounts and she saw that as love? Can we even blame her for that because she may not have been quite aware that, you know, what she's doing is a bad thing because she was raised in a sheltered family. But then here's the thing. That depends on your definition of sheltered.
Yeah, that's also true.
Like, she could have grown up, like, maybe her parents or family showed her, like, the same kind of toxicity that her boyfriend did. And that's why she was like, oh, okay, there's nothing wrong with this. Let me just do that to my boyfriend, too. I think she has, like, some culpability to some degree. Like, yes, she probably did do bad things in the relationship, but I'm in a weird place between like forgive or not forgive, like guilty or innocent, but more accurately forgive, right? I think ultimately I'm leaning towards innocence. But also another thing that I'm thinking about is like, so how, if we vote her innocent, like outside of like how this affects Kotoko, how does it affect her mentally? Like, for example, we voted Haruka as, or people voted Haruka as innocent, right? And then he went off bonkers. He gone cray-cray now. Same thing with Kotoko. So, I feel like she's in a bit of a place of mental instability. Like, she can already hear the voices that are telling her guilty, guilty, guilty. And I feel like that would cause her even more confusion if they suddenly switched to innocent, innocent, innocent. But yeah, I think overall I'm gonna go with innocent.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Going with the innocent verdict. All right. Let's mark that down. Okay.
Hey, Miles, thank you for peeking in.
Any final thoughts from chat or anything like that?
Yeah, chat. What are you thinking now for Mahiru? And her third trial PV is not even out, so like, feel free to just theorize away. Like, if I remember correctly, I think Futa's teaser just dropped.
His teaser image dropped.
Yeah, his teaser image.
Yeah, Yuno's teaser music video, like, you got like 10 seconds of that.
Yeah, I don't know anything about like the music videos or anything. Just sometimes I see images on Reddit. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cute.
So innocent. All right. Fair enough. I respect it.
Bro's a waifu simp to the core.
All right. Let us see how the people voted. Ari said innocent, but what did the people say? The people said, the Milgram community said innocent with a 69.84. Yeah, but pretty much everybody was in agreement with what you're saying, where it's just like, okay, clearly a big part about this is her fault. We clearly see her feeding rats. And going by the first PV as well, she clearly was either smothering or did something that, you know, put this guy in the mental situation where, you know, he did what he did at the end of that PV, of course, right? Everybody can see that. But we know how the system works, right? If we vote her guilty, she's gonna be put in danger, and I guess the idea is like us trying to help her is a lot more important than being like, okay, she did this wrong thing. So obviously, a lot of people are like voting her.
Yeah, I think it's very much so the meta that's weighing her favor right now. Like, nobody wants Kotoko to go and kill her, at least not until we know the full story.
Yeah, it's like, she's definitely guilty of doing what she did, but she does not deserve what had happened.
Yeah, like, she is guilty to some extent, but does that deserve death? Hell no. Especially not the kind of vigilante justice that Kotoko is like delivering right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much everyone's agreeing with that. The discourse around Mahiru is something, all right. Yeah, I mean, on purpose, definitely. Like I said, I think she is like character crafted in a perfect way to be like, oh, she definitely did this thing, but she's also, you know, a sweet person, if very naive potentially, right?
Right.
And it's like, how guilty can you put for naivety?
Honestly,
like,
my verdict is that she needs therapy. Like.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of these
prisoners
prisoners need therapy, but like her especially.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Or just like, or like not to say this is replacement, but like maybe in addition to that, like just some good friends to really be
right.
Like,
yeah.
System, like a nice backbone there.
Like
right?
I feel like. I like we're talking about like being overbearing and smothering in a relationship, right? But that can also apply to her. So like.
No.
Imagine if she had like actual good friends that she could trust, and then they were like, "Hey, girly, your boyfriend kind of sus for XYZ reasons. Just want to point that out here." And then Mahiru, and that could have been a light bulb moment for Mahiru, and then she could have been like, "Oh, maybe this is not the love that I thought it was," and then she could have like left the relationship out of her own volition before it devolved into something worse.
Yeah.
Never underestimate the value of a good support network, guys.
Yeah, a good support network is a good backbone. It really is important. All right, shall we keep going? All right, next up is Kazui. Kazui.
Kazui.
PV called simply, this is the shortest PV title, Cat. Simply called.
Wait, hold on. He's called the cat?
Yeah, that's the PV.
And Mahiru has cat imagery? Oh, no wonder he doesn't like her. Bro is cat phobic.
I mean, according to him,
guys.
All right. Here we go.
What the? Bro, why did she spit out the ring? That's disgusting.
Oh, it's a magic trick.
I don't care. Don't mix your saliva with your rings, please. That's unhygienic.
Into some freaky stuff.
I like the more retro style video editing.
Oh,
it's giving like 60s style, like private detective kind of story.
Oh yeah. They might be private detectives, looking by their outfit.
Yeah. So it seems like he had a female partner.
Aww.
Oh, not the wedding ring!
That's sweet.
Did private detectives in Japan have armbands like around their sleeves too? Cause I remember like student council people having those in high schools.
Yeah. That or police, I'm not sure.
Oh, green apple now.
Oh yeah,
I remember the apple imagery from last time.
The bar is back.
Alright, that's the same woman, right? I think it is.
It is.
Is no one got good and bad?
Huh?
Oh wait, what the?
That ain't her anymore.
Wait, did her reflection get flipped in the glass?
I wonder.
Okay. Clientele gets better. Follow the king of the masquerade. Alright, bro, still putting on masks and fronts.
He's a magician this time.
Bro took off the ring, replaced it with a cigarette. Sir? Crap.
Crap.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
There it is.
Wait, can we watch that second half over again?
Sure. Which part?
Just start from the second half. I don't care where. From the glass. Yeah, from the glass.
Yeah, okay. There we go.
Okay.
Here it comes.
Okay. Yes. So yes, the reflection got flipped. Okay. I wasn't tripping there.
Yeah. The reflection got flipped and then it changed into a guy.
Uh-huh.
With an apple head.
I love how they edited like the official English lyrics into the music better.
yeah.
It makes things a lot easier to follow.
I agree.
I wonder why English instead of like kanji though, considering he is still singing in Japanese. Maybe it's another front.
Good point. Maybe.
I want someone literally interpret as him actually eating a bird. I know, right?
Yeah, no, he
No better way to traumatize your life. Am I right, guys? Okay. And then yeah, there's like splatters of black on her. Wait, can you rewind that a little bit? Basically when pause on like when they show him, but it's like his body's in the silhouette of words. Yeah, right there. Frick, I can barely tell what those make up. Maybe act. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's
I think
maybe
it
act
is the
capricious. Oh, okay. We're good. Okay, you can keep playing. And now it's a red apple, and then it splits into red. So that's a cat eye, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
I he's an actual cat man. He's a cat boy.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting into it. So what do you think? Second reaction.
Ooh. I think my feelings. What did I vote him in the first trial? Did I call him guilty or innocent?
You were innocent the first time.
I might be leaning towards guilty, but I might need to let my thoughts settle a little bit. That's just my initial gut reaction.
Okay. So yeah. Let's hear the gut reaction about this PV. What you thinking? What came to your mind?
So not going back to like the first PV that much. But I think the overarching narrative here is he married his female partner for whatever reason. Yeah. I think. Okay, so I remember in like the first trial PV, it seems like their relationship was tense or something, but here I think she did like have feelings for him. To some extent, she seemed happy in their relationship. Until all of a sudden, bro was like, okay, I'm gonna bite into this dove, which, like, obviously a dove, like, usually, like, represents peace and stuff, right? That's what it symbolizes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we see all of, like, her positive reactions, him giving her the roses, and then the ring, and then, like, eating, like, meals together.
And the apple rolls in.
Yeah.
Suddenly.
It's a green apple, too. Actually, I do wonder if green apple represents something, but what I do know is that green in general, I think it can represent jealousy, if I remember this right. So we see his apple on top of himself. So he got jealous of something or someone. And then he took that out on her, maybe?
Okay.
Wait, hold up. Can you rewind that part just a little bit? So I remember her reflection flips in that glass, and then it kind of cuts to like the apple. I think I think he also sees his reflection, but then his head gets replaced with the apple. I don't remember if hers did though. Okay, yeah, so it is just him.
Yeah. She never has the apple head. It's always
Yeah, okay. Now the question is, why did he get consumed by jealousy for? But it is interesting that it only really comes out when he's drinking alcohol.
Good point, good point.
So, I don't know, maybe if at some point he started, like, drinking alcohol. Like, if he's a private investigator, like, obviously, they might run into, like, a lot of traumatic or difficult cases, right? And some people, they tend to de-stress by drinking alcohol. But it can be you can very quickly develop an unhealthy habit of that.
For sure.
And it can, like, ruin you as a person. So I wonder if, like, the more he drank alcohol, the more, like, his stress and the alcohol, like, impaired his inhibition. So he started, like, taking a warped view of their relationship for some reason. Maybe he, since he had the, like, the green apple for the head, maybe he was either jealous that his wife got to remain so happy, or he could have maybe thought she was seeing other men on the side. I don't know. There's, like, no hint of that in this PV. But I do remember in the first child PV, we do see him with, like, a lot of other women, right? One of that was, like, him, like, putting on a front, like... what I'm trying to say is, like... Oh, frick, what are the words? Like, we think he's the one that has, like, infidelity issues, but in reality, like, he thought that, like, his wife was the one with the infidelity issues. I don't know if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
That might be a bit more of a crack theory. I could be overreaching there.
Yeah. This is an interesting thought. Going back to the first PV kind of bar thing, we do have one tiny scene for that. We haven't talked too much about that. But the big thing here, which I'm curious about your thoughts, is the says the lyric, hey, so what if I said I liked you? What would you do?
Is that before he gives her the flowers? Or after?
No, this is when he's at... Yeah, so he already has the ring on. So he's already, like, the marriage is already...
Okay. Alright.
Yeah.
Good call out. I also find it interesting how, like... I will comment on the lyric in a second, but, like... It's the glass pint of beer, but it's kind of, like, depicted as it's the sun, right? It's, like, the sun rays, like, circling around it.
Yeah.
I don't know what exactly that represents, but just a thought. Okay, but yeah, if he's wearing his wedding ring while drinking. Actually, wait, didn't we see that in the first PV too?
Yeah, he's at the bar,
talking with other women with his ring on.
Yeah.
Oh, so is he a womanizer?
I wonder.
Oh man.
Let's see if we.
Someone on YouTube says the stream is dead. It's still going on my end.
Twitch stream is still good for you. I can check your YouTube stream.
Yeah, can you check real quick? Thank you.
Yeah. Keep going. I'll take a glance.
Well, I can't watch the stream. I have stuff to do today. It's all good. We'll have the VOD up later. It continues now. Yeah. It's either it's something on YouTube's end, or it might be your internet, because my stream is still running. I've been monitoring it on OBS. All right. Okay, let's keep going. There
was one more thing I wanted to kind of point out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So we start the PV. He has the ring in his mouth, right?
Right. Yeah. The little magic trick. Wait, is that the one that transforms into the bird?
Yeah, okay, you're picking up what I'm about to point out. So transforms into the bird, and then what do we see at the end of the PV?
He like bites into it and is like cannibalizing it.
So, thoughts about that.
It's interesting too, because he's like singing like I want to be loved and caressed by you at the end of like the song too. Just like a cat. Honestly, I don't think I touched on this yet, but I did have this thought running at the back of my head.
Yeah.
Not going to dig into the symbolism just yet, but like, was Kazui just like, was the whole marriage just a sham for him?
Ooh, that's an interesting thought. Let's I think we should go back to maybe the beginning. Kind of get their both reactions to it.
Yeah, like he has a neutral expression at the beginning, but then he notices, oh, my partner has a crush on him. And then he acts on it. Maybe perhaps it could come true, like, it's for the sake of true love. Right, so he's like bringing up like these roses and the wedding ring is like a sort of like magic trick, right?
Interesting thought.
Oh, I love how like the bearded dude right there is clapping in slow-mo.
Yeah.
Everyone's just clapping in slow-mo.
Yeah.
Victim and
That's interesting,
perpetrator,
too,
let's
the,
keep it simple.
The words, she's labeled as the victim and he's labeled as the perpetrator. Interesting.
Okay. No, now, if the marriage was just a sham for Kazui, that begs the question, what the frick did he marry her in the first place then? For appearance's sake? Because, like, clearly he wanted to keep seeing women on the side for whatever reason.
It's an interesting thought. Shall we go to the
Yeah,
next part?
let's keep going. I don't think I can extract anything more from this music video at this point.
Yeah, I agree. All right, we got some questions here. So he was asked, state the name of your victim, and he says Hinako Mukuhara. She's my wife.
Damn. He's like, yeah, she's the victim.
Next question: is there a prisoner you aren't fond of? And he says, to be honest, probably also Kashiki-chan.
That's
She
Mahiru,
shows me
right?
things. Yeah, I think that's Mahiru. She shows me things I'm not too fond of seeing.
Okay.
Let me double check that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was either Shido or Kazui that was like, yeah, we're not really fond of Mahiru right now. I think that was Kazui. I think he helped
It's
Futa,
not-
but he didn't do anything for Mahiru.
Yeah, so, okay, let me fix that. So, he just didn't get to her in time, but he wanted to help her.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's
Yeah, but he couldn't get
Yuno. Kashiki's Yuno.
So yeah, and also a previous question, he says something else about Yuno, and that's why he's like, to be honest, probably also Kashiki. So I think it's like maybe similar. I think he was asked the question.
Okay.
But he's not fond of Kashiki either.
Okay.
Which is interesting.
Yuno. That's an interesting thought. I'll come back to that later.
Another question was asked. Did you love the person you killed? And he had no response. He had no response to that.
He didn't love her, chat.
Next question that was asked was, what does love mean to you? And he says, to stay true as myself and to be accepted as me.
Okay. That kind of feeds another thought that I was having, but keep going.
Oh yeah, okay. Real quick, I also looked up the question about No, never mind. Okay, never mind.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I was looking at part 2. Okay, anyway, final question. What are your thoughts on marriage? He says it's great for social credibility, and also because I thought that with it, something could have changed.
Okay. So I have been having this thought, and it kind of like ties into the fact how Kazui has like these different fronts that he puts on for different people.
Okay.
And I think he doesn't know how to like properly present himself or act as a human being to some extent. And what I mean by that is how should I put this? I have a thought, but I don't know how to properly vocalize it. Let me see. Like, I did think that he probably like married his partner for like appearances sake. Kind of like to, I don't know, either to appease like maybe like a family expectation of him, or because that was what was like expected of him by society.
Yeah.
But he didn't actually properly love her. And then
You're cooking. Hold on.
I'm trying to get to like the core of it that I want to say, but I don't know how to put that in words. So I'm just gonna keep going off of like my train of thought. My thinking is that I think he got jealous because his wife actually like loves the relationship, loves him, is happy in the relationship, but he is unhappy. I think to some extent he probably didn't want to be tied down to a marriage, as soon as like with his like womanizing behavior and things like that. But more so like, I think he feels like he needs to act a certain way, like, you know, like with the magic tricks. And he got sick of keeping up the pretending act.
Right.
And then when he talked about like he wasn't really fond of Yuno, I think that's because you know how Yuno has like a very blasé, upfront, like I don't give a shit sort of attitude. Like, yes, I had my abortion. Yeah, I dated all like these men. I like did sugar dating. And but like
also the previous thing was who are you most similar to? And he said Yuno.
Okay. Yeah, that feeds into it too, because like Yuno's like, oh yeah, I did all this stuff, but that's me. That's just who I am. But Kazui's on the flip end of that, and he can't like just own up to that himself. He still thinks he has to conform to like what society or maybe his family or whatever, but generally society itself expects of him.
Got it. Okay.
That's my current thinking at the moment.
Okay. Let's take a look at a little bit of the voice drama. Let's see what they talk about the conversation. Okay, here we go. So this is so this conversation kind of starts in the beginning, talking about the attacks that happened with Kotoko and how he was defending Futa. So he says, yeah, like back when he went out of control, right? This is Mikoto. Mikoto. He's yeah, Mikoto. So he says, yeah, back when he went out of control, right? I can't quite read him though. If both of them were to attack us, it's possible we would suffer a total defeat. Kind of implying that if both Kotoko and Mikoto went on a rampage, everybody else couldn't stop them.
Yeah.
Like those two together would be able to take everybody out. Him saying, it's ridiculous. If you can save someone by telling a lie, that's what you should do. Very much maybe tying to what had happened, potentially.
Yeah.
And Ace responds with, however, you killed somebody with your lies, didn't you?
Yeah.
And then he responds with, seems like you really disliked my crimes. I get it. Maybe it's because you're so young, which is to say... And then he like, I'm not sure what happens here. Maybe somebody can clarify. Even with the subtitles, I wasn't sure what was completely happening. But I think he was kind of getting close to S. Because then S punches him after this dialogue.
Kazui.
Not 100% what was happening there, but the end of it was him punching Kazui, so that happened. And then after that scuffle, Kazui goes like, if at all possible, I would like you to choose a method that would not get any more people hurt. That's what I'm saying. Ace responds, but it's a personal dislike of mine. People who act based on their sexual urges like that is. Talking about something that he said previously.
Okay.
And then Kazui kind of like sets the record straight, let's say. So he says, it's not true. I didn't even turn into infidelity. Infidelity? I didn't turn into anything like that. For me, in my case, you see... So I've tried to change. I've tried to stop lying to myself and others. It's not my lies that killed her. She's dead because I stopped lying. If I had just kept lying, she wouldn't have died.
Okay, kind of continuing like his mentality from the first trial music video.
Yeah. Saying that if he kept lying, that would have kept her alive. So some revelation, we talked about this, some revelation about the truth is what led her to her death. Whatever that truth is. And then it says, however, you have not forgiven yourself, and that's why you can't change. And then he responds with, you really are impressive. You think so much. And then he ends it with, this is the wish of a liar who's reached a dead end. Come and figure out my lies, Milgram. And S, please, free me from these lies.
The fuck? Free yourself. Why do we have to do your dirty work?
Yeah, he's
you
saying
gotta
he's
put
too
in the
far.
effort, my bro.
Yeah, he's saying he's too far gone. He's been too used to lying. Maybe it's second nature to him. He's like, do something so that I can be freed from these lies.
You can do something. You can put in an official request to see a therapist before your verdict.
Hey, that's the best hit. That's the best hit.
Your prison guard is not your therapist, by the way.
Yeah, right. Okay, so before we head into the theories, I'm going to show you something because there was one big theory. Usually, you're pretty good at clocking the biggest theories that people have.
Mhm.
This one did miss kind of a big one people had, so I'm gonna kind of go back
Okay.
and show you maybe like a big. So let's go back to the. I want to go back to the bar scene, right?
Uh-huh.
Where he goes like, what if I said I like you? What would you do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to go to the first PV actually. We're gonna go to the first PV, and let's do some connecting of the dots. All right, so here is the bar scene in question, the old bar scene, right?
Uh-huh.
Now look at the direction in the second PV. So he's got the cup there, and he's facing vertically, right?
Uh-huh.
Who is vertical to him, based on the bar?
The fuck? So bro is the customer and the bartender all in one?
Not quite. So if he has the glass down there and he's telling the person vertically towards him this line, who is he saying that to?
You know, it was a crack theory, but I wasn't completely sure, so I didn't say anything.
Okay.
Is he flirting with the bartender?
Yeah, you're connecting the dots there. Yeah, it potentially seems to be. And if he is, what does kind of that mean?
He's either bisexual or gay.
Yeah, so that was a big theory people were having. So quick thoughts about that, because that was kind of the biggest theory.
Okay. That changes a lot. I mean, but also, bro, still talking while he's married, so I'm just like, I sympathize, but also at the same time. Okay. I knew there had to be something more to Kazui, but okay. At least he's not a psychopath.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
There's so many words about his first MV that I can say now that we're in tier 2. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, it still kind of ties into, like, my theory of, like, being bogged down by, like, societal expectations, but also, like, doubly so because, like, so you can technically, like, combine both the society and the family expectations in, because if bro likes men, like I said, like, at least maybe bisexual, but I'm thinking maybe, like, strong, like, prefers men to women, then yeah, it means like he probably isn't out to his family, or he did try to come out and they were like, oh hell no, you gotta go marry a woman. But then so then did he come out of the closet to his wife?
Interesting thought.
But then like, no matter how you think of it, like, okay, if your partner sits you down and is like, okay, so I actually, I'm actually gay, or like whatever, gay or lesbian, and I've never had love in this relationship, I can understand being like completely shocked and devastated, especially if you would put in like all the effort into the relationship, right?
And it also seemed like she liked him first.
Right. So yeah, I can even see her like being depressed, but like going all the way to commit suicide. I mean, like, I'm sure it probably has happened in some cases in the past. I guess maybe for me personally, it seems like a little extreme. But then it does beg the question, like, how long did that relationship last? Because like, if it was like years of like a relationship and then marriage, then like that's basically like a good chunk of your lifetime just gone down the drain.
Yeah. Real quick, I need to BRB super quick, so I'll be right
Okay,
back.
yeah, sounds good.
I will let me play an ad for my stream while I BRB real quick. My bad.
Yeah, you're
I'll
good.
be right back.
Hi, Zophie. About the question where he answered Yuno's name, the previous question was, which prisoner is the most similar to you? Yeah, that got answered earlier, but thanks for the clarification. Quite a lot of the social blame would land on Kazui's wife for this too. She could be killed socially for a potential divorce too. That's an interesting point. I think in Korea, at the very least, like, divorces are kind of more common than they used to be. Like, they're more socially acceptable now. I have no idea how Japan is at this point. But of course, like, if they were maybe in like an upper echelon society, then yeah, the gossip mill would definitely like completely like destroy her. Hi, first time catching a Twitch stream. Hey, Magvin, welcome in. Glad seeing you here. Yeah, unfortunately we are in ads. Actually, on that note, I think I do have to use the bathroom. I've been sitting here sipping on like my lemonade and water for like, how long has it been? Like 3 hours now? And I haven't used the toilet since, so I'm gonna BRB, guys. If Meter comes back, just tell him, hey, I had to go use the bathroom. Alright, I'll be back in like about 2-ish minutes. See y'all soon. Cute outfit, thank you. Thank you. 애들은 너무 귀여워. 너무 귀엽잖아요. Sometimes I fantasize about Beishao coming home drunk and beating me until I feel numb. She kicks me in the ribs until I can hardly breathe. Then she starts to cry and apologizes, begging me to forgive her. She holds me all night as I gently cry into her t-shirt. Please help. Is there any hope for me? Triple the speed. Is there another? Some cat girls and cat boys go, yeah. So some doggo streamers go like, oh, they bark. I'm not gonna bark. They go arf arf. Oof, oof. But fox girls and fox boys, they gotta go like. Wanderlings, you betray me like this? You fucking betray me?
It's always one.
You're all getting thrown in a dungeon. I guess I gotta replace y'all with new Wanderlings now. Oh boy. Now rap. Time to do run circulation all over again.
言葉にすれば消えちゃう関係なら言葉にすれば嫌で思ってたそうやってたんだけどあれなんか違うかも千里の道も一歩から石の上に硬いそうな石でチリもそらんばいまたな確か死にきだいや死にきだ
Kafka is the original mommy of all mommies. Meow. I'm so sorry, but I cannot get the horns for Miho. Maybe wait, that sounded so Is this the power of the Charming Dove? Is this the power of the Charming Dove? O Charming Dove, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Oh! What do you mean double 5-star Betty? I got chat, you know what? He's the last standard I need off the banner. Oh my.
Hello. Hello, welcome back, guys.
Not sure if Meter is back yet.
What's that?
I refilled on water, and I used the bathroom, so we'll just play the waiting game for now. No, I did not poop. Shut up, mice.
Shut up, B.
Startle's back up? Cool. I won't be pulling for anyone tonight, so that's all I can say.
Welcome back, thank you.
I think after Kaz we have about 3 more characters to go. So we have Amane, we have Mikoto, and then we have Kotoko.
Waba! 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 Waba!
I forgot to plug back in my headphones. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Imagine screwing like your neighbors with your very loud audio. Oh man. I was not expecting to be speculating this hard for Kazui, but it makes sense. It makes sense because he was the one I was like the most unsure of when it came to like, okay, what is the deal with him? What exactly did he do? Okay. And in the end, it does turn out that Kazui is just a guy. He just is gay. Oh, we got actual BL and Milgram. That's crazy. Oh my god. Bros will really find a way to insert yaoi into everything. No, it's so funny because like I never caught the bartender thing, but like just staring at the way like the wedding and the relationship was characterized, or not characterized, but presented in the music video, was like, what if he didn't want to marry her because like, yeah, he didn't really like women. But I like shoved that aside because I was like, oh, there's not really any proof or hints to that, so it's probably just like my deranged Fujoshi brain talking. I was right. I was right. Possible old man Yali? Yeah, but then the thing is like, I don't know. Revealing the truth to his wife, like, yeah, that's pretty devastating, but it's a difficult one. It's a really difficult one. I definitely feel bad for his wife because depending on how long the relationship was, again, that's a whole chunk of her lifetime gone. She was basically like deceived for years and years. No one should have to go through that. Ow! Stop it, Blitz. I got them both A. Congratulations. But yeah, I think like in the end, I don't think any relationship should be founded on like deceit. And I think in the end, he would have had to like come forward anyway, come clean, or else she probably would have like put 2 and 2 together. Like if his partner was a private investigator, then like, okay, there is like a difference between like common academic intelligence and emotional intelligence, but I believe that his partner most likely had the emotional intelligence to be like, oh, maybe my husband didn't love me as much as I thought he did. So yeah, if he ever wanted to like make a break, like a clean break, divorce, you know, follow his heart, he would have had to come forward either way, like come out of the closet, but I don't know, guys. Moo was mean, Futo uses Twitter, and Kazui was gay. I feel like Moo was a little bit more than mean. Like, yes, in the beginning she was mean, but then later that spiraled into like an actual homicide case. Girlie committed manslaughter, if not outright murder. I wanna know, what is love? Da 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 da. I wanna know. Y'all know that Twice song, What is Love? Oh my god, I have not listened to that in a hot minute. Both went to pity. My condolences. It's okay. I almost always go to pity myself. Star Rail. Yeah, Twice, V. I'm not like a really big Twice fan, but I've listened to almost all of their title tracks. What is Love is like my favorite. I love the question mark symbol that they do in the choreo. It's so cute. I think my favorite Twice title tracks are... I think TT, Dance the Night Away, and... frick. What was the one they did before Feel Special? Fancy. I love Fancy. Snooze! I forgot how the chorus goes. I wanna know what is love? 사랑이 어떤 느낌인지 I wanna know. 하루종일 웃고 있다는데 세상이 다 아름다웠는데 I wanna know what is love? 언젠가 나에게 더 사랑일까? I don't know anything about K-pop. We can teach you. We can teach you. I fully intend to drag at least half of my wanderlings down the K-pop rabbit hole at some point. No, I've been wanting to do like a K-pop music video reaction stream, either with like my community or with some of like my streamer friends. We just react to like a bunch of like music videos by generation, like the old ones, like pre-2000s and then early 2000s, 2010s, and then now 2020s. Mice, no. I might make the occasional toilet joke, but no. K-pop karaoke stream part 2? What do you mean part 2? I never did a fully pure K-pop karaoke stream. Meteor letting out a meteor. It could also be something going on IRL that he needs to deal with. Who knows? I'd be so tuned in for any K-pop stream. Hey yo! You know, actually chat, while I have you guys here all to myself, I've been thinking about like what other things I can like do reactions to. Like Vocaloid music videos or other like interactive music projects similar to Milgram. So if you guys have like any suggestions, feel free to let me know. Either like here in chat, or in comments, or in my Discord server. Because I definitely want to do like more of this style of yapping content in the future. But yeah, I used to be like a pretty big K-pop fan in high school and college. I'm not quite as tuned in anymore, though I kind of keep up with some of like the big drops. Like I know G-Idol rebranded to Idol, and they just had to come back as that. But I don't really keep up with the newer groups anymore. Where there's rain, there's thunder. Eh? Is this a reference to something? Have you watched Vivino's horror lesbian animations? Everyone watches Alien Stage, but not her other stuff. She has horror lesbian stuff? Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm adding that. I'm adding that to the queue. That sounds perfect, actually. Because I love Alien Stage, so I think whatever Vivino's cooks up, I'd be willing to watch. Okay, what's the horror lesbian series called? So that I can look up the title later. I don't know if it has an official English name or it's all in Korean. Actually, if you can, like, yeah, just tell me what it's called generally, and I'll look it up on YouTube later.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're good. I'm just entertaining chat right now.
My bad, my bad.
So were you letting out a meteor after all?
No.
See, chat, I told you guys. I told you guys.
Yeah. People yelling. Apparently only I can solve certain situations, apparently. But it's
Ooh.
okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Whew, my bad. Alright.
Pinkish Club is one that was
continue?
ongoing. Was it? Okay, okay. Let me write that one down, Diana, and I'll look up the rest later. Okay. Alright, sounds good. Alright, let's keep going then, Meteor.
Okay, excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, let us head into the theories here. So, our first theory here is may have been pushed or forced into his marriage. I think you were kind of alluding to that at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Like kind of forced her to do this. Like obviously she kind of got caught feelings for him first,
Mm-hmm.
and they did what they wanted to do, but maybe he was pushed or forced into it. Did not cheat. He specifically said that in the audio drama, and I don't know if I think I've said this maybe before, but they can't lie while they're in Milgram, so we know that's not a lie.
Okay, yeah.
If you say he didn't cheat or he said he didn't commit infidelity, then he's telling the truth.
Okay, okay. So they literally have like some sort of truth, like nano molecules injected into them.
Yeah, yeah, something like that. Yeah. So Kazui and his wife were likely in a criminal investigation bureau, going with the armband there. Talk about that a little bit. The bird he eats at the end was the ring.
Okay, yeah, like pretty much what I thought, like putting an end to the relationship, so to speak.
Okay. Oh, someone says so. You only can't lie in their MVs. Okay, okay. Maybe
Okay.
fair enough.
They're allowed to lie in the voice dramas because S doesn't care. That's actually so funny. Bro's like, I only want to like an unfettered glimpse into your mind, and then everything else you can say whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah. Okay. The bird could be a dove, symbolizing a peaceful marriage. So maybe that's what they had at first, and then at the end he eats it, right? He like quote unquote ruins a peaceful marriage with whatever he did. At least maybe that's how he sees it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the biggest theory, he's gay. I'll tell you right now, 80% of the theories were that, yeah, he's gay. 80%.
Yeah, we were joking in the chat earlier about Old Man Yali, and I was like, oh my god.
Yep. Apparently, the live chat was full of that. Yeah, and then going into that, the what if I said I liked you happened at the bar. In the old PV, the bartender was a guy, so potentially he was talking to the bartender there, right?
Mm-hmm.
The green apple of temptation has a body of a man, so the green apple of temptation, that temptation could have been a guy,
Right.
And that temptation could have been his shall I say it, maybe homoerotic tendencies.
Oh
maybe?
my wait! Oh my god, Diana, you're so real. What if Kazui and Shido meet, and they go into Old Man Yali together?
I would not be surprised. That's a popular ship.
Third trial, copium, please.
The green apple man could be him at the bar. I think you slightly clocked that based on what you were saying previously, but yeah, the face in the glass could have been him with the apple head.
But yeah, he was dressed in a suit, and then bro was dressed casually at the table, so I was like,
Yeah, it could have been him at the bar. I'm like, he's going too fast. Okay, there we go. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, that could have been the case. Next up we got...
I want to be loved just like a cat.
Yeah. So the lyric. So this was an interesting theory people had, kind of going close to like crackpot style. But so the lyric is, "I want to be loved just like a cat." So apparently in Japan, and please do correct me if I'm wrong, neko can be a term for a bottom gay man in Japan.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
So there's a theory that people were interpreting that I want to be loved as a cat. He's saying he wanted to be loved as a gay man, a bottom, etc.
Don't mind me, Chad, just restraining my Fujo tendencies right now. I read one too many BL webtoons.
Yeah, and the song is literally called Cat. Yeah, the song is literally called Cat. That is the main title for it. So the red apple can be the norm, the green is kind of the deviation. There we go for that one. Hold on, here. Please. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that.
You're good. Older bottom, ex younger top, and she was like, what, 29? Wait, how old is Kazui again? Is he in his 40s?
28?
Oh, stream audio is getting weird right now.
Oh, really?
Oh, wait, never mind. It's stabilized.
Okay.
Oh, he's 39?
Oh, 39.
10-year age difference. 10-year age gap. Wait, we're cooking, guys. We're cooking so hard right now. Sorry, you're out here trying to, like, you know, theorize about the actual music video, and we're over here on the other side being like, oh my god, well, gay.
Apparently that was a live stream chat too, so you're honestly not far off of how people's reactions.
It's like, oh my god, the possibilities. The spiciness.
Yeah, so continue on. So if it was found out that he was gay, it hits harder since it seems like he was the one who asked her out.
Yeah.
So that's pretty intense too, because she may have caught feelings for him, but the whole with the roses, and of course he was the one that kind of took that step to kind of, you know, start the process.
Yeah.
And if it turns out that like he didn't like truly love her, or like he had these feelings, like that, yeah, that would hit a lot harder. So we got pretends he's a magician that makes pigeons appear, but the truth is that he is a cat.
Yeah.
Interesting insight somebody had.
Kind of like
then-
similar to like imagery to Mahiru's music video, where like she's like depicted as the cat, and then she pounces on what we assume is her lover, and then there are feathers everywhere, and then they're in the bird cage. So similar cat-bird imagery.
Yeah, kind of similar stuff there. And then the last point, this one is mostly for me, but I feel like we're missing something. And I think maybe it's because of the translation. From the audio drama, if chat wants to give me the info on like what was happening, I'm just still confused about why Ace punched him earlier. Like, I don't know. I didn't fully comprehend that from the audio drama.
Honestly, like with the revelation and Kazui approaching him, I think S is like,
that's what, like,
bro, are you doing like gay advance towards me or something? That's my crack theory.
Yeah, maybe, like, yeah, I just feel like maybe something's missing. I don't know.
If you want to take a closer look at the wedding ceremony, I won't spoil why, letting you figure that out yourself. Yeah, there was something weird about the weddings scene, but like I can't really place my finger on it. Like the thing that stood out to me the most was like the guests clapping in slow motion, and I don't know why it was slow-mo specifically.
So, going to the first point a little bit harder. So the whole may have been pushed / forced into a marriage. A lot of people were having a theory, especially in the beginning, that Kazui saw this as like, oh, this is how I should be, right? Like we had these ideas of who I want to be versus who I should be.
Mhm.
So, kind of when Kazui saw this, maybe he was kind of like, oh, maybe he was pushed to do this. People had the theory that like, oh, what if this like police job is something that's been in the family for a while, right? So it's almost like a quote unquote, not an arranged marriage, but like, you know, maybe the two families kind of knew each other and they're just kind of like nudging him like, oh, you know, why don't she seems interested in you? Why don't you, you know, tie the knot or whatever, right?
I mean,
And
that's
maybe-
basically the same thing as pressure.
Yeah, right. Because going into the actual wedding thing like that, we have all the people around there. So like, you know, maybe we have his parents here potentially, like people like that. They were just like, oh, they really wanted this to happen, but maybe he didn't necessarily want this to happen.
We gotta forge an
And,
alliance so
kind of-
that we can pass down the golden genes.
And kind of going into his question segment when he was talking about like, oh, what does marriage mean to you? The second line, he said, oh, maybe it would change me, right? So maybe these kind of feelings, and he thought like, okay, maybe if I get with her, that's gonna change who I am, because like based on the people around him, it's seen as like weird and strange, and you shouldn't be like this. But maybe he was thinking like, okay, if I went into marriage, maybe that would change me, and it would change these potential feelings that I had that made me seem quote unquote abnormal.
It never does. Or maybe, I shouldn't say never, it almost never does.
Yeah, because ultimately, right, you can't ignore how you feel. You have to acknowledge it in some type of keep hiding it.
Like, if he's bisexual, then maybe. But you can't really force a romantic connection, regardless of, like, your sexuality.
Yeah.
And the 20 questions you showed, one of them was asking his father's job and was a policeman. Oh, okay.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Yeah, so one of the questions that I didn't show. Yeah, so his father was a policeman.
The clapping
So,
scene is what
yeah,
I wanted you to see. Okay, yeah. Don't worry, I'm very much hung up on that. I'm still thinking about it.
But yeah. Okay, so that's where that kid theory came from. People were thinking like, okay, this job has been kind of been in the family. Yeah, maybe potentially family members were pushing them to kind of be together. Yeah. Somebody also said something earlier in chat that was quite large. So manager says, my slightly whittled down interpretation is that he rushed into marriage with Hinako, instant switch from job to bouquet to ring to appease his traditionalist family mindset. He said before he doesn't want to disappoint his family. It's constantly hinted how he feels othered, which is represented by the green apple. Yeah. Kind of talked about that, yeah.
Oh, for the voice drama thing, like, when S punches him, Kazui was staring at S very cockily, and S hates being looked down on. Like, Kazui knew something, S didn't, and S hates that. And Kazui low-key talks down to S sometimes. So what you guys are saying is that S is repressing the fact that he's gay or bi. Sorry guys, I'm gonna keep cracking about this every opportunity I get. So it's kind of weird because we don't know how old S is, so like, as maybe too large of age gap, who knows?
Yeah.
It also
Fair,
specified, it
fair.
seems like he wanted me to become one as... Oh wait, is this a policeman thing? Okay, yeah, it
Which
does, yeah.
Yeah. He wanted me to come one as he's talking about his father.
S is 15, oh god. Okay, hell no then, hell no, we're veering
no.
away from that direction.
No.
It'd
Yeah, I
still
do
be
think this
weird if you were
confirmed
18, but like, at least technically, legally, that's like legal consent age, right? He's legally an adult, but
Right.
even then, that's too large of an
Yeah,
age
right.
gap.
Still weird. Yeah.
And then if we were 15, oh god, we're back in toxic, really weird old BL territory.
Yeah, we're going back there.
Taboo relationship BL, oh my god. Isn't that basically Junjo Romantica, actually? I've been down this rabbit hole for a while, guys. Oh man.
Is that good?
39-year-old gay man versus 15-year-old angry cat. Okay, admittedly, the juxtaposition
he's
is
a cat
really
too.
funny.
Yeah.
The clapping scene is intentionally slow to allow the viewer to see who the guests are. I mean, you could, but like even then, like you can still have like the same duration of a scene, like they're still fast clapping, But if you like
Yeah.
made the scene the same duration of time, then like I think you'd still notice.
Yeah. They're
Like
all
maybe
pretty
it's
slow.
maybe slow down a
slow.
little bit so that they're like, hey, you gotta look at these people. But like, even then, I feel like there's a method to the madness behind like slow clapping.
Yeah. It can also be for visuals. Yeah. There's a lot of slow moments in this PV. You had that scene. You had the scene where he had the cigarette and he was like putting his hair.
Yeah,
up.
I just don't
And then
think
the moment.
I just don't completely believe that it was like only for visuals. You know what I mean? I feel like
Yeah,
they're very
of course.
detail oriented when it
Everything's
comes to
intentional.
putting together the music videos.
Yeah, everything. I feel like a lot of things are intentional for sure.
I think that's to show how puppet-like they are. You raise an interesting point. It's almost like they were dolls or like, you know, those robot marching band soldier thingies.
Or you have the idea of like, oh, maybe following traditionalist values or kind of doing things without your own choice, right?
yeah.
Just doing how you think you should. You're acting how you think you should be acting versus how you kind of want. Stop.
Okay.
Okay, so final thoughts. Put a poll in chat as well, see what people think. Final thoughts for Kazui.
Yeah, I was talking about this with Chad a little bit while you were gone, but like, it's a little tough because like I can completely sympathize with like Kazui myself. Like, I am queer myself. I don't know if I can ever come out of the closet, but I also do believe at the same time, like if you enter into a relationship, like you need to build it on trust and honesty. Now, in some societies, sometimes you do have to like actually completely like keep yourself in the closet so that, you know, your life doesn't get threatened or things like that. Which is understandable. I don't know how it is in like Kazui's case, but let's say it's maybe not that extreme. I don't think he should have initiated the relationship without at least informing his partner, like, hey, I like men and my family low-key wants me to get married. This is like the basis on what our marriage is gonna be on. If you're okay with that, let's keep going. But instead, it seems like he kind of like led her on for about 10 years, or I say 10 years, but like a good amount of time. And like yeah, eventually he came clean to her. Like, I think that was gonna be inevitable either way. And obviously she would have been devastated. Can I completely blame him for like her offing herself because of how devastated and likely depressed it made her feel? No, but also it still feels weird at the same time. Like, he talks a lot about like, oh, I could have prevented this by continuing to lie. Like, no, you could have prevented this by not like pretending to like or love her for all this time.
True. That is true. That is a very good point.
Yeah. I think ultimately I'm gonna have to go with Wait a second, guys, you said they can't lie in the music videos, but they can lie in the voice dramas, right? If he actually cheated, then this is 100% guilty.
That's an interesting thought, yeah.
Cause even with that's why I keep going back to like the first trial PV. Like, obviously it was with him with like all the women. It's a red herring. Like, we're meant to think like, oh, maybe he cheated on his wife with these women. And then in the second trial PV, it's revealed that he's gay. But then, do we know for sure that he actually like to the bartender was like, hey, so what if I liked you, right? Did he actually say that? Did he actually initiate something? Yeah, but then again, I don't have anything to really base that on. But it wouldn't surprise me if, like, going back to that red herring, the fresh LBV, like, I think I touched on this before. Like, yes, the cheating happened, it just didn't happen in the way that you thought it did.
Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But that's like the only way I can like 100% pronounce him like guilty, or like, yeah, I can't really forgive you for this. But like taking that crack theory outside of a vacuum, I think, yeah, I'd go with innocent. Yeah, I can forgive you. I empathize with you a lot, but you really should not have let her on for that whole amount of time, regardless of like whether you were straight or gay or bi or you loved her or not. Like that's just cruel.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's a good point.
Let's see. Someone in my YouTube chat also says, I think it's also important that he was very much lying to himself too, right? Like he was trying to change. Yeah, and that goes like deeply into like some people like try to repress their sexuality for whatever reason, like they're religious or because of societal implications, and they'll like try to change themselves, but you can't really actually change yourself. Like some people in your family will try to do that for you, like, I don't know, they send you to like a conversion camp or something that's on the more extreme end, or they like pressure you into like abiding by societal norms in an effort to like make you see the error of your ways, but it never works. Again, it's just like a front that you're putting up. But yeah, in the end, I will go with forgive, but I'm still a little suspicious. I'm not completely convinced.
All right, we'll lock that in. Yeah, for me, this one's a toughie for sure. I mean, they're all tough, but I think, you know, it does go back to that thing of just like, at the end of the day, like he got into this relationship knowing full well that he wasn't fully committed to it, right?
Yeah.
And I'm definitely sympathetic of like the pressure, right? Because the pressure of people to do this, right? Because especially like, you know, coming from a Asian family, it's like not for the relationship stuff, but for like expectations.
Yeah,
like, oh man, you gotta be a doctor. You gotta be a doctor. If you're not a doctor, you're a loser. You're a failure. It's real, right? Like,
right.
that's
Yeah.
a real thing. There's like, I can understand it from that angle of like the angle of just like, you know, family pressure to be this thing or do this specific thing, right? And it puts you in situations where you feel like you have to make decisions, you have to make choices. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Regarding the system and everything like that, I do think, me personally, it's like I'm trying to find the answer that'll make him be introspective, because it seems like depending on how, you know, how people are judged, sometimes they can be introspective, sometimes they can't be introspective. It seems like the innocent verdict in the first one didn't really change him too much.
That's a good point.
So I think I would probably say, me personally, I'd probably say guilty, because I'm thinking maybe a guilty verdict would make him seem a little bit more introspective.
But then wouldn't Kotoko go after him and then maybe kill him? Unless someone steps in.
Yeah, see, right? That's a question. He did protect Futa against her, so I'm thinking like, and I mean, it's gonna seem like it's such. I don't want him to be attacked.
Yeah.
Let me just solidify that. I don't want him to be attacked, but it does potentially seem like maybe he can defend himself a lot better than some of the other characters that she went against.
I mean, if he's a private investigator, surely he knows how to fight back.
Maybe, yeah. That's my thoughts. I think I would say guilty, just because I'm attempting to get to the point where he can be introspective and be like, bang, this is what I was lying about, like, get it out there.
Okay.
Right? It's like, you know, like the whole idea of like Alcoholics Anonymous.
Yeah.
What's the first thing that in Alcoholics Anonymous? Hello, my name is such and such. I'm an alcoholic, right?
Right.
Hasn't got to that point where he's like, here I am. This is the thing, right? This is the honest truth about myself. And whether or not that's a bad thing or not, like, you know, at the end of the day, let me just put this out there too. If it turns out like he is gay, like, hey, nothing wrong with that. Like, do what you want to do, right? The mistake here, right, was lying to somebody,
right?
And
Yeah.
making somebody think that you are whatever, gay, straight, or whatever, and putting them in that situation unfairly without being truthful about yourself to your partner and then to your wife, right?
I don't think Milgrams can really help or fix any of these people, so I sort of just judge off the sin. That's just how I view things, though. I mean, like, yeah, I don't think any of us really expects Milgram to, like, change people. Like I said earlier, you have to put in the effort yourself to recognize your mistake and then own up to it. I think some characters kind of come close to that if they haven't already. Others go off the deep end. But, yeah, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, my judgments, it's a little bit of, like, now that I know how, like, my choices can affect, like, the narrative and, like, all of these different ways, it's a kind of like 20% meta and 80% okay, well, what was the thing you ended up doing? Is it actually like the crime that you think it is, or was your handling of it like more indirect?
Yeah. All right, let us see what the people said. Let us see about what the people said about Kazui. We got innocent from Ari, but let us see what the people said. The people said innocent 54, so
Kind of close,
even.
yeah.
54 to 45. So here's the thing, fun fact, by the way. So I was confused about this at first, even though me personally I would maybe give him like guilty. In terms of how the people were feeling, everybody, from what I saw in the comments on YouTube and things like that, everybody was talking about like him being gay and things like that, but the vibe was that they were all gonna vote him guilty, right? That was the vibe. So I actually took a step because I was just like so confused. I was like, what's going on? What's happening? So I actually went to the Milgram Reddit and straight up asked. I was just like, hey guys, can I ask a question? Here we go. So let me pull up the post here. It's so funny you mentioned being on the Milgram Reddit. I was like, I hope she doesn't see the post.
I probably did it.
Yeah, okay, here we go. So here's the question that I asked. I said, I need help from a Milgram OG. I'm showing one of my friends Milgram for the first time, and a time of showing my friends for the first time. Reaction video stream. Long story short, I include what the fans thought at the time. And then I was just like, the innocent verdict for Kazui made sense, but I'm surprised it was so close with the 54-45 because it seemed like everybody was voting him guilty. And I was asking, was there any particular reason this was done? Going by the YouTube comments, everybody was just on board for innocent. So, there was one theory that maybe people were thinking that he cheated on her, kind of what you were saying. So, I was wondering if that was the case. But it turns out this is kind of what happened, and somebody even linked something. Where is it? Here we go. So, somebody said it wasn't around for Kazui's tier 2 voting, but it did join close enough to know what happened. Thankfully, I did dig up this Tumblr post that explained what happened better than I ever could, but TLDR, it was basically a superstition. A JP fan called for Kazui's guilty verdict in order for good things to happen, and pulled a lot of non-Milgram fans to do so. Yes, so apparently a JP fan went off the hinges and brought in a lot of non-Milgram viewers and said, hey, vote this guy innocent because when I did, I got good things happened to me. Found this used comment by Japanese fan. The situation they're evoking is brought up by a couple other. There's something I want people to know outside of Japan to know. Kazui's vote is divided because of problems among the Japanese fans. A female Kazui fan called on non-Milgram fans to vote for no forgiveness or because she wanted to see Kazui suffering. What? The people who were approached were mainly Japanese and Korean idols. So she went to Japanese and Korean idol fans. They seemed to win tickets for idols' front row seats or receive fan service. They mistake it for something good happened because I didn't forgive Kazui. It is clear that the reason for voting is not because of the love of the consideration for the characters, but because of these mysterious superstitions.
Oh, hell no.
It is considered a problem among Japanese fans who did not like it and are at odds with them for voting forgiveness. Some of them don't want to forgive Kazui, however, they do not want their content to be ruined, therefore they are voting to forgive. Frankly speaking, Kazui's current voting results are not helpful, and it keeps going. But essentially, yes. So
my God.
That's why it is so close. Apparently, this was going on at the time.
Okay, but like, was it the actual idols who were like voting guilty or idol fans?
It was the fans.
Oh, okay,
So this person went to their fans and was like, hey, can you vote this guy guilty? When I did it, something good happened to me. And then one fan does it, And then they're just like, oh, I won these front row seats tickets. It's true. The superstition is true. Like, I got something lucky happened to me when I voted.
Nah, I call BS. I call BS.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think she probably made like a bunch of like multiple accounts to make it seem like, oh, hey, it worked for me. But that's just my crack theory. But like, no, I call bullshit.
Yeah.
Maybe if I voted Kazui guilty, I would have gotten good grades. Oh my god. Maybe if you vote Kazui guilty, you will win your next 75-25. That's actually a 25-75 on the Lycombe banner.
Right. It says
At
it's
early
just
pity.
like that. Exactly. Exactly.
In fact, it won't just be early pity. You will get the Lycombe that you want at 1 pity. You just need to do 1 poll, chat.
Yeah.
Vote Kazui
So,
guilty today.
yeah, get your free character today. That's pretty much what happened. Yeah, we mentioned this last time actually with the idea of like, you know, everything's down to voting. What happens when things go off the hinges like this? And this is an example of something going off the hinges, where it's like a lot of non-Milgram fans vote when that could have affected what had happened.
Yeah, I would love to see this incorporated into the lore somehow. Like maybe the writer's like, oh, there was outside interference with the system. Uh-oh, maybe Milgram's defenses are not as uptight as we thought they were. There must be a mole.
Yeah, maybe. It was very stressful during the vote. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, I thought that was interesting because I saw this result and I was like, really? Like, I was surprised because I thought everybody was voting the same. It seemed like everybody was on board voting him, and I was just like, I have to know what happened. All right.
Okay.
Are we good on this one? Shall we go to the next one?
Yeah, how long did we spend on Kazui? I was not expecting to go off so much on this one dude.
Yeah. I also AFK'd for a little bit, so that's also my fault.
Nah, you're good. But I feel
Okay.
like we spent a lot longer on this music video compared to Mahiru. I was like, holy shit, there's so much to uncover here.
There was. Okay, so next one's coming up. It is Amane's second PV. It is called Magic, and I'm gonna tell you right now.
Isn't that the
this
first
is
trial? I can see it in the player. That's the first trial.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, the second one is called March something. You're right, actually. You're 100% right. Yeah, Purge March. Here we go. I'm telling you right now, this music video is the most viewed video on the Milgram channel.
Okay, you know what? That doesn't
It's
surprise
10
me.
million views. It is 10 million views. It is the most viewed music video. 10 million views.
Amane gonna be a blast, bro. If you mean that literally, I'm going to freaking devour your soul 100%.
All right.
You better not keep one
us
eye
watch.
open.
This is Amane's second trial, the Purge March.
Marching band. Ayo, a banger? Okay, confetti. Maybe balloons? Alright, more cult imagery. It doesn't seem to be the same cult though. Or is it? The logo is different from the first trial. Okay, it's raining.
Oh, she's drowning.
Uh-oh, no! Yo, crushed what now, girly?
That's a cat.
Oh, it was the cat after all.
Oh, they saw her.
Oh. Okay, there's the the creepy balloon.
Oh shoot. The cat's gone.
It's my turn to. Oh my god! Is that a bunch of Amane clones?
Yeah, yeah. There's the robots again.
Oh, that's not.
All right.
He's at the end.
There you go. There you go. There you have it. There you have it.
That's such a short song. What the heck? It's 2 minutes and 36 seconds? Oi, Deco, make it longer. It was such a banger, bro. I don't even care about the story at this point. You need to make the song longer.
it was a banger. For sure. All right. Thoughts?
Okay, the one thing I want to say is like that scene where they spot her with the cat. Isn't there another girl that looks like her with the balloon?
Yes.
And then when they walk away from that room where they like trap her in and what I assume is electrocuting her, I think it's the same girl holding that balloon, right? With a similar hairstyle.
Yeah. Whoever this is, they ring this doorbell, and then they do whatever they do, and then they leave, and yeah, the balloon's there. They do leave the scene. Both of them leave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then whoever's inside does the thing.
Cult mandated bowl cut. Not the bowl cut. No, she got the Tongu coconut hair.
She does.
Actually, if you go back to that shot with them on the hill,
yeah,
it almost looks like the girl doesn't have a complete coconut style bangs. It looks like she has a little bit of a side part.
Yeah, no, she doesn't.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so lots of kids being indoctrinated. That's all I can get from this at first.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the army of Amanes, or at least Amane lookalikes. But then,
they're there at the beginning too.
Aren't they rushing towards the robots at the end?
They're moving somewhere. I think the robots are just in the sky.
Like, yeah, they are, like, sitting on top of, like, the white balloons, but it's unclear if they're the ones overseeing the march, or if Amane is leading a rebellion against them.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. Okay,
yeah, but then it's also the lyrics that are giving me pause, because Girly seems to have transformed into, like, a hyperactive psychopath murderer.
Oh, yeah, and then we go into the last scene.
I remember at the end of the first trial music video, it kind of like cuts to her like staring at a screen with like lifeless eyes as it fades to black, and I feel like this is that same room. It has similar lighting.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Can I look at those flags again?
Yeah.
So there's the eye, but yeah, those blobs at the beginning. I was like, what the frick are those?
I think they're supposed to represent the different robots. They could also represent. So at the beginning, she's talking about like their tenants, I guess you could call it. Tis ordained.
Okay, yeah.
And then yeah, the text for it comes up. Discard vulgarity. Deliver
unto those thou believest done.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy has like the hat, kind of like the robot. This guy over here.
Oh, okay, I can kind of see it.
So, yeah, it slightly lines up with all the headphone. Stay coist
Okay.
and perish. That only-
And then Amane basically strikes at her after she like makes a mistake with the flag. Or is that supposed to be
Yeah, no,
Amane?
Maybe, yeah. At first she messes up the twirling, and then she's like perfect at it.
Oh, this Discord audio breaking up a little bit.
I was saying at first she messes up, and then she's like perfect near the end. Twirls it perfectly at the end.
I guess that draws a parallel between like, I think it is Amane with like the blue flag, like the girl that holds the blue flag that messes up, that is Amane, and then the person who's like leading the march at the beginning, that's like the girl who rats her out at the hill, right? But then at the end of the music video, I think their roles get reversed. Or maybe not?
Okay.
Or actually no,
Maybe.
she's still like doing the flag thing perfectly, but hold on. Can you go back to the end?
Yeah.
With the flags and stuff. I can't tell if it's the flag or the sword that's being spun and then they go perfect.
It's a baton, I think. Yeah, it's like a baton.
Okay.
Not a flag. I think the one in front also had the one in front also has the same, but
This is kind of tough to piece together. Now that I know there's a bunch of kids that look alike in this cult, I'm just like, okay, so which one is the Amane we're talking about? Which one is just another cult kid?
yeah, the one with the baton does eventually transition into her transition, I will say.
Yeah, so maybe she does end up like after her indoctrination, she's like, okay, I'm gonna lead the march, so to speak. Okay. I got nothing more.
Okay. Shall we go to the questions?
Yeah, I need some more insight.
Okay. So we got some questions here. She was asked, state the name of your victim. Her response is, there is no victim. Only those who were served punishment.
Okay, yeah.
Question was asked, what do you think of Kajiyama Futa? She says, he is lost and in pain. I should help him.
Damn, that's crazy. How old is Amane again? Is she like 12 or something? She's gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna help a
think she's
old
12,
ass Oni-san right here.
Yeah. she's gonna help him, whatever that means. Question was asked, do you like animals? She says, I like them.
Okay.
Simple. Question was asked, what do the people you respect think about your sin? What do the people you respect think about your sin? And she says, I just followed what I've been taught. So obviously, they'll praise me and tell me I did good.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess This cult is crazy, man.
Yeah. The final question was asked, is there anything you wish your parents would have done? And she responds with, my mother should have kept her faith to the very end.
Oh no, she's gone. Y'all's bet failed. Y'all voted her guilty. Girlie went off the deep end instead. But then, wait. If they can lie in interrogations and voice dramas, what if she's still putting up a front?
Interesting thought, yeah.
But then, if she has like an interest in Futa and is gonna recruit him into her cult, then like, maybe it's not a front after all.
maybe. Alright. Let's shall we dig into it?
Forgiving her would have sent her to the other extreme. Yeah, that is true, but it wasn't her fault either.
Alright, let's head into the voice drama here. This one got interesting and weird. So, the beginning of the voice drama, Ace walks in, and she goes like, "We've been disappointed by you." And he says, "So what are you right now? You've been saying we this whole time." So she constantly says we when talking about herself. And then she goes like, "As stated previously, our actions were in line with our doctrine, and thus cannot count as sins. Thus Milgram is in the wrong."
A hive mind of sorts, maybe? With all the Amanes.
So kind of they have I couldn't put everything in this one, but they kind of have a mini argument.
Yeah.
Because Amane is like, "I did nothing wrong," and then Ace is going like, "Well, you still killed somebody, so by the law, you're wrong." And he's essentially saying that, you know, her cult and her teachings are wrong. And then she goes crazy. She says, "You insulted God," and then she just lunges at him, or attempts to lunge at him. So here's the thing: no prisoner can attack Ace. If they try to, they're stopped by something. I don't know what that something is. They're stopped by something. A little fun fact: there's only one person who is not bound by that, and that is Mikoto. And with the theory being that because he has split personality, Milgram only locked one personality, but not the other. Mikoto was able to. But all the other normal prisoners, they cannot attack Ace.
Okay.
So she attempts to attack, and then nothing happens. So, and he continues on. Ace goes, "That's exactly why. We have also speculated whether this was really your crime or that of your parents, of your surrounding."
Her parents. Okay, that's a good one to point out. But then he also goes into we. It's like he's fighting back.
Yeah. She kind of plays with she's talking on behalf of the faith. Yeah, that's true too. She's talking on behalf. So it's like not like high fine. She's talking on behalf of everybody, kind of stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah, Amane points out he said we because he says we have speculated. And then she goes like we, and then she kind of puts that in her advantage. She goes like, "Well, then aren't we the same, you and I?" Because he says we, right? And he was asking why you saying we at the beginning, but now he himself is saying we. So she's like, "Okay, we're the same then." And then elaborates on that by saying, "You treated me like a child after all. Because I'm a child, you believe that I must have been brainwashed. It was really difficult, and it could feel restrictive sometimes, but I'm really happy that I could grow up on such beautiful teachings. It's really natural that we, who weren't acknowledged as a society just because we're few in numbers, would view the possibility of a new world through Milgram as a dream come true." She was also stating the fact that like she likes Milgram as an idea, but just disagreed with like what they considered a sin and things like that.
Okay.
And then she continues. She says, "Warden-san, it's not just you. It's all of us, all of you. You all said you wouldn't forgive us. We're meeting each other on an eye level. You all won't be permitted not to dirty your hands." So she's calling Ace and us essentially kind of like hypocritical. She's saying we're very similar, kind of almost similar to what Futa was telling us earlier. She's saying we're a little bit hypocritical. We have deemed judgments for people, but we aren't dirtying their hands. And she's like, "You guys are kind of doing the same thing, but you're dirtying your hands."
Yeah, I kind of called this out like with Futa a little bit. I think in both the first and second trials, it's like we're kind of a little similar to like the hive mind that Futa had to like deal with. Basically, like we're the ones like judging people of like their crimes, their allegations, like canceling them, etc., etc. So in a way, like we're being hypocritical about like how we treat different cases too. It's like, oh, these two have like similar scenarios. Like, which two of them were they? I think Futa and Kotoko, like they were similar, but because of like their perceived differences in circumstances, like Futa was like some online counselor, but Kotoko was like a purveyor of vigilante justice against like sexual violence and things like that. So we're like, okay, we forgive Kotoko, but we do not forgive Futa. That in itself is a little hypocritical.
Yeah, It's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah. She goes on saying, both pain and illness are trials, according to our teaching. Those who run from them are the worst evil there is. An evil existence that's trying to steal people's trials away from them. So at the ending, she's talking about there's an evil that exists in Milgram, an evil existence that's trying to steal people's trials away from them. Obviously, she's talking about Shido, because Shido had healed the two that were attacked. She considers those attacks to be retribution, and by Shido stopping them, she's saying that's going against the idea of people having trials. So she's got it out for him.
I disagree a little bit there. You can't have a trial if they can't speak for themselves. They're not allowed to talk about it.
Yep. Okay, let's head into the theories here. So, fan thoughts and theories. People feel like there's no good choice. Somebody in chat said that earlier. There's no like real potentially.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I'm getting a similar feeling.
Like, yeah, it's like we voted her guilty, but that didn't really change anything. If we voted her innocent, would that have really changed? But that feels like there's no good choice.
Yeah.
Her doctrine says one should live their destiny, which is why no helping is allowed, right? That was one of the rules. You should live their own destiny. Like the cat that got injured should have led their own destiny, and by Amane helping the cat, giving, she altered their destiny, and that's why she got punished. Similar to how Shido is helping Futa, helping Mahiru, she's determined that he should be punished as well. The doctrine also stated no vulgarity. That was the blue flag. She dropped that one in the beginning. Maybe that means that she broke that law, that rule of no vulgarity. So maybe an example of her breaking that rule was she was being vulgar, and then she was tortured in that way, which is blue flag, meaning like the water robot. And then we saw a scene of her in kind of like a shower, like we saw her being drowned.
Yeah.
And then it cuts to like a shower area, so maybe she was doused with water for who knows how. There you go, right? For who knows how long. Doused with like cold water or something like that. And that was her punishment for being quote unquote vulgar, maybe, potentially.
Wait, so how does one be vulgar in this sense? Like, is it just her saying like a bad word or something?
Maybe, potentially. Yeah, we're not sure. We're not sure,
Okay. That's well, true. Be rude. That could stretching it, but I can kind of see it. But very extreme punishment.
Oh yeah, I mean it is a cult.
I mean,
Pink was destiny, which equals an electric robot, which could mean the electric shock, right? She altered the cat's destiny, which was reported, and then she suffered the electric shock. Amane and Ace are very similar. We just talked about that, but yeah, we both. The thing that she pointed out between Amane and Ace being similar is that Ace followed everything that Milgram set out for him to do without really questioning it.
Yeah.
And it's like Amane is saying like, well, I did the same thing. I followed these rules without questioning it, and you're following your own rules without questioning it. Like we are similar in that. Yeah, both just blindly did as they were told. But Ace has never rebelled, but Amane has. Amane did go against the cult's rulings when she helped that cat. Technically, Ace has never done that. He's never gone against what Milgram has set out.
Yeah, the most he's ever done is like voice empathy for the prisoners, but then he's like, yeah, I have to judge you this or that according to like what I'm bound by.
Yeah. Someone else in the cult saw her help the cat. Obviously, we saw that. The quote-unquote robot attacks from the first PV, they were tangible abuses.
Yeah.
So we saw one example with the water abuse. So maybe all the PV stuff from the first one that actually happened to her in different ways, electrocution, the water thing, and then whatever the other ones represented. Yeah. So she fully loses it after finding out the cat was gone. So the cat being, some people were saying that after she finds the cat being gone, that's it. That was like the final straw, and now she's like fully cray cray. She's fully
like I didn't touch on it, mostly because I forgot. But I did see, like, wait, we never actually saw her, like, killing the cat like we thought she might have in the first trial. It's just, like, gone. They might have killed it for her or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, very good point, very good point. Somebody putting out in chat real quick. They admit to Shido in tier 2 that they thought of ways to stop it, but nothing came to mind. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, Ace has never rebelled, but they've considered like another system to help them, but couldn't think of anything. That's a good point. So here's another theory, very interesting theory. So potentially, was she a victim of abuse from her mother or father? Whoever took out the cat. So this is kind of an interesting path. Some people were going on with their theories. Whoever took out the cat committed a sin. So based on their removing the cat, maybe killing the cat, Amane saw that as changing the cat's destiny as well. So she saw this as unfair. She was punished for changing the cat's destiny, but this other person who took away the cat was not punished. And then it goes into the lyrics. If you break your vow, it's my turn to tear your throat. I'll give you back the judgment you gave me. So she's saying, removing of the cat, oh, you broke the law as well, so now I get to punish you, essentially.
Oh, I just think it was. I thought that like the intended recipients of those lyrics is like it was kind of vague, mixed between maybe like the cult authority figures or maybe even like us as S or like the people who judged her as guilty. It got maybe a little meta, but that oh yeah, because like. Okay, if she treated the cat's wounds, okay, yeah, that changes the cat's destiny. But then if someone kills the cat, then like they interfered with like the natural order of things, right?
Yeah, according to Amane, they also changed the cat's destiny.
Yeah, so depending on who exactly did that. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then someone also pointed out in chat, manager says, her victim is probably her mother as her dad is on trip. That's true too. That was also pointed out. Her dad is on a trip right now, so it's probably his. And yeah, and then Amane says she wishes her mother kept her faith. So if her mother did change the cat's destiny, then it's like her mother broke faith.
So maybe she is in fact leading rebellion against her cult authority figures, except she's just gonna take over the cult herself.
That's an interesting thing. Okay. Interesting theory.
She will enforce the new world order, chat. Oh my god. I'm losing it. I'm fully losing it right now.
We're going crazy. We're going crazy with these. So this was a crazy one. So at the ending scene where it's probably shown the being her full crime, it was pointed out that there's a room with a light open.
Yeah.
So potentially maybe that was the bathroom, and she tried to do the same punishment to, let's just say, her mother, whoever her victim was. We don't know for sure. But let's say to her mother. Potentially, and you see water there, right, on the ground.
Oh yeah.
So maybe they escaped, right? So they escaped, and because they escaped, that means they were trying to escape their punishment, and so Amane went.
Sorry, you cut out there.
Further.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because in the beginning, she suffered that same punishment in the bathroom with the water. And whoever this was trying to escape, and it's like, oh no, you're not getting away from the situation.
Is that a body she's staring at in that far shot there? I can't tell if it's like feet or like furniture or something. It's too.
It looks like hands, and then there's a blood splatter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then, so that was a good point. And then she directly threatens us and Ace. She directly threatens both of us. And then people were asking, Will the final trial be us judging ourselves as number 11?
I mean, I did think either S or us would be prisoner number 11, so like I'm not surprised by this. and it's just practically begging to flip the script on us.
Some point in the chat, the theory is there was also a theory that she beat the victim due to the blood on her baton. Interesting.
Oh, I did not catch
I don't know
that.
how real the baton is. Like, to me, I see to me personally, I see like the baton and stuff like that as like not being a real baton.
I mean, but like if you see blood on it, then that implies that she committed a violent act. So it doesn't necessarily mean that she beat the person with the baton. She could have just like beat her up with like, I don't know, a bludgeon or her fist or something.
Yeah, the baton also could be her umbrella if we go to the transition point.
Yeah, I mean, they do look a little similar when the umbrella's all wrapped up.
There we go. Yeah. So in the transition point, the baton is her umbrella. So maybe that was the weapon.
Mm-hmm. I thought it was some kind of pipe object because of undercover. Oh, interesting thoughts. I mean, if you think about it, if you stare at the umbrella hard enough, you could interpret it as a pipe. You're kind of like stretching it, but you could.
True. Okay. Oh, sorry, wrong one. So final thoughts. Pretty crazy.
I'm gonna be real. This is above my pay grade.
Yeah, this Amane's one
But,
is like, what do you do?
Listen, I know she's brought up in a cult. This is not technically her fault, but I think the brainwashing is too strong, and Girly is literally a psychopath now.
Yeah.
I agree in the fact that I don't think a guilty or innocent verdict is really going to change her mentality that much. She raises some good points about the Milgram experiments, but in terms of like forgiving her for her crime, I think she needs to go to a junior asylum and maybe go into self-isolation and then speak to a therapist behind a glass wall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go with guilty here.
Okay.
I think I also said
Okay,
guilty
alright.
last time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
I feel
Yeah.
bad because she's a child, but sometimes children are just psychopathic. Like sometimes I'll like read up on like these horrific child murder cases or child murderer cases on Reddit, and I'm like, good God. And they weren't even like raised in like a cult sort of like environment, a cultish environment. They had a normal family, and then they just ended up like killing another person because they're like either curious about it or I don't know. They saw it as just another thing that they could do. But basically, like my point is like, I think Amane might have had a kind heart in the beginning, but I think she's not mentally stable and at this point. And I think at the point she's at right now, it's gonna take years to deprogram her of the cult brainwashing. Like if I said, yeah, forgive her for crime, she literally beat up a person. To the point of maybe death or almost death. I mean, they did say she was a murderer, so I assume death. I think she's gone, and I wash my hands of the matter. I'm Pontius Pilate. I can't deal with this. This is on Milgram now, not me.
Yeah, I see no fault. Yeah, I see what you're saying about you.
But yeah, I just think there's no like good ending whether you vote guilty or innocent, regardless like the trials now. I think maybe what changes is maybe like the I don't know how strongly she feels about the cult ideals. I don't know. We voted her guilty, and then she was like, well, you voted me guilty, you're a hypocrite. then if we voted her innocent, then she'd be like, oh, everything is fine. I'm still gonna abide by my cult ideals.
Yeah.
Like very little change, except maybe she doesn't end up wanting to like overthrow her cult authority figures, so she can be like, haha, I will reform my religious group. That's the only thing I can think of. Because it does see her leading that army of like Amane lookalikes, right? That could be her leading the new generation to overthrow the old authority figures.
Okay, interesting. Zero says in chat, it does sound cruel, but as somebody interested in technology, it does sound like she is deep into her mentality, and innocent sounded way too risky for those around her. How many innocent would be hurt in trying to snap her? What? For me personally, my thinking is more, I'm curious about something, because I think a big thing that this one revealed, and kind of people were talking about it in regards, oh, she was a victim, because if indeed, I'm trying to think of this way to say this in the way that makes sense. So when it comes to guilty and innocent verdicts, it like the innocent verdict kind of confirms what you believe, and the guilty verdict kind of does the opposite, right? So now I'm wondering, right, and I'm only wondering this because we saw what happens after we gave her guilty. I'm thinking, I wonder if we gave her an innocent verdict, would she believe her thoughts about saving the cat and not the cult, if that makes sense?
I don't think I quite follow.
So. I think first instinct, people are gonna think if you vote her innocent the first time, she's gonna double down on the cult's followings. But I'm saying, okay, what if her doubling down on the cult followings for the innocent verdict is not that, but instead what she believes in now is that her saving that cat was the real thing to believe in, which was her kind of like rebellion a little bit. Oh, that's what I'm saying.
But then that's not exactly the crime we're judging her on, right?
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. Yeah,
because like we had no hint of her like, you know, blatantly murdering her mother, or like whoever that person was at the end of the second child music video in the first one. Like at first we just thought it was the cat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I only thought about this because of how we see kind of this. I'm just wondering, like, yeah, how would it like? Because it reminds me. It makes me think of like, you know how Haruka saw the innocent thing as like, oh, me killing all those animals and whoever people, that's fine.
Yeah,
because you guys voted me. So I'm wondering, like, because that was his like personal kind of belief. So I'm wondering if the same thing potentially could happen to Amane. It's just a thought, yeah.
The voice trauma frames it as, do you stand with or against Amane's cult? Okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if it is indeed that, or if it's like not necessarily the cult, but what her personal opinion kind of about it. Pretty much I'm saying like, is her, I'm kind of calling it rebellion, but I don't know if it's necessarily that. I'm wondering like, is her rebellion really what was actually being asked in tier 1 and not the cult? I guess, if that makes sense.
I mean, I guess I can kind of see where you're coming at here.
It's also like another thing to add to kind of this point is she did punish whoever that was at the end for kind of like not following the doctrine, but I'm sure some of that was also just like vengeance. She was just getting back at the person who was abusing her, right? I'm pretty sure the person she attacked at the end was the person who drowned her with the water, who electro shocked her, right? So I wonder how much of that was like, that was just her getting revenge on the person who was abusing her, right? It's like, I guess I'm almost saying like, I wonder if that kind of spark of like rebellion / her being kind-hearted was kind of there, and then if if indeed the first verdict could have kind of made her more introspective and looked at that, versus kind of being like, okay, what I did was. And it's hard to tell, right?
Yeah.
I'm just talking like theoretical. It's impossible to tell. Yeah.
Yeah, something similar to like what she's saying in chat right here, but like Amane's personal wants and her beliefs are mixed together so much that it's almost the same thing at this point. I honestly agree.
Yeah.
Like, I think maybe if someone had intervened right at the point when she was like treating the cat, she might have had a chance, but unfortunately no one did and she got caught. And now she's like stuck on this like really warped mentality of like violently do unto others as they do to you.
Yeah, I think by this point she's definitely too far gone. I guess I'm mostly asking, I wonder if by tier 1 maybe she wasn't fully gone. Maybe there was still a little bit of that, and if she was given an innocent, maybe it would have given her a tiny opportunity to be more introspective.
Maybe.
I guess that's
Maybe. I don't know if I'd buy it,
yeah,
but
there's no way
maybe.
to truly answer that, right? Just wondering. Yeah, I'm just wondering.
You know, I will wonder, like, maybe after, like, the whole Milgram project is over, the writer comes out and is like, okay, here's maybe, like, what I planned if like, y'all had voted, like, these other verdicts, like, after everything is over, and then people would be like, oh my god, mind blown. I feel like he wouldn't, because that kind of, like, ruins the magic of, like, an interactive, like, narrative, like, choose your own adventure, that sort of thing, but it would be interesting at least to see like the logic behind like how he made the roots diverge, if there are, you know, actual roots. Like maybe with Amane to an extent there's just no winning, maybe it's just like only down to like the tiny details, like instead of
she says, I mean, I don't think Milgram is that hopeful of a story. Honestly, I kind of disagree, actually. I do think there is hope in here. And maybe it's weird to say, I do think the hope lies in the fact that at the beginning, we are mostly meant to see these people as like criminals who have committed crimes, right? Almost like the real Milgram experiment in a way, right? But as we spend more time with them, like especially for quite a few of them, we have grown very sympathetic to who they are and like even like what they did, even if they're in the wrong, right? It definitely goes to Mahiru for that one, where it's just like we can all, a lot of people at least, and I agree that what she did was wrong, but I don't think she deserved the punishment that she had, right? And I think a lot of the times a lot of people are just like, the real solution here is to get them some psychiatric help, right? So it does sound weird, but I do think there is hope in that, in the sense of just like, I think many of these cases are not hopeless situations. I think, especially by as in the beginning for tier 1, there's hope for a lot of these characters to truly understand what they did was wrong and potentially get on the path to like what is it, quote unquote, learn from what had happened and be able to be a better functioning person after that.
Here's my take on it. From what I know of Yamanaka sensei, he is a bit of a progressive himself, especially in terms of political views. I did see a little bit of drama with like the upcoming Third Child You Know music video. That kind of like reinforced my perspective of him, especially based on his previous writing. I think Yamanaka sensei's intention with Milgram is to basically, I don't think the purpose of Milgram is to be like, oh, these like quote unquote murderers, they could have like a happy or good ending. I don't think that's the point. It's more so to humanize them beyond their perceived mistake. We don't judge them on a pure basis of like black versus white. He humanizes those characters. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're right, but he gives them like a backstory, shows how they went down that path, and then we empathize with like their journey down that path. But it's also up to them to realize, hey, I made a mistake, or I didn't make a mistake, and how will I live the rest of my life with that knowledge going forward?
I definitely agree with that. And Yeah, and that does pretty much go into the point that I guess I'm making, is that like it's the way that it's presented in a way that's very like choose one or the other, but like the real answer is like it's gray, right? Things aren't so black and white. It does lie somewhere in the gray. And even somebody as like sometimes almost cartoonishly evil as Amane can be, right? I don't think even she is like in a completely helpless situation, because I can see things like, oh, her helping the cat, or her trying to seek vengeance, even though maybe it seems like it's the name of the cult, but maybe I can see like, oh, some of that is just like her being like, all of this that was done to me was wrong, and this is wrong. Like it's almost like somewhere deep down maybe that's in. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it goes back to like my original like theory about Milgram being like a lot more of a meta project than we think it is. I feel like it's a meta social commentary. You know, as us as like online netizens or like people IRL, we're very quick to like judge like criminals or like perceived criminals like through their mistakes, and only see them through that lens. But it's like, as Amane and some others pointed out, that's kind of hypocritical of us, because our judgment also changes depending on like how we perceive certain information.
Yeah, like sometimes when people are like, let's say like canceled online or whatever, right? A lot of people are quick to side with the person who happened to spoke first, right? That happened to like put out the Google document first or things like that, right? The one I always default to is, I don't know, do you remember when the Pro Jared thing happened?
No, I don't think I've heard of it.
Okay. So, I'm trying to like think of a way to sum it. So TLDR, it was a situation of Pro Jared's wife at the time trying to cancel him for something that he did, right? And everybody was on the side of his wife, and they were trying to cancel him, unsubscribing from him, things like that, right? As it turns out, I think about like maybe a year later, he was silent because he was going through court proceedings and things like that, and it was revealed that like he wasn't necessarily in the wrong, and the wrong was with the wife. Obviously, but the wrong was in the wife, right? At that point, the damage had been done. Yeah, at that point, the damage had been done. Sorry. Yeah, at that point, the damage had been done. So that's one of the things that
In fact, I think everyone in Milgram should go to a psychiatrist. Yeah, pretty much. Everyone needs therapy.
Yeah. So, how do we feel about time right now? I know we were kind of going along with these ones.
Yeah. I can keep going.
You keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. I need to check something real quick. I will be BRB super quick. I'll be right back.
Unfortunately, I gotta go, but I loved your reactions. I'll be checking out the VOD though by Aria Meter. Yeah, thank you for coming by, Diana. I appreciate it. And yeah, the VOD will be up for about a week or two on Twitch. The VOD will be up permanently on YouTube. Actually, I have been thinking about editing my Milgram reactions into like more bite-sized videos. I don't know exactly how I would structure them, but if there's interest in that, I might work on it on my off time. Because I know that my VODs are really long. And no one got time to like sit through like 4 to 6 hours. What's for plans for Trial 3? That Meteor and I haven't discussed that yet, to be honest. I kind of maybe want to react to them live, especially because it would give us a boost in the algorithm. But I don't know, it would be a little... If it was only like us reacting to one music video and the audio drama and the questions at a time, it might be good for like edited videos. I don't know about a stream. So maybe we could wait for like, I don't know, 3 characters come out at a time and then we react to them. But I don't know, I need to discuss it with him. And the way that Meteor's been organizing these slides is like, we have the benefit of first and second trial already being completed. But with third trial like actively ongoing, it's gonna be a little harder to collect the fan theories, I think. But we'll see. I obviously don't want to like say anything with certainty right now, so we'll keep you guys posted on our socials and on YouTube. The slides are very good. This is a good system. Yeah, Meteor has put a lot of effort into the slides, which I very much appreciate. It keeps things organized. But yeah, we have 2 more characters to go. I think it's Mikoto and Kotoko. Mikoto, I'm very interested to see. Kotoko as well to an extent, but I feel like I kind of know what to expect with Kotoko, given like her descent into like madness in a sense. But Mikoto is a little bit more of an enigma, especially with like the whole perceived alter ego, multiple personality disorder sort of thing. So I want to see what they cook up with him. Kotoko is always a waiting banger. We'll see. We'll see what her song is like. I have been enjoying the second trial songs a lot on average. Like, let me just say, like, first trial songs, really good. But especially in the first half. I will say that the second trial's, like, good songs reached new highs I had not expected. And I'm hoping they continue that trajectory in the third trial. Like, I hope Deco 27 like experiments a lot more like on the musical side of things and presents things in like a more like musically creative sort of way. Like, for example, with like the genre switches and the tempo changes. Oh my god. If I were still like relatively proficient in like classical music theory, I could probably like take each song and just like take it apart, like analyze like the key changes, if there are any, and then like the time signatures and whatnot. There's so many ways to analyze this from a musical perspective, but I'm blanking on most of my theory, to be honest.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. All right. Shall we do another?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So this is going to be Mikoto's. Mikoto's second video. This is called Double.
Ooh, first Mimi and now Double.
Yeah.
I wonder if it'll have similar Arcana imagery.
I wonder.
What about Amane's verdict? I voted guilty or not forgive.
Yeah. I forgot. Yeah, let's see what the people said. So you voted guilty. Let's see what the people said. Boom. So people pretty 50-50. I expected a 50-50 with her.
Okay, innocent.
Yeah, 51, mostly innocent. Yeah, same. I feel like it could go either. You really don't know what to do with that.
Yeah.
She's a hard one to kind of parse. So I'm not surprised people went with innocent. If anything, just to see what would happen, just for variety's sake, like they did guilty the first time. Let's see what happens with innocent, maybe. Yeah, it seems people are very confused. She's very confused.
Her cryptic music videos do not help either. Like I'm saying, with like the childish sort of imagery, it makes things a lot harder than it should be, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, my bad. Now let's watch Double. Here we go.
Alright, you got the stream of metal again. Let's go.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh. A shattered bullet? Mayhaps?
Okay, everything's chill now. We're fine.
Okay. We're continuing the pattern of tempo changes, mood changes. I like it.
Very Very gory.
I'm sensing a sort of codependency between the two versions of himself. Okay. Original self? Oh.
Talk to his mom.
The original self is losing it. Meanwhile, his serial killer persona is like, oh, hey, mom. Yeah, everything's fine. He's just like keeping it all together.
Right.
Oh, right. They voted him innocent, right?
No, guilty.
Oh, guilty? Oh. What the fuck?
I don't remember actually. No, he was guilty because I remember Koto tried to attack him, but he defended himself.
Okay, right. Hey, double Mimi.
Hey. There we go.
I feel like I gleaned nothing from this.
What do you think? What's the thoughts? Second reaction.
No, like I genuinely I don't think I gleaned anything from this. Can we rewatch?
Sure.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, from the beginning.
No, you're good. Yeah, we're fine. It's a good music video.
Okay. And then he's gone, and then replaced by his alter ego guy.
Somebody's texting him.
I assume his mom, because like she calls him later.
Yeah. All the people are these little mannequins. It's like you, us.
Yeah, so the serial killers putting up a front for him, I guess.
That's got the bat. It's very different.
Okay. I'm struggling to remember what I theorized in the first trial.
Got some eyes here again. The eyes are back.
Glitching subway navigation? Okay, that might be something to pick up on. Da 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 da. Okay.
Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna keep my first impressions short because I feel like I still don't glean much out of this. But I think I might be a little simpler than maybe I'm reading into it. But I think the original theories that we had back on the first trial were accurate to some degree. I think he was suffering from stress, whether it was like work in his job or something like in his life. Clearly, like even speaking to his mom like gave him like a lot of stress and anxiety.
Going
So
back to that parental thing from the other one.
wait, sorry, what did you say?
Going back to like Kazui's like parental stress.
Yeah,
stuff like
yeah. Well, I don't know if Kazui was like stressed from his parents. It was just like the weight of their burdens.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Expectations of-
mhm. Yeah, so I think as a response to that stress, I think he did end up or actually no, okay, wait, hold on a second. Valor, thanks so much for the follow. I think he originally I think this is the person who ended up killing I mean like not this person, the person. I think this original personality of his, I think he did end up killing someone. And that further stressed him out because of the guilt of what he did. And so he develops this other alter ego to basically shoulder all of the guilt and blame and negative emotions for him. So like while he loses it, his alter ego keeps everything together.
Got it. Okay.
But that's all I'm gonna leave it at, because if I watch this music video another time, I'm gonna be like, there's nothing else I could glean from this. I did notice the glitching subway like navigation directions. I think it might have something to do with like, I think originally he didn't really know like where to like go in life. Like I don't know if that stems from like his career, like maybe he's just following like a set path that maybe his mom put down for him, or who knows, maybe even he put down for himself, but he's not satisfied with that anymore. But like the more that he like veers into like this life of serial killer crime, I think the more the trajectory of his future becomes vague and continuously warped. And now he's like, well, what the fuck do I do now? I'm sorry, I don't know how I got to this point.
How did I get to this point? Yeah, it's spiraling. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Let's go into the questions. We got quite a few. So, question was asked, how do you feel about the existence of your other personality? He responds with, if he's really there, then I'm a little anxious that something will happen without my knowledge. So, he's not fully aware of his other personality, but he's kind of been told this. Do you have any feelings of guilt towards your actions? He says, how am I supposed to feel guilt over something I don't even remember doing?
Okay, so like, remember when I said that I think his original self committed the first murder? I think it's still possible for that to have happened, but I think his alter ego could have repressed or suppressed that memory for him, just to make sure he doesn't spiral even further.
Interesting thought. Question was asked, do you feel bad for your victim? And we got chicken scratch. Nothing. As you can see there.
Running between the cells.
Well, let's keep going. The next question was, what is violence to you? And he responds with, I wanted to help him, in very different handwriting. In
okay.
As all.
I'm guessing that's his alter ego.
Yeah, that's the thought process. I think that's the thought process. Next question: is there something that you would protect at the cost of your life? And the response was Mikoto's life.
Okay.
And the final question: do you have any words for the other you? The response was, I'm sorry.
I thought it was Mikoto's original self that says sorry at the end of the music video, but if it's his alter ego... Okay, this is raising more questions than I thought. Can we move on to the audio drama first, actually?
Sure. Oh yeah, also real quick, I want to point out that, I mean, you probably already figured this out, but the chicken scratch was probably like the transition between the...
Yeah,
Yeah. So maybe he started to write something and then teetered away.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, here is the audio drama. So, apparently Mikoto got restrained, I think, after the fight broke out between him and Miko. So he starts asking the question, what are you on about? Restraining someone who couldn't even hurt a fly? And then Ace responds with, Aren't fully aware, huh? Multiple personalities. Am I correct in assuming that the you I'm talking to right now is another personality of Mikoto's?
Mm.
They have the whole conversation. And now Ace gives a name to the other personality. And Ace says, for convenience, I'll be calling you John. So he calls the other personality John. As in, I think it's supposed to be like John Doe or like John. Pretty much it's just a generic name. People when you don't know their name, like maybe like a body that you find, you don't know their names. They call them.
It's also
I believe
funny that we
John.
go from Mikoto to just John.
Yeah, and John. Here we go, and then it continues. Evidently, the time I've been fronting has been getting long. So this is John talking right now. Evidently, the time I've been fronting has been getting long. So this me has been able to stabilize. So John is saying right now, he is in the John persona a lot longer. So that's why he's kind of more conversative now compared to before. Is because it's spending so much time being John. John goes on, the fact that I came out for longer just means that I'm constantly under stress. The I'm here meaning Mikoto.
Yeah.
And then he continues on, right, your decision not to forgive Mikoto is especially stress-inducing. That's why Mikoto is entrusting me with his heart. So he's saying that the guilty verdict doubled down on Mikoto's stress, and that's why John is out for longer. As in, he's saying that like John's kind of like the one to kind of like help him out when things get really stressful. He like switches to turning him on. He goes to sleep to kind of start this up.
Okay.
Continues on. Yeah, it was me. I killed them. They annoyed me. Ace responds to that saying, still, depending on the number of victims, the death penalty might be inevitable. And then John kind of reels back after hearing that. He goes like, oh, hold on. I'm the one who did it. Mikoto was just sleeping. So he's very adamant that I, John, was the one that did it, not Mikoto.
I mean, then how do you put a punishment for a different personality?
It's the question, yeah. Continues on saying, Mitoko kept dealing with it all by himself the whole time until it exploded. Talking about like the stress of everything, right? He kept dealing with it. Exploded. And then not Mikoto, John gets really angry. He said, you know that because of Milgram, I don't care about the law. I want to know what you think. So he's talking about Ace directly. Ace just keeps talking about like, by the rules of the law, like you are wrong. By the rules of the law, you may deserve like the death penalty. And then John goes like, I don't care about any of that, right? I don't care about any of that. He's saying, I'm wondering what you think. I'm wondering what you think. Where we are right now. Probably talking to Ace and talking to us at the same time. And then he continues, please forgive me, Mikoto. And then he makes a promise. This is a very interesting promise. He makes a promise. He says, if you forgive Mikoto, if you forgive Mikoto, I, John, will disappear.
If he disappears, then will the actual Mikoto, like, is he gonna be okay with all his stress? Apparently there are no therapists in Milgram, so also, well, Kotoko accepts that verdict.
It almost calls back to the Haruka one, right? It's like a promise. If we vote innocent or guilty, John's making a promise with us, saying that if we vote Mikoto innocent, then he would go away.
Okay, so it seems my theory was incorrect, and John Mikoto here is the one committing all the murders. But like, so are we forgiving Mikoto or are we forgiving John? I mean, like, I guess we're forgiving Mikoto, but like, is the original human responsible for the crimes of the multiple personality that he has no memories of?
It's a question.
Oh. Yeah. I'm surprised that Mikoto hasn't said anything about the voices. You would think with like how unstable he is, like maybe or something, but maybe John, because of like how I don't know what the criteria is for hearing voices. I know some other people think that everyone can hear the voices and they just don't talk about it. I wonder if you had been interrogating Mikoto right now, maybe Mikoto would have been like, oh my god, you all voted me guilty and innocent, like they mentioned in the music video.
I will say, we do see the eyes that Futa saw during this scene. I'm trying to find it. There, we do see the eyes.
Ah, okay. It's pretty fast, so like I couldn't like catch a glimpse of it.
Super. So the eyes are there, and they are in a similar style to when Futa. So potentially, maybe he does hear the voices, but we don't talk too much to Mikoto.
There's side content with Mikoto and the voices. Oh, really?
Okay, that's interesting.
He also has the lyric, he's a liar, you said. Yeah. So I guess we get the confirmation through the music video and not necessarily the audio drama.
That maybe he hears the voices. Yeah. I guess at this point, I don't know where this theory came up, but I'm going to tell you now because since we're talking about this. So the current theory about the voices is that everybody that we know uses a cell phone hears the voice. That's the kind of ongoing theory with the voices.
The cell phone?
Yeah, so Mahiru, we saw posts on social media. She mentioned the voices. Futa obviously uses social media.
I think I get it. I get it.
Yeah, we can see in this one, Mikoto calls his mom on a phone, and he potentially can hear the voices. That's kind of the theory. Maybe.
Okay. Remind me, was there any like confirmation that he could hear voices?
I'm trying to think. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Chat, if you know the answer, feel free to just like drop it.
Yeah, feel free. Yeah, don't remember off the top of my head. I know Yuno did.
Haruko mentioned yet, but S didn't know about it. Wait, so did Haruka actually hear the voices or not? Because I do remember, like, we were discussing, like, if characters or the criminals, the prisoners, could hear the voices based on their guilty or innocent verdicts. But Haruka got an innocent one. Not guilty, if I remember correctly.
He said that there was a whole lot of people that affirmed.
Okay.
He said a whole lot of people. There you go.
Have we ever seen Haruka with a cell phone, though? I don't think we have.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, in both his first music video and his second one, I don't recall there being a cell phone at all. Or a computer. So that's a little weird.
Yeah, whether or not that theory is correct, it's just something that I saw, that I noted. Yeah. Cool. Shall we go to the theories? Speaking of theory, let us go. Okay, so there's some good stuff here. So Mikoto and John are using two separate pronouns to refer to themselves. Boku for Mikoto and ore for John. So any Japanese professionals probably knows what that implies. I don't. But if people know what that means. Because of the guilty verdict, John has developed more and Mikoto is less present. With that. John only wants to protect Mikoto, but his protection is actually harming Mikoto, right?
Yeah, also no, go ahead.
Alright, I was just gonna say he wants to stop Mikoto's stress, and he stops the stress by, the way I've perceived this as like, oh, Mikoto probably has a lot of thoughts because of his stress. Like he's like maybe somebody was rude to him on the train, and he's like, I wish I could just bash this guy with the bat, right? And like has a lot of intrusive thoughts. But it's like this split personality has now happened, and now his intrusive thoughts have like formed into reality. So John thought he was protecting Mikoto by reducing his stress, but he's also putting him in harm's way because him committing that crime has now put him here, which is causing more stress.
Yeah, like bro deadass said, oh yeah, they pissed me off, so I killed them. It's like that's the most violent and more stress-inducing way to end stress.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's like you've trapped yourself in a cycle, my dude.
Yeah, it's like was John made because of workplace stress, or Mikoto was made after the murder?
Yeah, see, like, I'm not quite sure. Like, I've been theorizing that Mikoto is the original one, but... It's like... Was it the more psychopathic side that was originally there because of, like, the intrusive thoughts? Or did Mikoto only, like, develop as a personality afterwards as, like, sort of, like, a front to cover for his crimes? Or, like... I don't know, because, again, I thought that Mikoto was the one that felt guilty and said sorry at the end, but no, that was John. So, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm interpreting the genre switches a little wrongly.
Or maybe they're both sorry.
Maybe
Mikoto's saying sorry because he knows something is wrong.
Could be.
Worse, yeah. I have my own like third thought about the whole like, you know, John's creation or whatever. Maybe it's almost somewhere in the middle where Mikoto committed the first murder, and that's how John was made, because he couldn't, like, you know, handle that extra stress of being like, oh my goodness, I committed a murder, right? Because I was taken too far. And maybe like John committed more murder back, but maybe that first one was from Mikoto himself. And John created as a personality right after that.
Maybe.
Oh wait, that's my next point. Yeah, maybe Mikoto did commit the first murder and then John was made.
Yeah. I feel like things are too vague for me to actually decide, like, okay, conclusively, who was the one who actually committed the first murder.
It's a hard one. Continue on. Not being able to escape the long train correlates to his mind, right?
Yeah.
All the threats of everything, plus the creation of John. It's like this train is like infinite, right? You can never get into it. John is not reflected on the glass, but Mikoto is. Kind of this scene right here, when they're both kind of like sitting down on the train. There's nothing kind of behind Mikoto while he's like sleeping, but theoretically on the other side is John with his baseball bat, and the reflection. I do think the reflection is there eventually. Yeah, it's this part. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so theoretically this is John, and he's seeing Mikoto suffering from the stress.
Sorry, Discord audio is breaking up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
So theoretically this is John who's Mikoto suffering from stress.
Honestly, like, I interpreted this as, like, it's not necessarily that John needs to have a reflection on the back. It's just like another representation symbolically of like, oh, there are two halves of the same coin.
Yeah. I can see that as well. Yeah, for sure. Mikoto runs forward. John walks backwards. So the scene where Mikoto's kind of running away, he's running in kind of this direction. And then right after, when John takes the stage, he's running right back. It's the same spot. In trial 1, John attacked Ace. Well, no one... Oh, yeah, I mentioned that earlier. So, yeah, according to Milgram, nobody can attack the warden. So, you know, Amane tried to attack us. That didn't work. I think Haruka maybe tried to as well. I don't remember. Yeah, anybody that tries to attack Ace, they're stopped. The only person who is not stopped is John. And that's because of the split personality. Something is able to affect Mikoto, but is not able to affect John.
So if the person that Mikoto and John inhabit, if that person is imprisoned for basically like committing a murder, then wait, are they imprisoned based on like the personality that committed the crime, or whoever was just like present at the time they nabbed him?
What do you think? What do you think?
I'm kind of leaning towards like whoever actually committed the crime.
I would lean. Me personally, I would lean towards more that too. I think based on what we know about Milgram, if they're able to determine this person is guilty of the crime, and 9 times out of 9, that person, I think so far, except for like Mahiru, we don't know like what happened. almost everybody has said, yes, I did this. Yes, I did this. Like a good chunk of them has said, yes, I committed this crime in some way, shape, or form. If we're going by patterns, I think you are correct in your assumption of like, Milgram has determined these people have committed the murder, which if Mikoto is the one who's bound by the rules, then that means, yes, he has at some point committed a murder.
Then at that point, I don't think that forgiving Mikoto of his crime would just solve his stress or solve the problem. Like if John goes away and Mikoto has no like proper outlet to alleviate his stress, then he might just go back to killing people anyway, especially if he committed the first murder. John's just continuing what he started.
It's a good point. It's a good point. Somebody in chat says, Valo, I think the windows could represent how John knows that Mikoto is there, but there's no reflection from Mikoto because he doesn't fully know John. That's true. That's true. He doesn't know John's existence, but John is aware of Mikoto's existence. Next point here. This is a question for you actually. Would Mikoto be afraid or not like John? What do you think? If they had if they were able to have a conversation, what do you think Mikoto's reaction would be to John?
I mean, like, what would they be afraid of?
As in, like, so John's doing all these things to kind of like protect Mikoto, to kind of help him from stress. You think he would be angry at John? Like how, like John? Kind of knowing all this, would he put blame on him and be like, "It's your fault that such and such they deemed me guilty"? What do you think?
I think he might be angry to an extent because he seems sensitive about what's happening without his knowledge. But I think he might also be angry at John for, oh, you suppressed my memory of me killing a person, and then you continue to do that same thing anyway. What the F, bro?
Interesting.
I don't know necessarily about like fear or anything like that, but I definitely think that Mikoto would hold some resentment against John.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I've the question to anybody in chat too, because it seems like some of you guys know Milgram. This was not a theory. This is just kind of a question that I had because I didn't really see anybody talking about this too much. Not too many people talked about what if Mikoto kind of met John and like what would he think about them. I'm curious what you guys in the chat think.
I mean, to be fair, it would be kind of hard for them to meet each other.
It would be. I'm just curious because the two personalities. The final point, kind of going to his voice drama thing, is will John go away if the stress is gone? If the stress is completely gone, would John go away? And kind of as well, if he is voted innocent, would John go away as well?
I mean, even though he promises to go away, if we forgive Mikoto, that still doesn't like resolve the original crisis of John, or I don't know, Mikoto was born because of the original stress from killing a person.
Yeah.
So if that happens again, then they're just brought back like that. I don't think there's any way for them to like permanently erase themselves.
Yeah. All right. So final thoughts.
I'm gonna have to go with guilty for this one. I think Mikoto committed the first murder, and well, I don't think you should murder anyone as a stress outlet. Yeah, I mean, like, that's all I have to say on it. I feel like I've exhausted, like, every other potential theory out there.
Yeah. So you're ultimately going with...
Guilty. I said guilty.
All right. We're going with guilty. Let me ask the chat, too.
I'm not sure how Mikoto would feel about John, mostly because I think there's a very real chance Mikoto could have taken his life without John's intervention because of his toxic workplace. Yeah, I mean, like, pretty much.
That's also a good fact.
Like, even if he doesn't end up, like, killing a person again as, like, a stress outlet, he could have taken, like, the other extreme, right? Which is, like, the more normalized extreme in Japan.
Yeah. John was mentally protecting Mikoto genuinely. Yes, from John's perspective, his whole prerogative is just protecting Mikoto, and whatever that means, he's gonna do it.
A noble cause with unjustified actions.
What is it? The something the path of good is paved with good intentions.
Yeah, the path to
road to
evil, the road to evil is paved with good intentions.
There you go. Yeah. No, and it could be because, you know, going to the personalities thing, like, you know, John was born of this, and that's kind of like, he's still like, you could say a quote unquote newborn in a way. That's all he knows. Like, oh, Mikoto's stressed, I need to help him. So he's not thinking about maybe too much of the ramifications. Not to justify it, of course, right? Like, he still committed murder at the end of the day.
Yeah, pretty much.
I do agree at that point. But it's like, there's at least an understanding of like, okay, I see how it's gotten to
Yeah.
the point, or where this is coming
Like, even when like people actually commit a murder, it's like, okay, were you like killing someone out of self-defense, or they like abused you, versus like, oh, this person pissed me off, or I was stressed, so I killed a person. Like, two very different things there, even if we're judging for the same crime.
Yeah, it's explanation, but not an excuse.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Valo also says John is very much a newborn, like they say in the MV, which makes a little sense as to why his form protection was just, yeah, it's all he knew or knows. Okay, all right. Ari has said guilty. For me, let me think about what I personally think. Yeah, I mean, I think if I was making the choice, the whole because you made such a good point. I didn't even think about it. I think before this conversation we've just had, I would have said innocent, just because I'm just like, okay, John made this promise that he would go away, so let's do innocent. But you did make a good point, is like making John go away, like, okay, we've gotten rid of somebody who has killed multiple people. That is a good thing, but that doesn't magically make the stress go away.
Exactly.
Right? The stress is still there. And like, what if an even more crazier John gets developed? What if Johnny gets developed and he's even double crazy, right? It's like it's almost like you made an even bigger monster in a type of way. Maybe.
Yeah, essentially, like, you have not solved the root cause of the issue. You're just presenting a short-term solution to the issue at hand.
And I think short-term solution is like the best word to describe it, because that's all John is, right? John is a short-term solution to this problem of stress, right?
Yeah.
And he sees everything in the short term. Even his promise, right? He's like, at first he was like, okay, Mikoto has stress from job and he wants to do these intrusive thoughts, so I'm going to do the intrusive thoughts to help him out. It's like, boom, you helped him out in the short term, but you caused the stress, and now he's changed to like, okay, I am causing him stress now. So if they vote him innocent, then I would just go away and then the stress is gone. It's like even John is thinking way too short term, because, you know, it could be he's newborn and things like that. So it's just like you're doing these quick little solutions to try and where it's like, yeah, you haven't gone to the root. What is the root of this problem? All right. Shall we see what the people have voted?
Yes.
All right. So for Mikoto's second trial, we have a innocent voting, 74. Very, very heavy on.
Yeah, I don't agree with this.
Pretty much for the reasons that I was implying. I think it's like, it's a combination of things. I think people also believe that, okay, if Mikoto is being the one judged here, then, you know, maybe he didn't commit any the actual crime here, or maybe he can continue to have a second chance, or it's just like, okay, you know, is John telling the truth that he's going to go away? Let's see what happens. So that's why they gave the innocent verdict. And in general, people seem a little bit more sympathetic to Mikoto in the second one compared to the first one.
It's a red herring, chat. Don't fall for it. We've been through this before with Moo. We'll see if I get vindicated in the third trial, but I'm calling it. Mikoto committed the first murder, and John erased his memory.
Interesting thought. Okay, how you feeling?
We should definitely finish tonight, but I do need to run an ad break. So can we take like a few minutes?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Yeah,
of course. Chat says another way John is like a newborn is that he really thought the law would forgive Mikoto if he just said he did it instead. Yeah, true. Good point. Good point. The naivety, right? Yeah, naivety. Let me also run an ad just in case. I think another reason the innocent vote was so heavy was because there was a moment in the audio drama that could have implied Mikoto would disappear if he was. Oh, that's an interesting point. We could lose the Mikoto personality, maybe. Very interesting point. Because what was it? He did say at the beginning, like, oh, because of the guilty verdict, he has more stress, and because he had more stress, the John was out more and has stabilized more. So maybe the implication was if he's voted guilty twice in a row, it's so much stress that Mikoto never wants to come out, and it would only be John, and Mikoto's fully gone.
I empathize, but I still feel like that's ignoring the root cause of everything. Again, you guys are just slapping band-aids on everything.
Yeah. It's true. A lot of the innocent, guilty, I would say all of them, this for the most part.
Like, yes, there's like the meta narrative to consider, but ultimately in the end, like, what's more important is them like realizing that they committed a crime, depending on the situation, whether it was a mistake or not, and then how do they like move forward from that.
Yeah. The moment we're going to system is band-aids. Yeah. I think the only one, if you want my personal opinion, I think the only one that I think the one that has worked the best, in my opinion, I think Yuno. I think Yuno's response from the innocent verdict was a good growth for her. And I do think a second one is gonna help her with being introspective again. I think that's like the only one where I'm just like, I think the people made the both times. I'm curious to see what the music video is gonna be like.
Was she voted guilty the first time or innocent?
Well, innocent. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she was voted innocent the first time, but she just didn't like why she was voted innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair though, she didn't even commit a crime, so like she's the only one in there who did not actually commit murder in my books.
Yeah.
Or
That's
like
true.
Yeah, I guess like some other prisoners, like they were indirectly responsible for like the death of the victim, but in Yuno's case, like it's controversial, but like girlie did nothing wrong, and she also has like a sensible head on her shoulders. So
yeah.
Even though like her ethics may be a little dubious, but like girlie did nothing wrong.
Yeah, that was the point I was making during that one. Is just like I do question a part of her ethics if it's just like if she is so reckless. And I don't know the degree that she was reckless abandon about it. Like if she was pure reckless abandon, I do think that's a question of ethics or things like that. But I do agree with you that like you know that I don't think she committed a murder.
Milgram isn't interested in helping these people at all. That's not really the point. I mean, I agree.
Yeah,
I mean, like just look at the freaking Jackalope. Bro has no interest in like actually helping these people. He's like, these people are murderers, they're criminals, you gotta judge them. Oh hey Azure, thank you so much for the raid. Hi raiders. Let me give you all a shout out super quick. If you don't know me, my name is Are-sung, aka Sung Are. I'm a gumiho foxgirl VTuber. I do a lot of variety content such as Honkai Star Rail, visual novels, JRPGs, and rhythm games. So if that is up your alley, feel free to stick around. Raiden Dash, oh no. Have a good rest of your night, Azure. I hope you had a fun stream. Please go take care of yourself, yes. Okay, anyways. My ads are done, so you want to move on?
Cool. So how do you feel? Should we wrap up? Continue?
I mean, like we should finish everything tonight, so.
Okay, like as in all the trials?
Yeah, like Kotoko.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Okay, let us do the final trial here. This is...
Oh wait, hold on one second. Are you missed the gacha war? What gacha war? I don't know what you're talking about. Heard the beef with you and Azure? Oh, you mean the part where Azure just like sneaks into my chat the whole time and then tries to call me a bottom? Yeah. Fuck that. Fuck that, bro. Kotoko, my wife.
Wait.
We'll
Actually-
see. We'll see.
We'll see. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's move on.
All right. The final PV. The final PV is called Deep Cover. Deep Cover. All right, here we go. The final. Oh shoot. Sorry, the audio. And let me put the subtitle up here. All right, let's do it.
I see they're sampling Under from the Undercover song.
Ah. All the pieces are the people.
Mm-hmm. Is that Mahiru? Isn't that similar to S's uniform?
Yeah.
I think I have no idea where this is going to go, chat.
I mean, the next target.
It's the kid she saved? Oh! Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Ooh, magic, okay. She's saying all the song titles of the people who were voted guilty.
The guilty songs.
Yeah.
The guilty songs.
I will say she's kind of hot here.
I agree.
People in uniforms, always hot.
Fair.
Half Moon.
Oh, the kid's happy now.
Mm-hmm. Patting her on the head, but just staring at like the text on her phone. Article or something?
Oh, she's scared of something.
Her, I think.
Mm-hmm.
She's become the monster now. Mm-hmm, yep. She's transformed into the wolf! It's Teen Wolf, guys!
Number 11.
Wait, oh yeah!
Alright.
Surfer
There we
Sona,
go,
she's
there
a
we go.
furry confirmed.
Yeah,
Chat, I
100%.
think she's an alpha.
Alright.
She's an alpha
what do we-
wolf. I think she's gonna stage some sort of uprising and try to take S's position as warden.
That's an interesting theory.
It's the uniform. And then the undercover references, like, yeah. I'm calling it. I don't think there's like anything more to be extrapolated from her backstory, to be completely honest. I think it's true that like the girl that she rescued was suffering from like some sort of like sexual abuse, or like whoever was like laying a hand towards her, whether it was like sexual or not, physical or not. But
Right.
basically like I think, you know, like abusers like tend to have like some monstrous like psychopathic eyes, right? And I think when the girl like saw Kotoko on like her manhunt for the next criminal, and she was already like distracted by her hunt for that criminal while she was like, you know, kind of hanging out with that girl. So the little girl was like, oh my god, I'm scared, what the heck? this was the hero
yeah.
that was supposed to have saved me, and yet like I see something like animalistic within her.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, we kind of see that reflected in like we see Kotoko going after like every single one of like the people who are voted guilty, but it's not necessarily like, oh, they actually like deserve the punishments for their crimes. It's more so like, give me a reason to hunt them down. Like, tell me they're guilty and that they did this. It doesn't matter if the proof is there or not. I will hunt them down. Because I think she got addicted to that high of like sniping criminals or bring them down with her own hands, and she just wants to keep doing that at any means possible.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting theory. Yeah. We got some good stuff here. Shall we go into the questions?
Yes.
I like these theories. They're good. All right, let's head into the questions here. So it was asked, is there really no chance to start anew for wrongdoers? She goes like, no way. Once a beast gets a taste for human flesh, it will always come back for seconds.
I mean, doesn't that apply to you too, though?
I wonder. Question was asked, aren't your actions an overstep of boundaries? She responds, you were the one who chose to walk this path with me, aren't you? I simply serve as the means to fulfill your wishes as a warden.
Hey, I never consented to this.
Question was asked, was the person you killed evil? She responds, of course. I've investigated to the very end and confirmed every detail. It's easier here since you're the one who's deciding who gets punished.
Okay, quick pause. How is it possible for her to investigate in Milgram if she's just like over relying on S's verdicts?
That's a good thought.
Because even S, like through his interrogations, he's not catching every detail. Like for example, we didn't even know about like who Amane's true victim was until the second trial. So yeah, no, I'm calling BS on that.
Maybe she's overstating how much she's being a detective, potentially.
Like, yeah, I think it is possible that she snoops like who said in chat, but like to the level of detail to like confidently say, oh yeah, they're 100% guilty. No, I don't buy that.
It's almost like what is it called, confirmation bias, where like she has the bias of like, oh, this person's guilty, so maybe she's looking in a way where it's like, oh, I'm just looking at the guilty stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's like I think this person is guilty, the warden thinks they're guilty, so I will look for anything that just like supports the idea that they're guilty and run with that.
She was talking, oh yeah, this question specifically was about the person they killed. The whole investigate to the very end to confirm every detail.
Okay. I mean, like, yeah. That's a little bit my bad, but I think that can apply to, like, the other, like, Milgram guilty victims as well.
Yeah, I think you were making a new point. A new point, because she did punish the people of Milgram.
Yeah.
Question that was asked, don't you feel even a little bit of fondness towards the other prisoners? And she says, yeah, I do. Personally speaking, it's not like I hate them completely, but at the same time, it's a part of the job to keep my distance when doing so. Aren't wardens supposed to do that?
You never got elected as a warden. I'm still rebelling against this thought, like...
Right.
But like, even then, I don't think she needs to go so far as to like exact violent justice to the point of like almost outright killing them.
Right, yeah. Because
it's like if they're guilty of like one crime, it's like, okay, do it's like saying, oh yes, I did in fact steal money from the cash register. Okay, you're gonna die now. Bye bye.
Right, yeah. Like, would she do that to that level of someone who just commits petty theft?
And remember, she said once a beast gets a taste for human flesh, it always comes back for seconds. So does that only apply to murderous crimes or like violent crimes? Like what? Well, I've been talking about murder, but like, what about things like we talked about sexual abuse or physical abuse in the first trial? Does that extend to like any crime in particular? Like, if you commit perjury in a crime, or not perjury, if you commit perjury in court, does that deserve death?
Or even go even more simple, if you steal some candy, is that like bad? Like, you know what I mean?
Well, what if you're only stealing that bread because that was all you had to eat that day? Are you still guilty?
Good question.
Do you still deserve death?
Yeah, that's a good question. Final question here. What would you have done if you were voted guilty? She says, I despise it all. To compromise justice just because you're unable to withstand the pain that comes with it is unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't think it's that much of justice, my girly. In fact, I already know my next verdict just out of spite.
All right.
Hence,
Shall we go
chat.
to the voice one?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. Whoa. Okay, the images didn't come out. I'm just gonna read them to you. I have.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, what the heck? Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie, if it was just like a one-sided conversation with Kotoko talking, then like as the silent the whole time that goes like slapped on the face, it would actually be pretty entertaining.
It would be. Hold on, I might need to refresh the page. For some reason, my images aren't loading. On the plus side, it hasn't happened yet, but the fact that it's happening at the last one kind of.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
If in her music video, Kotoko insults those who are declared innocent, so in my opinion, she's just looking for an excuse to judge. Yeah, that's my opinion, exactly. She got addicted to delivering justice on her own terms, so she wants to become the judge. Like, we even saw that with like the scales in her music video.
Yeah, the arbiter of justice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here we go. So, the video starts. Ace walks in super pissed, right? Because she has been the reason that so many people have been injured and things like. And he goes like, "You," and she goes like, she's kind of apologetic in a way. She goes like, "I attacked everybody in order, but because of the interference caused by Kayano Mikoto and Mukuhara Kazui, who is protecting Kajiyama Futa, I couldn't finish it properly, but I was still able to do some damage." So just put that in perspective. She beat Futa so bad he lost an eye. And she said that's not finished properly. That's to her that's some damage. Just to put that in perspective. Him losing a whole eye is some damage to her. She continues on. I couldn't counteract Mukuhara Kazui. If I could have done it, everything would go smoothly. And before she could finish, Ace goes like, "Listen to me. You're wrong. Who told you to go this far? Forgiving you doesn't mean letting you do all that." And then she goes on, "Ace, look. Someone who committed a crime can only realize its severity through losing something. I've seen many criminals, but none of them would give away without pain." And points out, so you tolerate all the psychological abuse going on in the prison, but draw the line at physical. So she's making the point that the music videos, the conditions at Milgram, it's causing a lot of people psychological abuse. But she's saying, oh, but you're drawing the line at physical abuse. Again, going back to the thing a lot of people have mentioned where like Ace and the prisoners aren't too different at all, right?
Yeah.
Saying like, you know, it's hypocritical, right? It's hypocritical.
Yeah, but to be fair, you kind of need the prisoners alive in order to continue to deliver verdicts. And if you try to kill them like prematurely before the process is finished, like she's not even being like a decent warden in that regard. She's already failed at her job.
yeah, right. And then so she goes on. She says, "You let their sins off just because they're close to you." So she's having some theories now. She says you're only letting them off because you're getting close to them, right? The prisoners. Saying you're becoming too sympathetic. After that, Ace gives her a slaps her in the face. And then she responds, "Weak. You're so weak. With that fragile body of yours, you can't stop anyone." And then she says, pretty much you have failed as a warden, and you're an imperfect warden. And Ace starts to question about that. He says, "Have I failed as a warden?" And I haven't included this next part because it was kind of a lot. But pretty much what happens is S kind of has like a mini mental breakdown after hearing that he's an imperfect guard. He has like a mini mental breakdown. He's having like a headache, and like things are happening. And Kotoko kind of goes into like this very kind of sympathetic and like soothing kind of stance. She goes like, does your head hurt? Don't worry, leave it to me. Together we'll be able to create the right milk. Like she starts like caressing him, almost like coddling him in a way, being like, "It's
Bro,
okay,
that's
it'll be
also
all right."
psychological manipulation.
Yeah, you're picking it up a little bit. Yeah. She's kind of like consoling him in a way. When she starts doing that, he's like, "Hey, don't do that at first." But he's like, I assume suffering from the pain of the headache. So that's happening. And then he pulls away, right? He pulls away, and then Ace goes like, "It may seem wrong from your point of view, and that's understandable. I'm pretty aware of it. I feel like there's countless people inside of me having so many contradicting feelings on the Milgram, on all the prisoners." So kind of understanding this whole like hive mind idea, hearing all of our
Yeah.
and he continues, "You may embody one of Milgram's ideals for sure. I'm getting attached to the prisoners, and I'm an imperfect warden indeed." Koto responds, "Do you understand now? Don't make me wait." And then he responds, "But this is still my prison. This is my fight. And the suffering they're going through are also a job of mine. This is still my prison. That's my fight. And the suffering they're going through are also a job." So, kind of the ending there being like, listen, the things that have happened, but they are all still my responsibility, not your responsibility. I have not given you this duty. I haven't said you can do any of these things. I am doing them, because a lot of the times through this audio drama, she's been like, "Oh, let me be your Fang. Let me do these things. Let me be the punishment for all people." And Ace is kind of ending this being like, "No, I never said you could do that. It's something I'm handling. I'm doing that, not you."
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, should we head into the theories?
Yes.
All right. Let us clean this up. So, here's some fan thoughts and theories. So, she's extremely black and white, right? There's no gray, right? There's no nuance. There's no room for gray. Some thought she wouldn't hurt Amane. Oh, the one thing to point out in the audio drama that didn't include is that she says she's sorry she couldn't get to Amane. And then Ace goes like, "What, you were gonna attack Amane too?" And she's like, "Yeah, I was going to."
Yeah.
So a lot of fans were thinking, "Oh, she would never hurt Amane. She
No.
tried.
No.
She never attacked her." And it turns out, no, she never drew a line. She just didn't have enough time. If she could. Which goes into another question of just like, depending on how people voted, would that have happened? If, let's say, theoretically only Amane was voted guilty, would that have happened? Question mark.
I think so.
One person pointed out she represents the easy way out for us, right?
Yeah.
So for us, kind of going into this project, if we think of it in the simple way that she does, it's like, oh, all these guys are criminals. Let's vote everybody guilty, right? She kind of represents that mentality and we're thinking of just like, just throw them all because they're all guilty. Another person pointed out that she's kind of the quote-unquote final boss of Milgram, meaning in order to save her, quote-unquote, we have to convince her that some of the others deserve second chance.
I mean, like, it makes sense. I do think Jackalope is probably the actual final boss, but in a sense, like, if we let Kotoko run around unchecked, then she'll kill all the prisoners before we can even have a chance to do whatever we want with them. Like, declare their final verdict.
Yeah. It's almost like the way I like to think about this, I feel like kind of going back to what I said previously. It feels like, at least for me, the best circumstance from all of them has been Yuno. And in my thinking, I'm just like, oh, what could we have done to get everybody to the point that Yuno, if that makes sense? Because I feel like the place that Yuno is in, I feel mostly satisfied about that, if that makes sense. Yeah, so it's just like kind of wondering about that. It's like, oh, what could we have done in this puzzle of a thing to get Mikoto to that point where kind of Yuno. Okay, continuing on. If we can't reform the prisoners, then she is correct. So going into the point of just like, the whole fangs and like a beast is not satisfied.
Yeah,
it'll come
yeah.
back and stuff like that. If we can't convince some of the prisoners that what they did is wrong for them to kind of like have a second chance, then she was right? She was correct, and that she should have attacked them, because if it turns out that like, they were run off to innocent and they just do the same thing again, it's like, yeah, she made a point there. Someone pointed out in chats, says the text on her phone is some pretty important context for deep cover. She was on trial for the guy she killed in the warehouse, and the thing she was reading is that the girl she protected withdrew her testimony on Kotoko protecting her, assuming the girl's family was pressured by the prosecution and rescinded the testimony because the prosecutor is in the warehouse, the man's father.
Okay, that's... Ooh.
Let me yeah, I did actually look at the phone there at the end. I couldn't see anybody talking about what was on the phone, obviously in Japanese. Your boy can't read Japanese. Yeah, let me see if I can get a quick translation. I do have a translator app on my phone.
It sort of changes the context, but also I don't think it changes the core facts that the girl ended up getting scared of Kotoko anyway.
Okay. This is what my translator app says. It says, at the press conference, Kaneshiro, with tears in his eyes, criticized the female college student's brutal behavior in front of countless cameras. The judicial decision on this case was that it was self-defense. According to the female college student, she was caught in the act of kidnapping a minor, and when she tried to stop the assailant, she got into a scuffle and was forced to kill him. So pretty much saying somebody was trying to kidnap a minor, probably being this girl, and she stopped him, and in the scuffle, she killed him. A female elementary school student who was also at the scene also testified in the same way, and the defense argued that self-defense was established. However, at a press conference, Kaneshiro claimed that the subsequent independent investigation had revealed that the body had multiple bruises and more lines had been added than necessary. So potentially maybe she was going the extra mile. Shinjo also announced that the elementary school girl who had claimed to have been quote-unquote saved by the university student had retracted her testimony. He expressed the view that the elementary school girl may have been doubts remained about the female university student, subjugated to some kind of student herself. He committed on the threat of, and that rumors surrounding that who should be. Some people in the street have rumors. Remember, unknown origin or spreading. Their legendary enemy. Okay, the rest of it, the translation could be a little bit spotty, but yeah, pretty much what Cheese was. That potentially this girl right here rescinded her testimony that she was saved for who knows what.
Yeah.
But what they're saying as well, she turned on her back on the girl because the girl was no longer on her side. Continuing on. Ace got a headache when she mentioned we are an imperfect guard. And to note, so the headaches only happen when Ace kind of realizes there are multiple in their head. So like kind of the hive mind stuff a little bit.
I mean, that makes sense. If you can actually detect like multiple voices talking in your head, it would be a real it would be difficult to keep track of them all and not, go insane.
Right. The music video mimic is S with under, right? You clock that. The whole under thing. Other song. So in the Trial 2 songs, a lot of the times they will reference their first song. Like with Mikoto, he says Mimi at some point, right? With Amane says magic at some point. Like everybody does that except for Kotoko. Kotoko never says Haro, but instead she references under, right? And some of the other songs too, like the guilty songs and things.
Yeah, it kind of further reflects how she really wants that word in position.
And also the title of her song is very referential to Under. It's called Deep Cover. Deep may mean under, right? Deep cover, undercover, stuff like that.
Oh, 1 second. Say, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, raiders. Welcome in. If you don't know me, my name is Ari Song, aka Song Ari. I am a gumiho foxgirl VTuber. I do a lot of variety content such as Honkai Star Rail, visual novels, JRPGs, and rhythm games. If any of that is up your alley, please feel free to stick around. Hi, Say, how was your stream? If you need a raid and run, you know, get some rest, get some food or whatever, take off for whatever reason, please. Don't feel pressured to stay longer than you need to or want to. But I really appreciate the raid. And Sarah, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Wanderlings. So as one that I have a sub here, you may have received a random gift sub. Sometimes people don't specify who they give subs to, so you could have received one.
Oh, true.
Are you enjoying your stream? Yeah, we're actually on the last song of Milgram. If you guys don't know what Milgram is, it's a music project created by Deco27 and the writer of Caligula Effect. And basically, we're judging prisoners who've been accused of murder, and we are choosing whether to forgive them or not for their crime. So we're kind of winding off like the second season of the music projects, aka the second trial. But if you guys want to stick around for the rest of it, especially if you know Milgram, then by all means, feel free to chill.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, shall we continue?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Awesome. All right. So, another theory was that she changed from wanting to save the weak to wanting to punish evil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is she a hypocrite? Here's a question. If she is voted guilty, was she gonna seek retribution against herself? Or if she was voted guilty in the first trial, would she seek retribution against herself? Was she a hypocrite, right?
She has this like strong feeling that she's always in the right. That I feel like if she were voted guilty, I have a strong feeling that I don't think it fazed her. I feel like it somehow like reinforce, like maybe like, oh, I reject these people's opinions. Only I am right. But the thing is, I still wouldn't vote her guilty anyway.
Gotcha. Okay. It's ironic that she wants more guilty. She wants more guilty verdicts, right? She's like, give me the next one. But she created more innocent circles.
Yeah.
If you think about it, right? Like a lot of people who she attacked, actually the two people she attacked the most got switches, like almost the biggest to innocence. Both Futa and Mahiru had huge swings towards the innocent. So her actions, even though she wants to punish guilty people, have created more innocent people.
Yeah, basically like self-sabotaging yourself in a way, unintentionally. Also, I need sleep now, but enjoy the rest of your stream. Yeah, say please have a good night. I hope you have a good sleep, and hope to see you again soon. Have a good night. Bye.
Catch you later. Yeah, and you clock this next one. She has a similar outfit to Ace, but she's missing a few couple of features. She's missing the sash, she's missing the keys, and is missing the hat.
So she's like almost like Warden, kind of acting on behalf of the Warden, but she's not the Warden yet.
Right. Sash could mean like the authority. She really doesn't have the real authority. Keys could represent like, you know, she doesn't have like the key to their verdicts, right? Or even maybe the key to like who's innocent or guilty or things like that. Stuff like that could be represented by that. She mentions inept number 11 guard, right? Going back to that theory of like S or us, our prisoner number 11, we're gonna be put in the 11th spot, right?
And she's going to judge us herself, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. Or going back to your theory, where she wants to become the warden, potentially. Her justice is getting out of control / a transformation, right? She has like a whole transformation. Again, going back to like wanting to save the weak to now to punishing evil. So now she's super obsessed with doing that. Does she? I think you mentioned this. Does she get pleasure out of doing this? Is it an addiction? Right?
I absolutely think there's a dopamine high that she's chasing.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. The kid she saved at the end is scared of her. We kind of talked about that a little bit, right? Kid withdrew their testimony. And then they didn't accept her justice, type of stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's very reflective of the real world that like the victims are often pressured to like retract their testimonies due to like one reason or another, especially through corruptive means. But I still think it's worth like emphasizing that the girl was scared of Kotoko. Yeah, like even if Kotoko had saved her, like if Kotoko herself is like acting like a monster, like going back to like how she stabs like the man a lot more times than she needed to, which, you know, that makes me feel like I don't think it's just necessarily like making sure the job is done. I think she really like relished in the fact that she was exacting violent revenge on this man. And I feel like that girl saw a little bit of like her assailant and Kotoko.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Someone in chat says, I think if voted guilty in tier 2, she would do mental gymnastics due to her fanatical view of the warden, but maybe her tier could have been yielded better result had she been voted guilty. Okay. Interesting thought.
Like Child One, she take it that she's not in the right, but now she's stuck in this mindset that she's the court of law.
Like the arrogance. She's already established some kind of arrogance.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to walk that back now.
Kind of going back to the Amane thing of like the theory that I had is like, oh, maybe in tier 1 there was some kind of hope. There's no hope anymore. Kind of similar here, whereas like maybe in trial 1 there was some little bit of hope to kind of steer her away from this path, but now that hope is like gone. Okay. So, any final thoughts? Final thoughts for Kotoko?
Guilty. I don't care. It's literally like, I mean, like I think I was always going to vote guilty, but at this point it's just out of spite. Like she's like, the way that she talked about like receiving a guilty verdict after all this, I'm just like, yeah, how about that, hypocrite?
Yeah.
Like if that makes me a hypocrite for like putting down a verdict just because I wanna see like the fallout of it, very well, I'm a hypocrite. But even still, like the way that she exacts her justice is way too over the top. The way that she has basically no sympathy for other people, like once they're deemed guilty of a crime, then they're guilty, and then the way that she exacts like violent like justice on them, it's like, okay, so if we let that persist, if we leave that unchecked, what do you do if we judge anyone guilty of any crime that's not just murder? Do you tone down your means, or do you like use the exact same like levels of violence? It's just like I really should have gone with guilty for the first trial looking back, but yeah, guilty.
Again, kind of going back to what I mentioned, it's just like she's crafted in this perfect way to be like, oh, she delivered like justice, right? Because she punished somebody who truly was evil, somebody who was kidnapping a child, right? Like I think all of us would agree that anybody who tries to kidnap a child deserves like bad punishment, right? Like absolute scum of the earth. So it made sense that like almost everybody would vote her in. But the writers use that knowledge to like craft a perfect scenario for her because she is number 10, right? She's at the end of all the trials, so it's just like, oh yeah, it's like it's almost like she's a personification of like, oh, you thought you made this choice without fully thinking about what your actions were, type situation. Yeah. Okay, cool. So you have said guilty, right?
Yes.
All right, but how did the people vote? The people have voted Kotoko as guilty. Yeah. 75%.
It'd be hard to come out of that not even thinking like, oh, she's not even 1% guilty. It'd be hard to come out like that.
Yeah. Pretty much everything that you're saying is what everybody's saying. She went way too far. I mean, she was like the main catalyst for a lot of problems in the second trials, right? Futa's injuries, Mahiru's, and the what is it? Both Kazui and Shido were being like, you got to stop, right? And all of this was because of her. So it makes sense, yeah. Overwhelmingly guilty, yeah. Overwhelmingly guilty.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
that's all of them.
Yeah, let me ask you, because see how you think about this. Do you want to still watch the report at the end of the second trial, or
How much new information does it reveal?
I would say a decent chunk, because it kind of goes into like a little bit of the ramification of the actions, but doesn't tell us what exactly happened.
How long is the video?
It's 9 minutes.
If we make it short, we can
Yeah.
watch it.
Okay. Yeah, because it does seem like you're tired, so I don't want to push or anything like that.
Yeah, it's just like if we watch it right before the third trial, I don't know like what's a good stopping point.
Here, let's just watch it. Let's just
Yeah.
watch it then. All right. Let's just go for it.
おうよ、ご苦労さんエース。どうして？だいぶお疲れのようだ。
Yeah, bro. I think I spent like 6 hours on stream or
まあ無理もねえ
something.
わな。第二
It's a long one.
ようやくミルグラムのことが分かってきたってとこだろ。だけどよ、お前の働きに俺様は大層満足してんだ。
Delighted.
これが俺様の見たかったミルグラムだ。期待以上だぜ。よく働いてくれた。褒めてやる。つうことで、第二審が終わったわけだが、
Second trial has
い
ended.
つも通り、お前の道のりのおさらいをしようじゃないか。
Yeah.
囚人番号1番。
All right, Haruka,
お前は奴を許さないことにした。
guilty.
第一審とは逆の結果になったんだな。ああ、全然構わねえぜ。原因は罪の解像度が上がったせいか、それとも許されたことで変わった態度の問題か。だとしたらかわいそうだな。許されて自分に自信がついたら調子に乗るなって言われてな。
Gave him some confidence and told him to not get too
嘘
cocky.
嘘。冗談だよ。そんな怖い顔すんなって。しかし、こいつ気になることを言ってたが。ま、それは後にするけ。
Bro.
さて、囚人番号2
Point the thing out, Miss you stupid Jackalope bunny, I will strangle you.
許すとしたわけだ。
Double innocent.
本人も言っていたが、罪の内容ははっきりしただろう。ありゃお前にとっては人殺しとして罪に問うようなものではないってことだな。へえ。お前らの時代じゃそう
The era is interesting.
だとしたら、
Bro, it's acting like it came from the 50s or something.
まさか他の囚人の人殺しよりは小さく見えたかい？いやー、興味深いね。さて、囚人番号3番、フータ。
Another innocent.
許す。おもろ。いや、どうしたどういう気持ちの変化だ？反省する姿勢を見せてたからか。
No, he was innocent from the beginning.
そうだったからか？
That's true. That's true. You wanted him to be innocent from the get-go. That's a good point.
とするのは気が引けたか？自分を見てるようで。
Are you yourself? Oh.
なんてな。しかし、反省の姿勢を支持してこうなったとすると、譲り派ことこの行動のおかげで許されたとも考えられるかもな。
Ooh, it was thanks to Kotoko.
痛みなくしてあの態度になっていたかわかんねえだろ。
I think he would have had the same reaction, bro.
囚人番号
We saw him at the end of the first Shell
4
music video.
許さないね。
True, true.
Don't forget to stretch.
Guilty and a landslide.
圧倒的だこと。はあ。反省の姿勢が見えないと許したくなくなる傾向
Thank you for the
があるの
posture
か
check
ね。
crawler.
他の人殺しに比べてそんなに大層なもんだったかね。それにしてもお前こいつに対してだいぶ感情的じゃないか。何かくすぐる部分があんのかい？そうそう、さっきの桜井遥の話だが、こいつを許さなくてよかったのか？何か取引を持ちかけられてなかったか？
The deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's talking like, oh, wouldn't you give in a deal if you made her innocent?
お前もどうでもいいと思ったってことだろ。囚人番号5番。
いいだろ
シド。こいつを許すことにしたんだな。 まあ今の野戦病院状態でこいつがいなきゃ死人が出ちまうもんな。え
Battlefield
そういうの
Hospital.
関係なく罪の内容で判断した？
Down.
ああ、そうね。失礼。しかし囚人の中にこい
Oh,
つの
the
ことを 許
prisoner that
せね
can't
え
forgive
奴がいる
him.
っぽいな。治療をやめさせた方が良かったんじゃねえの？いや、そしたら怪我人がやべえか。こりゃ大変なことだ。
Which one? Like, he was voted
囚人番号
innocent at first, right? So not Kotoko.
許すね。
Yeah, yeah.
了解。
Hmm.
考えが変わったか？あるいは
Maybe Amane?
投票獲得ってとこかね。
If it's organ
Yeah,
transplants,
Amane.
yeah.
痛い目に遭ってるとこ見ると
Yeah,
許す気が
Amane's
出てくるもんなのかね。しかしこいつは第三審まで持つかを心配した方がいいな。こいつの周りで何かが起きないといいがね。まあ何もかももう
Too late for
Bro.
changes.
F
あ
off.
いいな。スポーツのハイライトを見てうだうだ言ってるジジイと一緒だから気にすんな。
Yeah, you're probably eating a lot more popcorn than we are.
囚人番号7番
True.
カズイ。
Kazui.
お前はこいつを許すとしたわけだ。嘘つきを自称してるこいつだが、
Self-admitted liar.
その内容は解き明かせたかい？なんかジメジメしてて俺様
Feels
あ
very
まり興味が持てないんだが、こいつの湿気に付き合ってやるのも
As if I give a shit
お前の良さかもな。
about what the stupid Jackalope says.
そうだな。他の囚人たちを守る盾として残したってことか。
Stay as a shield.
Bro, I didn't even think about that.
ことに対抗できる武力持ってるもんな。いいんだ、そういう考えも。ミルグラムは監視の考えは何だって受け入れる。囚人番号8番。
Amane.
なるほど。許す。ねえ。子供だからって許さねえっていう毅然とした監視像に感動すら覚えたもんだが、今回お前が許したのは一体何に対してなんだろうな。興味があるね。こいつなのか、こいつの心情なのか、こいつの周りなのか、こいつの運命なのか。だがどんな背景があろうと全て責任を取るのはこいつ自身だ。
Alright, he's not wrong there.
そういうもんだ。ミルグラムの外でもそれは一緒だろ。
Yeah, so what happens to them when they leave Milgram, bro?
囚人番号9番。
Oh, that's a good question.
許す。
Yeah, I heavily disagree with this.
だったか。
Multiple personality
本
disorder.
物を連れてきちまったのは初めてだ。
First time,
殺
eh?
じゃ今回の囚人の中ではトップクラスだろうが、それでも許す。
Top class.
なるほどなるほど。
Oh my god.
もちろん
Oh my god, triple raid, high raiders. Sorry, in the middle of a reaction. I'll get to you guys in a second.
そりゃもちろんわかるが、殺された本人からするとたまんねえよな。意地悪言ってみてるだけだぜ。この時間が楽しみなんだ。囚人番号10番、コトコ。
Kotoko.
お前はこいつを許さないことにした。まあ無理もない。お前が許さなかった囚人を代わりに制裁していく。
She's not my collaborator. I don't claim her.
ということかね。ま、
Justice through
俺も
violence.
ああいう野蛮なやり方は好きじゃねえ。がしかし、
He also doesn't like our
制裁
barbaric
にあった
ways.
やつはいずれも許されているわ
Oh,
け
good point.
だ。暴力による制裁の
I
効
wonder
力を
how
物
she'll
語ってい
take
るよう
that.
にも見えるがね。さて、以上が第
Alright.
一の結果だ。想定通りかい？そうでもないか？ご苦労だったな、エース。前回同様、第三審の開始まで眠ってても
Sleep until the beginning of the third trial.
もう慣れたもんだろう。
So things are gonna happen while we're sleeping, just like last
そん
time.
な顔してんな。そうだな。お前が
Imagine if he's actually sleeping in cell number 11 this whole time.
お
Oh,
前が次に目覚めたとき。
things gonna look different. I've got no doubt.
だがそれも全部お前の選択した結果だ。受け入れな。自分の選択で取り返しのつかないことになるのが怖いか？
I've already accepted
なる
this.
ほどね。アホくさ。そもそも世の中に取り返しがつくことなんてねえんだよ。ミルグラムに限らずな。時間は元には戻らない。それにあいつらはここからどうなろうともともと取り返しがつかない。看守が気にするこっちゃないのさ。そう、お前は看守。疑うな。それはお
Colt,
前の役
Colt,
割だ。
Colt, 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 Colt. It's the brainwashing. Colt, 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 Colt.
ああ、それでいい。 わかったらおやすみ S ミルグラム第2進これにて終了だ
Is that it? Oh. Oh.
Oh. Got something a little X.
ちょっと待った。
え？
まだ聞こえてるかい？
Ooh, who's this?
せっかくだし
何これ？
伝えたいことがある。
A parting gift.
君たちのおかげで私は理想のミルグラムを進行できてる。いやはや、君たちの時代を選んで正解だ。
Wait, this isn't Jackalope, right?
Era.
うん。
I don't think so.
私の見込み通り君たちは他人の服が好きなサイコ。
Ah. You all turned out to be. And there it is. All right.
Yeah, so the higher forces behind Milgram has finally revealed themselves, eh?
In some way, shape, or form. In some way, shape, or form.
Imagine if it actually is tied to Amane's gold after all.
I wonder. Amane talked to Milgram as a good opportunity, but didn't agree with their choices. But yeah, maybe.
Anyways, thank you so much for the raids, Spirit. Sorry that I couldn't do a proper shout out earlier. I hope you had a good stream. Raiders, if you don't know who I am, my name is Ari Song, aka Song Ari. I'm a gumiho foxgirl VTuber. I do a lot of variety content such as Star Rail, JRPGs, visual novels, and rhythm games. If any of that is up your alley, feel free to stick around. We've been reacting to the Milgram second trial. We literally just wrapped up, but it's been a long 6 hours. We basically started from, who was it, Mahiru, all the way to the final report.
Yep.
But yeah, if you need to take off for any reason, because it's late, you gotta work, gotta eat, gotta sleep, please feel free to leave at any point. No need to stick around if you really need to go. But thank you for the raid, I appreciate it, and thank you for trusting me with your community. I also just thought of this, but I think a guilty verdict for Chelsea and Mikoto could have been detrimental since John can't be restrained. Like, I'd be worried about another Kotoko situation, but maybe even worse if John is really concerned about Mikoto. I completely understand your reasons for saying guilty, though. Yeah, I think you raise a good point. Especially, I think Meteor said earlier, like, if we leave John, like, this unattended, like, we don't forgive Mikoto, so Mikoto, like, goes bye-bye, and then John's like, tee-hee, hi-hi, permanently. Then he that basically gives him free reign to like go completely unchecked. Like, what the frick is the term I'm looking for? Basically, he can do whatever the fuck he wants when fighting against Kotoko. So he could potentially do some actual damage to her, considering that they were like on equal par. He was just protecting Mikoto the first time around.
Yeah, and even Kazui mentioned that like, oh, if both of them run a rampage, nobody could stop them. Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of Milgram, right? Like, it's, you lose some, you lose some. There's not really a correct answer almost for any of them.
It's so funny because, like, Mikoto or John or whatever has, like, unironically committed the most murders, but I feel more sympathy towards him than Kotoko.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it could change with the third child music video, like, I'm still not completely certain on Kotoko's backstory. I feel like they might still be obscuring some details, even though it still seems straightforward. So, who knows?
There are definitely plenty of secrets yet to be uncovered. There are definitely plenty of secrets yet to be uncovered. There's a lot, yeah.
Thank you for the digestion and posture checks, Bull. Oh, yeah.
Thanks so much for the follow, by the way, Crawler. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, that is the second trial. Ended up with a lot more guilty people this time. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 guilty. And only 3. I mean, sorry, wrong way. 7 innocent and 3 guilty. We have 7 innocent and 3 guilty. And it's funny that the 2 of the guilties are kind of attached to each other at the hip in way of speaking.
Oh my god, what if they do a couple suicide pacts?
I wonder. And obviously the final one is been the big problem. Tier 2.
You cut out again, my dude.
I was just saying, like, oh yeah, and the other one is...
You cut out again.
Oh, Kotoko's the main issue this whole
Yeah,
time.
yeah,
And
yeah.
that's
Uh-huh.
good, yeah. Yeah, Discord is disagreeing with me now. It's Discord is disagreeing with me.
What's this? This is Milgram. It's a music project made by Deca27 and the writer of Caligula Effects. Basically, you're judging 10 prisoners that are accused of murder, or well, they have committed a murder of some sort. And basically, your job as the ward is to decide whether they're guilty or not guilty or not, whether you forgive them or not.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And yeah, we're basically finished with the second trial, and the third trial is now ongoing.
My
So,
chibi.
yeah, there's still quite a bit more. I think we will delve into that when the time allots.
Yeah, we'll be discussing basically how to structure reactions to the third trial, especially since it's gonna take some time for like more music videos to come out. So once we've decided on how we want to do that, we will get back to you. We will make an announcement on like our socials and on our YouTube channels. So if you're following us there or you're in our Discord service, definitely keep an eye out.
Yeah, before we fully wrap up, just in general, just since all the trials for a second are done, how do you feel about number 2 compared to number 1?
I think number 2 had a lot more bangers. I enjoyed the bangers a lot more in trial 2, though of course, obviously the trial 1 songs are still really good. But in terms of like the story, it's presenting some interesting conundrums. I wasn't really sure if they were like pushing the envelope hard enough in like the first trial, but definitely with the second one, I almost kind of feel like, man, if I were a judge on a court right now, I'd be still feeling so conflicted. Like, obviously you have to follow the letter of the law, but since we're not doing that here, it's like, okay, but what about your personal feelings on the matter? So...
Yeah, definitely. It's more... If trial 1 feels like you're a little bit further from these characters.
Yeah,
and
you had like a lot of
kind
emotional distance from them.
Yeah, and this one, it's like, once your actions have impact, it almost feels like... It's almost like we have like guilt of we did to them.
Yeah.
So we're a lot more sympathetic, I feel like, the second time through than the first.
Yeah, so I don't know. It depends on your interpretation whether Milgram is a more effective or efficient implementation of justice compared to the legal system as it is right now. And obviously the legal system like differs like widely when you go from country to country.
Oh yeah. It's very true.
But it's something to think about, and also like our own like perspectives and reactions to like crimes or like whatever that we see online or in the news. I think it challenges us for sure to like take a step back and not just think completely in black and white. Kind of like consider the context, consider like everything about like what happened and the reasons why it happened. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to excuse the crime, but it's important to remember that like there is a human that committed the crime. It's not just like some like emotionless robot. Even like sometimes they're psychopaths, but they're not just like a completely like, it's not like an AI committed the crime, right?
yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm there. All right. Well, thank you for participating. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you for...
Maybe Milgram made it along the cell. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, considering that we're probably in cell number 11, yeah, that rings truer than ever.
Let's say, are we gonna wake up during the? I will say there is another video. We'll probably watch it next time.
Yeah.
Of like the result of after we wake up. Are we gonna wake up in cell 11 when we wake up? I wonder.
Who knows? Just one last thing for any YouTube VOD watchers. Please refrain from talking about third trial spoilers directly under my comments. Yeah, so don't allude to anything that may be incorrect in terms of like our theory crafting. We're probably going to get to the third trial stuff like relatively soon-ish. So just hold off, but feel free to like continue to like theorize about these characters, especially for the ones whose third trial music videos aren't out yet. And yeah, let us know what you think of the structure, any comments you have. And yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun reacting to all of like these Milgram songs and music videos. So I'm looking forward to the last season.
Yeah, it's all coming to a close. It's actively coming to a close too.
Yep.
Like this is the first time where you yourself can vote.
That's true. Considering we get to third trial soon enough for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll let you guys know on our socials as soon as we figure that out.
Great. Thank you guys so much for coming. Ari, thank you for participating and watching it with me.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I'm gonna have to leave your screen share.
Yeah. Go for it.
If I can remember how to do the DUI thing.
I could just cancel it. Hold on. I could just close it.
Oh, true. Yeah, there we go. There's the button now. Okay.
I keep leaving call and thinking I'm stopping the screen share.
I'll watch the catch up. Yeah. We have like, how long have I been live for? Let's check. Oh my god. Actual 6 hours and 15 minutes. And I actually technically have another ad break starting in a minute, which is crazy because I'm about to end stream anyway.
That happens to me sometimes too.
Thank you guys for streaming. This has definitely been one of my favorite Milgram reactions I've watched. Thank you for coming by and reacting with us. We appreciate it so much. And we're definitely looking forward to doing this more in the third trial.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that one's gonna be super interesting because then we can't be spoiled because we would be up to date.
Yeah.
We can theorize actively with the people.
You guys don't have to worry about spoilers in our comments.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been fun. But yeah, I need to head out. It's like past 1 a.m.
No problem.
Yeah. Anyways, I hope you have a good rest of your night, Meteor, and your chat. And yeah, my chat stick around a little bit longer. I'll talk about scheduling stuff. But yeah. I'll catch you later, guys.
All right, see you guys.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Alrighty, chat. Okay. Wonderlings, I hope you enjoyed that collab with Meteor. I want to do some brief housekeeping before we head out. Basically, tomorrow I will be streaming more of the 3.2 Honkai Star Rail quest at 7 p.m. EST. On Friday, we are starting Nier Automata also at 7 p.m. EST. And then on Saturday, we will have a Saturday stream. I will be streaming more Star Rail 3.2 quest. There are no group watches this week. But if you want to stay connected in the Discord or via my socials, that's perfectly fine as well. Let me see. Is there anything else I wanted to bring up? I think there might have been something, but I low-key forgot. I might have forgotten, chat. Oh, god damn it, ads. It's okay. We're ending soon anyway. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Let me see. I do want to check who to raid right now. In terms of when the next Milgram reaction will be, again, we'll let you guys know on our socials. I'm gonna try to get that straightened out this week, so that we can announce like the date ahead of time. But yeah, let's see. Alrighty. I think I'll just drop you guys in Meteor stream. I don't know if he's still gonna keep going. Actually, let me ask him. Let me ask him if he's still gonna keep streaming. Because otherwise I might send you guys to Rat's stream again. She's still playing Blueprints. While we're waiting for that, chat, do you guys have any recommendations for more music stuff to react to? So I was collecting a little of them earlier. Someone's recommended Vivinos's Horror Lesbian MV series. If there's anything else in the way of like Alien Stage or Milgram style stuff, or just like Vocaloid music videos you want me to react to because they have interesting stories, feel free to let me know. I also have a suggestions channel in the Discord server, so you guys can let me know there. I don't know if Meteor's checking his DMs. Actually, you know what? Let me just check his stream. Alright, I think he's still going. Alright, we'll raid Meteor then. Okay. Alright, our raid message is going to be... What shall we do? Let's do Gremlins. Alright, feel free to copy and raid that. Yeah, I'm so sorry you guys are in ads. This was really poorly timed, but unfortunately I can't snooze the ads anymore because I used them all up when we were in the middle of like our, I think it was our Mikoto theory crafting session. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. And if I don't catch you in tomorrow's Wednesday stream, I will simply catch you guys in the next one instead. So please take care. Have a good night. Bye bye, guys.